Welcome, dear friends. As the day draws to a gentle close, let's set aside our worries and embrace this peaceful moment together. I hope you've enjoyed the beauty of this spring day. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us. Allow yourself to unwind and be soothed by the calming sounds of this video. Picture a cozy fireplace in the background, its warm glow wrapping you in comfort. Relax and let your mind drift into a world of dreams. Story 1. On the edge of a village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol, whose hands could never resist exploring. Her fingers traced the whorls of oak bark as she gathered kindling, brushed over sun-warmed stones in the creek bed, and lingered on the embroidered edges of her late grandmother's tablecloth. It was this restless curiosity that led her one autumn afternoon to the attic's forgotten corner, where a shaft of honeyed light revealed a small wooden box smelling of thyme and old parchment. Inside lay a teacup no larger than a robin's nest, its porcelain so thin light blushed through it like dawn. Crimson poppies danced around its rim, their petals shimmering as if brushed by dew. When Marisol lifted it, warmth hummed against her palm, a low, sweet vibration that made her think of bees drowsing in lavender. Suddenly the cup's flowers began to spin, their stems twisting into words that glowed faintly. Follow the steepest star. But stars aren't steep, she murmured. The cup trembled gently, and a single drop of liquid gold spilled over its edge, hardening into a bead on her thumb. It tugged northward like a compass needle. The journey began quietly. Marisol packed a satchel with blackberry tarts and a jar of mint tea, slipped the cup into her apron pocket, and followed the golden bead's pull beyond her garden wall. By twilight she'd entered the Whisperwood, where trees murmured secrets in the rustling tongue of leaves. It was here she met her first companion, a tawny owl perched on a birch branch, his left feather tufts curled like question marks. "Lost little steeplechaser," he hooted, blinking citrine eyes. "Or found." "I'm not certain," Marisol admitted, showing him the teacup. "Its poppies now pointed west." "Ah, the star chalice," the owl said, puffing his chest. "Last seen when moonflowers still grew in the glass valleys. I am Orlo, keeper of semi-important facts." He hesitated. "Though I may have forgotten 7 or 8 crucial details. Aging wings, you understand." Orlo fluttered down to guide her, his flight path wobbling like a drowsy moth's. As they walked, he shared half-remembered tales, of a star that had fallen to mend the earth's cracks, of roots that drank starlight and sang. Marisol listened, her breath making ghosts in the cooling air, until a new sound joined the forest's whispers, a high, frantic squeaking. Beneath a hawthorn bush lay a hedgehog, her spines tangled with silvery threads that glimmered with unnatural light. "It's sticky as spider silk but cold as winter toes," she whimpered, pawing at the strands. "I only wanted to line my nest prettily." Marisol knelt, careful not to prick her fingers. The threads hissed where they touched the star chalice, recoiling like living things. These aren't ordinary threads, she realized. They are broken starlight. Remembering Orlo's tales, she poured mint tea into the cup until the poppies overflowed. The liquid swirled into vapor, settling over the hedgehog like mist. Where it touched, the brittle threads softened and fell away. "Oh." The hedgehog shook herself, revealing velvety chestnut fur. "I'm Tansy. I know every mushroom circle and fox path in the Whisperwood. Let me repay you." With Tansy's navigation and Orlo's fragmented wisdom, Marisol traversed fern-crowded gullies and meadows, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like drowned lanterns. The chalice's bead now pulled insistently toward the Stone Mount peaks, their jagged silhouettes clawing at the sky. Yet as they neared the foothills, an unnatural chill crept in, not the crisp cold of approaching winter, but a damp, swallowing bleakness. The source revealed itself at dawn, a valley where the earth had split like a poorly stitched quilt. From the fissure oozed a substance neither liquid nor smoke, leaching color from the landscape. Wildflowers curled into ashen husks at its touch. Beside the rift knelt a figure Marisol first mistook for a statue, so still and dust-coated was he. His hands clutched an enormous book, its pages blank. "Turn back," he rasped, not lifting his head. "The void hungers." But the star chalice blazed in Marisol's hands, its warmth holding the gloom at bay. What happened here? The man, older than she'd guessed, his hair streaked with granite gray, gestured bitterly to a shattered pedestal. "I sought to bind the rift with star-forged words, but my pride made the verses clumsy. The star shard, it splintered." He opened the book. Marisol glimpsed frantic scribbles, letters devouring each other like ravenous insects. "Now the void grows, and I cannot remember the true rhyme to mend it." Tansy sniffed at the rubble. "There's still a spark here, tiny, but listen." Marisol pressed her ear to a pebble-sized crystal fragment. Faint as a heartbeat came a melody, 3 clear notes, endlessly repeating. "It's the same rhythm as the chalice's vibration," she realized. "Orlo, you mentioned roots that sing. What if the earth itself knows the mending song?" "Ah, yes, probably." Orlo bobbed his head. "The lay of the deep green, sung by the first forest to call wandering stars home, but the words are lost unless—" He eyed Tansy. "Small friend, do your mushroom circles ever echo?" Tansy's nose quivered. "The oldest ones they remember, quick to the heartwood glade." They raced against the spreading void, Marisol's boots crunching through frosted ferns. In the glade an ancient oak rose, its trunk wide as a cottage. Mushrooms circled it, their caps pearlescent. When Marisol placed the star fragment against the oak's roots, the tree shuddered. Leaves rained down, each bearing a single glowing rune. "It's a puzzle," said Marisol. The man tried to force words, but the true song must be woven together. The scholar wept as they helped him arrange the leaves. "I sought glory," he admitted, "but mending requires many hands." As the last leaf settled, forming a poem that spoke of roots and rain and patience, the crystal pulsed. The star chalice rang like a bell, its golden bead dissolving into light that wrapped around the melody. Together they sang. The rift closed as gently as eyelids at sleep's brink. Color flooded back, sapphire gentians, emerald moss, the burnt umber of freshly turned soil. Where the void had been, a single poppy unfurled, its center holding a miniature star. "Take it," the scholar urged Marisol. "You've earned the honor." But she shook her head. "The star belongs here where it's needed." Pressing the chalice into his hands, she added, "And so do you." The journey home was lighter. Orlo recited newly learned ballads with fewer forgotten verses. Tansy taught Marisol to decipher hedgehog maps written in acorn caps, and the chalice, now cradling the healed poppy, glowed contentedly. When Marisol's cottage chimney appeared through the trees, the cup's flowers arranged themselves into a final message. The steepest star is kindness. Years later, villagers would speak of the mended valley, where flowers bloomed in midwinter, and of the scholar who became a gentle guardian. But Marisol simply smiled, sipping tea from her ordinary cup, and tucked her granddaughter into bed with stories of owls, hedgehogs, and the wisdom of listening. Outside, the stars shone like scattered porcelain, steeped in warmth. Story 2. Once upon a time, in a valley cradled between mountains that wore hats of perpetual mist, there lay a village called Glimmerdale. Its cobblestone streets sparkled with embedded moonstones, and every chimney puff curled into shapes like dancing rabbits or blooming roses before vanishing. The air always smelled of caramelized sunshine and freshly spun sugar, thanks to the resident cloud weavers who flavored the rainbows. But the true marvels came out at night, when the villagers gathered to watch the stars play games of hide-and-seek behind the Milky Way. Our tale begins with three friends: Pip, a freckled baker whose cinnamon rolls could make grumpy badgers break into jigs; Wisp, a shy inventor whose spectacles were perpetually fogged from steam-powered contraptions; and Tulip, a gardener whose braided hair doubled as a flowerbed for chatty snapdragons. They lived in cottages shaped like stacked teacups, connected by a bridge made of harmonica keys that played lazy tunes when walked upon. One crisp evening, as Pip pulled a batch of starlight meringues from her oven, which hummed show tunes when idle, she noticed something peculiar. The constellation Orion had misplaced his belt. Not a single twinkle remained where the three famous stars usually hung. By morning the village buzzed with worry. The Big Dipper's handle had vanished, and Cassiopeia's throne now resembled a wobbly stool. Without the stars' gentle glow, the moonflowers wilted, the dreamweaver spiders spun tangled webs, and the village's resident fireflies forgot how to flicker. "This won't do," declared Tulip, her marigold scarf rustling as she marched to Pip's bakery. "My lilies are sulking, and the daisies keep reciting gloomy poetry." Wisp trailed behind, tripping over his latest invention, a self-propelling wheelbarrow with a tendency to chase squirrels. "I've analyzed the star patterns," he squeaked, adjusting his goggles. "It's as if something's sipping their light, like a thirsty shadow." Pip wiped flour off her nose, leaving a comet-shaped smudge. "Then we'll follow the crumbs." She packed a basket of glow-in-the-dark gingerbread, a jar of instant daylight, marmalade, Wisp's dubious creation, and Tulip's sunflower seed compass, which pointed toward whatever needed growing most. Their journey led them to the edge of evening, where the sky met the earth in a velvety ripple. There they found a shivering creature no taller than a teapot, with ears like wilted lettuce and eyes like drowned opals. "Oh," gasped Tulip, kneeling, "you're a star bleeder." The creature hiccuped, a tiny supernova flaring in its cupped paws. Star bleeders, she explained, were cosmic custodians who polished stardust and mended meteor showers. But this one had accidentally swallowed a gloom glob, a clump of negativity from villagers who'd complained about rainy picnics and misplaced mittens. Now it couldn't stop leaking star-siphoned sadness. "We've got to make it laugh," Pip declared. Wisp rigged a pulley system to tickle the starbleeder's toes with dandelion fluff. Tulip's pansies sang a cheeky tune about turnips in Turis. Pip offered a giggle globe pastry, a cream puff that erupted with fizzy laughter when bitten. The starbleeder's ears perked, then drooped again. "Too forced," it sighed, voice like a deflating balloon. Just as hope dimmed, Pip noticed Tulip's sunflower compass spinning wildly. "It's pointing at us," Wisp realized. The friends sat in a circle, sharing stories. The time Pip's souffle levitated the mayor, the day Wisp's automatic umbrella mistook a passing hawk for rain, Tulip's roses composing a love sonnet to a confused hedgehog. Their laughter bubbled up, genuine and warm, and the starbleeder's opal eyes began to sparkle. With a sound like 1,000 wind chimes, it sneezed out the gloom glob, which dissolved into a shower of confetti-shaped stardust. The stars blazed back, rearranging themselves into a new constellation, a baker, a gardener, and an inventor holding hands. Glimmerdale's magic returned, brighter than ever. Moonflowers bloomed into floating lanterns, dreamweaver spiders knitted hammocks for napping clouds, and the fireflies staged a synchronized light show every sunset. The starbleeder, now sporting a tiny chef's hat knitted by Pip, became the village's official joy custodian, collecting giggles instead of gloom. Years later, when children asked how the stars learned new shapes, elders would wink and say, "Find your Pip, Wisp, and Tulip, laugh till your ribs ache, and always save room for second helpings of wonder." And if you listen closely on quiet nights, you might hear the edge of evening humming a lullaby, a reminder that even the saddest shadows can't outshine a shared smile. Story 3. the whispering locket, and the moonlit glade. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, where willow trees dipped their silver-green hair into mirror-still ponds, there lived a girl named Mira with eyes like twilight and a heart tuned to the secrets of the earth. Her cottage, nestled at the edge of a forest known as the Valewood, smelled perpetually of cinnamon and cedar, for her grandmother was a weaver of remedies, her hands always stained with the juice of berries or the dust of dried herbs. It was here, on an autumn evening when the air tasted of wood smoke and ripening apples, that Mira discovered the locket. The brass pendant lay hidden in a carved oak box beneath her grandmother's bed, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered like starlight when touched. Inside was no portrait, but a tiny vial of iridescent liquid and a folded map drawn on moth-wing parchment. This, her grandmother whispered, tracing the symbols with a trembling finger, is a key to the moonlit glade, a realm where seasons dance out of order and forgotten magic stirs beneath the roots of trees. But tread softly, child. Not all who wander there find their way back. That night, Mira slipped the locket around her neck. As moonlight spilled through her window, the vial's liquid began to glow, casting sapphire shadows on the walls. The map unfurled in her hands, its ink swirling into new shapes that pointed toward the heart of the Valewood. Pulling her patchwork cloak tight, Mira stepped into the forest, where the trees hummed a low, resonant tune, and the path ahead rippled like water. The Valewood was alive in ways Mira had never imagined. Ferns curled toward her, their fronds brushing her ankles like curious cats. Fireflies wove constellations above her head, and twice she glimpsed shadows that resolved into fox-shaped mist, their eyes glinting like polished copper. She followed the map's guidance until the trees parted to reveal a clearing bathed in silver light. The moonlit glade pulsed before her, a place where autumn leaves crunched underfoot while spring blossoms unfurled nearby, where snowflakes dusted summer-warm air and the very ground seemed to breathe. At the glade's center stood a stone archway choked by ivy. Beneath it sat a fox, no ordinary creature, but one with fur like melted amber and a tail tipped with emerald flame. He regarded Mira with a tilt of his head. "You're late," he said, his voice a rumble of dry leaves. "The glade's been waiting." Mira startled. "You speak." "And you," the fox replied, flicking his tail, "wear a locket that hasn't been seen in 7 lifetimes. Call me Sorrel." He rose, padding toward her. "The glade's out of balance. The eternal willow, the tree that binds this realm's seasons, is sickening. Its roots are poisoned by shadows even the moon can't dispel." He nodded to the archway. "You'll need to fix that unless you fancy a world where winter swallows spring whole." Thus began their journey. The archway led them into a labyrinth of bioluminescent tunnels, where glowing mushrooms lit their path and underground rivers sang lullabies. Sorrel proved a prickly but loyal guide, sniffing out dangers and teasing Mira when her courage wavered. "Humans always jumping at shadows. It's the light you should fear. It shows you what you've lost." The first trial came at the Chamber of Echoes, a cavern where every step conjured phantoms of the past. Mira's mother appeared, a woman she'd only known through stories, singing the lullaby that still haunted Mira's dreams. Sorrel pressed his flank to her leg, his warmth steadying her. "Echoes can't hurt you," he murmured, "unless you try to hold them." She let the vision fade, her eyes stinging but clear. Deeper underground they faced the river of reflections, a mercury-like stream that showed not one's face, but one's fears. Mira saw the Valewood withering, her grandmother's cottage crumbling to dust, Sorrel's flame tail guttering out. Sorrel growled low. "Clever trick," he said, "but fear's a compass, not a cage. Follow it to what matters." They forged ahead, the river's whispers fading behind them. When they emerged, the eternal willow loomed before them, a colossal tree with bark like cracked crystal and branches that held entire weather systems in their twigs. But black veins streaked its trunk, and its leaves fell as ash. At its base knelt a figure cloaked in starlight, her hands pressed to the roots. She turned, revealing a face both young and ancient, her eyes twin voids. "The keeper," Sorrel hissed. "She's been corrupted." The keeper's voice was a chorus of discordant notes. "The willow's heart is mine. This realm will be a tomb of endless night." She raised a hand, and thorned vines erupted from the soil. Mira stumbled back, but Sorrel lunged, his tail flaring bright. The thorns recoiled from the light. "The locket," he barked. "The vial, pour it on the roots." Mira's fingers fumbled with the pendant. The keeper shrieked as she splashed the glowing liquid onto the tree. The willow shuddered, its crystal bark flushing gold. The black veins retreated and the keeper crumpled, her cloak dissolving into moths. "Thank you," whispered a new voice. The true keeper stood before them, a girl with bark skin and hair of moss, her smile sad. "The shadows preyed on my loneliness. Guarding the willow, it's a heavy task." Mira touched her hand. "You don't have to do it alone." In the days that followed, Mira and Sorrel helped heal the Glade. They planted seeds that bloomed into constellations, convinced a stubborn river to flow backward and cleanse poisoned soil, and sang the willow's roots back to health. With each act, Mira felt the locket grow warmer, its symbols burning into her skin like a gentle brand. On their final night, Sorrel led her to a hilltop overlooking the Glade. The sky rippled with auroras, and the air smelled of rain and possibility. "You'll have to go back soon," he said, uncharacteristically quiet. Mira's throat tightened. "What if I stay?" He huffed a laugh. "Your grandmother would turn this place upside down looking for you. Besides," he nudged her shoulder, "your world needs its own keepers." He plucked a single emerald flame from his tail, placing it in her palm. It cooled into a stone, its heart still flickering. For when the shadows feel too loud. The return journey passed in a blur. The Veilwood guided her home, dawn breaking, as she stumbled into her grandmother's garden. The old woman waited on the porch, her face etched with relief. No questions were asked, only a mug of spiced cider pressed into Mira's hands, and a nod to the locket now fused permanently around her neck. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who could charm frost from windows, who made crops grow with a touch, who carried an emerald stone that glowed in the dark. But Mira knew the truest magic lay in the quiet moments, in the way Sorrel's flame warmed her pocket during storms, in the whispers of the Veilwood on sleepless nights, and in the understanding that even the loneliest hearts could find kinship in unexpected places. And if on certain moonlit nights a fox with a flame-tipped tail was glimpsed darting through the fields, well, that was a story for another time. Story 4. The Whispering Locket and the Valley of Fireflies. One crisp autumn evening, when the air smelled of wood smoke and ripening apples, a girl named Leela discovered a secret in the hollow of an ancient oak. She'd followed the faint chime of silver bells deep into the amber-tinted woods behind her cottage, her boots crunching through carpets of maple leaves that glowed like embers in the twilight. There, nestled in a cradle of velvet moss, lay a locket no bigger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with constellations that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "It's like holding a piece of the sky," Leela murmured, brushing her thumb over the engravings. The locket sprang open with a soft click, revealing not a portrait, but a tiny prism that cast rainbows across the tree bark. A voice, crisp as autumn wind through reeds, whispered from within, "Seekers who listen with gentle hearts shall find what daylight hides." The following morning, Leela returned to the oak with a knapsack of honey cakes and a thermos of spiced cider, determined to unravel the locket's mystery. As sunlight filtered through the canopy, she noticed something peculiar. Where the prism's light touched the forest floor, half-hidden footprints materialized, glowing faintly gold. They led away from the oak, winding between hawthorn bushes heavy with crimson berries. Well, said a voice behind her, that's not something you see every day. Leela turned to find a fox sitting primly on a tree root, his fur the color of storm clouds tinged with sunset. One ear twitched as he examined the footprints. Mind if I tag along? I've a fondness for riddles and honey cakes. He eyed her knapsack pointedly. Thus began an unlikely partnership. The fox, who introduced himself as Corwin, proved adept at deciphering the forest's hidden language. He showed Leela how ferns curled protectively over mouse burrows when storms approached, and how the oldest pines hummed bass notes that steadied the wind. As they followed the golden trail, the prism revealed other wonders, translucent moths sipping from moonflowers that bloomed in daylight, a brook where fish with scales like liquid mercury leaped to catch low-flying stars. The locket isn't just showing us hidden things, Corwin observed as they rested by the brook. It's revealing connections, the way starlight feeds the moonflowers, how the pine songs keep the soil firm, like seeing the loom that weaves the forest's tapestry. On the third day, the footprints ended at a waterfall, veiling the entrance to a cavern. Behind the cascading water lay the Valley of Fireflies, a hidden basin where willows trailed luminous leaves into ponds thick with water lilies. Towering mushrooms glowed cobalt and amethyst, their caps dotted with bioluminescent dewdrops. But the true marvels were the fireflies, not insects but tiny humanoid creatures with dragonfly wings, their bodies emitting a soft radiance that pulsed in time with their laughter. A firefly child no taller than Leela's thumb zipped up to them, giggling as her light painted rainbows in the mist. You found the keystone, she trilled, pointing at the locket. Now you can fix the heartstone before the glow fades. The firefly's elder, a being named Pyrrha with wings like stained glass, explained their plight. The valley's heartstone, a crystal that powered their magic, was dimming, threatened by a parasitic vine whose black blossoms drank light. We've tried everything, Pyrrha sighed, her usual gold glow tinged blue with sorrow. Even our strongest songweavers can't purge the blight. Corwin sniffed at a wilted firefly, offering him elderflower wine. And you think the locket's the key? The keystone reveals bonds, said Pyrrha. To heal the heartstone, one must understand how all life in the valley is interconnected, and sacrifice something precious to restore the balance. The journey to the Heartstone Cavern tested both companions. They traversed meadows where grass blades chimed when touched, crossed bridges spun from spider silk and dandelion fluff, and outwitted a mischievous breeze that kept stealing their pathfinding stones. Leela learned to read the prism's clues, how directing its light through dewdrops exposed hidden handholds on cliffs, or how angling it toward the North Star made invisible bridges materialize. Corwin, meanwhile, shared stories of his youth, how a hunter's trap had left him lame until fireflies mended his paw with starlight glue. They didn't know me from a life, he said, flexing his once-injured leg. But kindness doesn't ask for resumes. When they reached the cavern, their breath caught. The Heartstone, a geode the size of a carriage wheel, pulsed weakly, its crystalline ribs crusted with the Inkai vine. Tendrils crept toward a crack in the cavern roof where true moonlight could enter. The blight's targeting the moonbeam channel, Corwin realized. If that seals, the Heartstone can't recharge. Leela lifted the locket, its prism casting a spear of light that made the vine recoil. But new tendrils regrew faster than she could burn them. It's not enough, she panted. The prism shows connections, but... The firefly child's words echoed, sacrifice something precious. Leela's fingers closed around the locket. It had shown her marvels, yes, but greater still was the trust she'd built with Corwin, the firefly's faith in her. With a deep breath, she placed the keystone in the Heartstone's central crevice. The effect was instantaneous. Prismatic light exploded through the geode, vaporizing the blight. Moonlight cascaded through the cleansed channel, striking the locket and shattering it into stardust that settled over the valley. Fireflies erupted in a chorus of bell-like cheers as their glow intensified, painting the cavern in auroral hues. At dawn, Pyrrha presented Leela with a new locket, a maple seed engraved with tiny fireflies. The keystone's purpose was fulfilled, she said. This will remind you that true sight lives here. She touched Leela's chest over her heart. Corwin nuzzled the girl's hand as they left the valley. You know, I've always thought forests are best in autumn. Everything's both ending and beginning. They walked home through woods now more familiar than strange, the trees whispering secrets only friends could share. That night, as Leela drifted asleep to the distant laughter of fireflies, she realized the greatest magic wasn't in hidden valleys or enchanted lockets. It was in the courage to listen, the wisdom to let go, and the countless invisible threads that bind all living things. And somewhere in the stars, a tiny prism winked content at last. Story 5. In the velvet hush hours when twilight dips its brush in indigo and gold, the village of Willowbrook always sighed into its most magical self. Chimneys puffed curls of cinnamon-scented smoke, window panes glowed like captive fireflies, and the cobblestone river winding through town hummed a lullaby older than the oaks. Yet one crisp autumn evening, as maple leaves pirouetted through the air, the village discovered its nightly rhythm had slipped out of tune. It began with the fireflies. 12-year-old Mara noticed it first while sweeping the porch of her grandmother's tea shop, where porcelain cups clinked like wind chimes in the breeze. Each dusk, the fireflies emerged from the reeds along Pebblebrook River, their bellies swelling with the same silvery light that crowned the moon. But tonight, their glow guttered like candle flames in a draught. Mara watched one land trembling on her broom handle, its light dimming to a worried gray. They're frightened, murmured a voice like creaking parchment. Old Mr. Bramble, the village toymaker, stood at his workshop door across the lane, his spectacles catching the last amber streaks of sunset. His beard, twined with cogs and forget-me-nots, twitched as he studied the faltering fireflies. The moon petals haven't opened either. Can't have proper starlight without moon petal nectar, and the fireflies need starlight to kindle their lanterns. Most peculiar. Mara squinted at the flower beds lining the riverbank. Sure enough, the moon petals, usually unfurling their pearlescent blooms at first star, remained tightly shut, their stems shivering as if gripped by cold. A thread of unease coiled in her chest. Without firefly light, how would the nightingales find their way to sing the village to sleep? How would the baker know when to pull the moonrise rye from the oven? We've got to help them, Mara said, buttoning her patchwork cardigan with resolve. Mr. Bramble's workshop became their headquarters. Inside, shelves bowed under the weight of his creations. Clockwork songbirds preening copper feathers, music boxes that played the dreams of trees, and a particularly opinionated rocking horse who insisted his name was Reginald. The toymaker rummaged through a drawer of curious tools, a prism that caught whispers, a thimble that never ran out of thread, a magnifying glass framed in hummingbird wings. Observation first, he declared, handing Mara the magnifying glass. Every mystery leaves breadcrumbs if you know where to kneel. They knelt at the river's edge as twilight deepened. Mara peered through the glass. The world bloomed into luminous detail, dewdrops clinging to spider silk like diamond necklaces, ants marching in formation with tiny parchment maps, and there, on the moonpetal stems, minute scratches glinting faintly green. Frost. Mara wondered aloud. Frost doesn't glitter, Mr. Bramble said, adjusting his spectacles. Nor does it bite. A sudden splash made them turn. The river's surface rippled, though no fish laped. Then another splash and another, as if invisible stones were being skipped across the water. Mara's magnifying glass trembled in her hand. There's a story, Mr. Bramble said slowly, about the moss folk, shy little creatures made of river foam and willow down. They mend broken currents and untangle fish nightmares. But if something disrupts their work, he trailed off, watching the perplexed dance of water. A high, chittering cry pierced the air. From the bulrushes emerged a creature no taller than a teacup, its body a mosaic of lily pad scales and dappled shadows. Water dribbled from its twig-like fingers as it wrung its hands in distress. A mossling, Mara breathed. The creature blinked its lamprey eyes at them, then gestured frantically upstream before vanishing in a puff of duckweed. They followed the river north, past the village's edge, where the woods grew dense and whispering. Fireflies bobbed around them like lost stars. Mara's boots sank into moss as soft as uncarded wool, and the air tasted of cold iron and secrets. Soon they reached a place where the river widened into a pool, its surface choked with a strange, iridescent film. "The heart spring, Mr. Bramble said gravely, where the river is born." But the spring was sickly. Instead of bubbling clear and bright, it oozed sluggishly, its waters clouded. The moon petals here were withered to crisps, their stems studded with more of those glittering green scratches. Mara dipped her finger into the pool and yelped. The water burned like swallowed moonlight. "Hush now," croaked a voice from the reeds. "You'll scare the tadpoles." An ancient turtle heaved herself onto a rock, her moss-crusted shell etched with runes. Her eyes, milky with age, fixed on Mara. "The heart springs clogged with shadow," she said. "Someone's been stealing starlight." "Stealing starlight," Mara echoed. The turtle's throat pulsed like a bag of marbles. "Starlight feeds the spring, spring feeds the river, river feeds moon petals feed fireflies, chains broken, see." She nudged a claw toward the murky water. "No starlight, no nectar, no nectar, no lanterns, simple as that." "But who'd steal starlight?" Mr. Bramble asked. The turtle's answer was a wet cough that might have been a laugh. "Follow the glitter." Mara remembered the green scratched stems. Using the magnifying glass, she tracked flecks of glittering green moss upstream to a crevice in the rocks. There, half hidden by ferns, sat a glass jar, its surface etched with clumsy runes, filled with swirling silver light. "A child's work," Mr. Bramble tutted, examining the jar. "See how the runes are backwards, meant to catch starlight but done all wonky, trap the light instead of channeling it." "But why?" Mara asked. A whimper answered her. Behind a birch tree stood a boy Mara recognized, Pip, the blacksmith's youngest, his cheeks smudged with soot and shame. In his arms he cradled a dormouse, its breathing shallow. "I just wanted to help," Pip sniffled. "Found her in the cellar, all cold and sleepy. Gran said starlight warms hibernators better than any fire. I tried to catch some, didn't mean to break the river." Mara's heart folded like a fresh-baked cookie. She knelt beside Pip. "You need to put the starlight back, but maybe." She glanced at Mr. Bramble. "We can find another way to help your friend." The toymaker's eyes crinkled. Reaching into his pockets, he produced a thimble-sized cup and a spool of spider silk thread. "Starlight's not for keeping," he said gently, "but a sip properly borrowed might do." Together they uncorked the jar. The captured starlight burst forth, spiraling into the spring with a sound like 1,000 sighs. Waters cleared. Moon petals yawned open, spilling nectar that glistened on firefly wings. Pip's dormouse nuzzled into a spoonful of legally acquired starlight, its paws twitching in grateful dreams. As they walked back to the village, fireflies now painting the dusk in liquid silver, Mr. Bramble placed a hand on Pip's shoulder. "Next time, lad, just ask. Willowbrook's roots run deep, we help our own." That night, as the village drowsed under a mended sky, Mara lingered on her porch. The fireflies wove constellations above the river, their light reflecting in the eyes of contented moss folk. Somewhere downstream, an ancient turtle chuckled into her algae pillow. And in the heartspring, where water laughed over stones once more, a single moon-petal bloom curled protectively around a dormouse's nest, a quiet promise that no kindness, no matter how small, ever truly fades. Story 6. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Glimmer Hollow. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs sparkled with perpetual dew. Every evening as the first star blinked awake, villagers lit lanterns shaped like tulips, glass bulbs cradling flames that burned not on wax or oil, but on whispered secrets and remembered laughter. Or at least they used to. 3 nights passed, the lanterns had begun flickering out. Not all at once, but one by one, as if an invisible breath swept through the streets. By midnight, the village would plunge into a darkness deeper than any cellar, colder than forgotten tea. No amount of new secrets fed to the lanterns could reignite them. Worse still, the villagers noticed peculiar signs, silver threads caught on rose bushes, puddles that rippled without wind, and the faint sound of chimes where no bells hung. It was Fern, a girl with hair the color of steeped chamomile and a patchwork satchel always at her side, who first noticed the pattern. "The lanterns go out clockwise," she told her companion, a hedgehog named Bramble whose quills shimmered like mica. "Starting at the old mill, then the bakery, then Miss Juniper's herb garden." She traced the path on a map inked on birch bark. "There's 13 stops before it loops back." Bramble sneezed a tiny spark. He'd once swallowed a firefly and sniffed the air. "Moss and mischief," he declared. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't." Their investigation began at the mill, its great wheel creaking under a sliver moon. Fern knelt, fingers brushing cobblestones still warm from vanished light. "Look, frost feathers." Delicate ice crystals fanned outward, melting even as she spoke. Bramble pressed his nose to a puddle, which chimed like a dropped spoon. "Cold magic," he said, "but not unkind, lonely maybe." The trail led them uphill to the Whispering Stump, a gnarled oak remnant where villagers left offerings for the forest spirits. Tonight someone had left a music box playing a lullaby, its notes hanging visible in the air like glass beads. Fern cupped one, it dissolved into the scent of bergamot and elderflower. "Advice," said a voice like rustling pages. From the hollow stump emerged Thalia, the village starling keeper. Her cloak of iridescent feathers shifted colors as she moved. "Cold things seek warmth but fear burning others. Your lantern's warmth is abrupt, startling." Fern puzzled this as Bramble nibbled a crystallized note. "Maybe the cold magic's trying to protect the village from something." "Or someone's trying to protect it," Thalia replied, smiling in a way that made her eyes crinkle like creek beds. She placed a silver thimble in Fern's palm, a listening device forged from a fallen star. "Seek the unseen garden, but mind the gatekeeper." The unseen garden wasn't on any map, though every child knew tales of its ever-changing paths. Fern and Bramble found its entrance by accident when Bramble tripped over a root and rolled into a weeping willow's shadow. The air thickened, then parted like theater curtains, revealing a garden where snowdrops bloomed alongside fire lilies, their petals flickering gently. "Ah," said a voice like a bow drawn across cello strings. "Visitors." The gardener stood waist-deep in a pond, water striders skating around her wide-brimmed hat. Her skin had the translucent quality of dawn mist, and her hair floated as if underwater. At her feet swirled tiny whirlpools that occasionally spat up lost items, a child's mitten, a tarnished key, a single dice. "You're the one cooling our lanterns," Fern guessed, thimble warm against her palm. The gardener's sigh made Fern's curl. Not I, but my charge. She gestured upward. Perched in a dogwood tree was a creature like a heron woven from frost, its beak clicking like knitting needles. One wing hung crooked, ice feathers splintered at the tip. Every time it shifted, more crystals rained down. An ice phoenix breathed bramble. They're supposed to live in comet tails. Her name is Rhyme, said the gardener. She fell during the last meteor shower. The cold you feel is her pain and her fear. Your lantern flames singe her feathers when she flies too close. Understanding dawned like the first brushstroke of sunrise. So she's been putting them out to protect herself, Fern said. But why circle the village? Rhyme cocked her head, one opal eye reflecting Fern's face. With a trill, she spat an ice chip that hit the thimble. Instantly, Fern heard words layered within the melting sound. Safe nest eggshell blue. She's searching, the gardener explained. Phoenixes build nests from memories. Rhyme needs one happy enough to mend her wing, but every time she nears your lanterns. The solution struck Fern like a dandelion seed landing. What if we make a lantern that doesn't burn, one that glows cold just for her? They worked through the night in Thalia's workshop, where jars of captured moonlight lined the shelves like preserves. Bramble mixed stardust with glue while Fern braided strands of children's laughter, collected every solstice into glass thread. The final touch was a feather donated by Thalia's oldest starling, iridescent and still warm from its wing. At dawn they hung the new lantern from the mill's eaves, a teardrop-shaped thing glowing soft periwinkle. When Rhyme soared past that evening, the cold breeze hesitated, then gentled. The phoenix alighted on the mill's roof, her good wing mantled over the lantern. The villagers held their breath as, one by one, every extinguished lantern bloomed anew, not with fire but with cool bioluminescence, like deep-sea creatures singing. In the weeks that followed, Rhyme's wing healed crooked but strong. She took to nesting in the unseen garden, her eggshells becoming new lanterns that burned on shared memories instead of secrets. The silver threads. Melted ice phoenix feathers, now collected by weavers to spin into cloth that stayed ever cool. As for the mysterious chimes, they became the village's new evening music, wind playing through Rhyme's mobile of mended feathers. Fern still keeps the star thimble in her satchel, though these days it's mostly filled with hedgehog snacks and phoenix down tissues. Sometimes, when the twilight lingers a bit too long, you might spot her in bramble following a trail of frost feathers, not to solve a mystery, but to visit a friend who teaches them how to glide on ice winds, laughing all the way to the stars. Story 7. The Whispering Quilt. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of eternal snow, there nestled a village where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails into the twilight. Here, in a cottage with butter-yellow shutters and a roof mossy with age, lived a girl named Leela, whose hands were always speckled with paint and whose pockets bulged with curious stones. Her grandmother, a woman with eyes like twilight and a laugh that sounded like rain on leaves, had once told her, "Magic is just the world breathing, dear one. You only need to listen." One crisp autumn evening, as the last amber light bled from the sky, Leela discovered a chest in the attic, its wood fragrant with cedar and secrets. Inside lay a quilt unlike any other, a tapestry of midnight blues and forest greens, stitched with silver thread that glimmered like trapped starlight. When she spread it over her bed, the room seemed to hum, as if the walls had begun to whisper. That night Leela dreamed not in fragments, but in vivid landscapes. She stood in a moonlit grove where trees swayed without wind, their leaves tinkling like glass chimes, and a fox with fur like molten copper bowed to her as though she were royalty. The next morning, Leela found a single copper fox hair clinging to the quilt. Chapter 2, The First Thread. The quilt became Leela's compass. Each night it carried her to new worlds, a desert of singing sands, a city floating on clouds, a meadow where flowers bloomed in the shapes of constellations. Yet always she noticed small disturbances, a wilting tree in the glass-leaved grove, a crack in the cloud city's foundation. "Things are out of balance," murmured a starling with iridescent feathers in one dream. "The weaver needs aid." Leela awoke with a thrumming curiosity. She traced the quilt stitches, noticing for the first time that some threads were frayed, their colors dimmed. That afternoon she followed the brook behind her cottage, where water chuckled over pebbles, and found a hedgehog trapped in a thicket of brambles. Its eyes held an intelligence that prickled her skin. "Well met, Leela," it said, voice like rustling parchment. "I am Bramble, keeper of the between. You've been chosen to mend what's broken." Chapter 3. The Gate in the Glen. Bramble led Leela to a hollow oak, its trunk wide enough to hide a door. "The quilt is a map," he explained, patting the bark with a paw. "Its threads connect dreams to the woven world, the realm that mirrors ours, where ideas take shape before they are born. But the loom which keeps the threads taut is failing. You must find the weaver." The door creaked open, revealing a path paved with fallen leaves that glowed faintly, as if moonlight had soaked into their veins. The air smelled of damp earth and distant thunderstorms. Leela hesitated, clutching the quilt like a talisman. "Why me?" she asked. Bramble's whiskers twitched. "Because you see with your heart, not just your eyes. Now, mind the thistle folk, they adore riddles but hate haste." Chapter 4. The Woven World. The woven world unfolded in a riot of impossible beauty. Trees bore fruit that shimmered like liquid gold. Rivers flowed upward into sky lakes where fish with wings leaped among the clouds. Yet beneath the splendor, Leela sensed a tremor, like a lute string about to snap. Blossoms wilted mid-bloom, and shadows pooled too thickly under rocks. They encountered the thistlefolk in a meadow, a tribe of spiky, green-skinned creatures no taller than Leela's knee, riding aphids the size of sheep. "Solve our riddle," their queen demanded, "crown a nest of twisted vines, or become fertilizer for our gardens." Leela's pulse fluttered, but she remembered her grandmother's advice: listen to the spaces between words. The riddle came: "I dance without feet, weep without eyes. Where I go, life dies, yet also rises." "Fire," Leela answered after a breath. The thistlefolk groaned, tossing her a thread of glowing emerald. "For the loom," the queen grumbled. "Now go, before we change our minds." Chapter 5. The Silent Weaver. Deep in a valley veiled by waterfalls that fell in slow motion, they found the loom, a colossal frame of ancient wood, its warped threads sagging, weft threads snapping. Before it sat the weaver, though sat was not quite right. Their forms shifted like smoke, now an old woman, now a young boy, now a deer with antlers tangled in cobwebs. "Child of mended socks and patched knees," the weaver spoke in a chorus of voices, "the loom falters because your world has forgotten how to dream together. Greed and fear have frayed the threads." Their translucent hands gestured to a gaping hole in the fabric, through which poured a darkness that smelled of burnt sugar and loneliness. Leela's chest ached. "How do I fix it?" "Collect threads spun from kindness," the weaver said, fading. "A selfless deed, a shared sorrow, a joy given away. Weave them here before the next moon, or both our worlds will unravel." Chapter 6. The Kindness of Strangers. Returning home, Leela found her village uneasy. A sickness had crept into the orchards, apples rotted on branches, and bees drowsed in their hives. "It's the shadow from the loom," Bramble muttered. "It leaks through the cracks." Leela began her work. She helped old Mr. Tanner mend his fence, not knowing his wife had just passed, and received a thread of cobalt blue when he whispered, "You've given me one less thing to grieve." She gave her favorite paints to Millie, the shy girl who stared longingly at her art, and earned a thread of sunflower yellow as Millie's first laugh in weeks. Each act left a warmth in her ribs, like sipping cocoa by a fire. Yet the hardest thread came from the mayor's son, a boy who'd mocked her patched dresses. She found him weeping in the woods, his leg trapped under a fallen branch. "I was trying to catch a bird," he admitted, face flushed with shame. Leela hauled the branch aside, sharing her lunch as he rested. "Why help me?" he asked. "Because kindness isn't a prize for good behavior," she said. He handed her a thread of deep burgundy, the color of humility. Chapter 7. The Unraveling. The night before the deadline, shadows writhed in the corners of Leela's room. The quilt thrashed as if in a gale, threads screaming as they snapped. Bramble nibbled her ear. "They are here, the Unravelers." 3 figures oozed from the darkness, their forms ever shifting. Wolves with too many teeth, then serpents, then faceless men. "Foolish child," they hissed. "Let the worlds crumble. Chaos is the true nature of things." Leela clutched her threads, heart a wild drum. "No, chaos is just loneliness pretending to be strong." She threw the quilt over the Unravelers, their howls muffled as the starlight threads constricted around them. The room stilled. Quickly, Bramble urged, "To the loom." Chapter 8. The Mending. The woven world was collapsing. Trees uprooted themselves to flee, the sky cracked like eggshell. Leela sprinted to the loom, her threads glowing in her satchel. With trembling hands she wove, not in straight lines, but in the way her grandmother darned socks, each stitch a tiny act of love. The emerald thread riddles faced with courage, crossed the cobalt comfort given without expectation. Sunflower yellow joy shared, intertwined with burgundy, mercy offered to an enemy. As she worked, memories flashed, Millie's painting of the 2 of them flying on a thistle, the mayor's son leaving wildflowers on her stoop, Mr. Tanner's first smile since his loss. The loom shuddered, then sang, a low, sweet note that rolled across the land. The whole mended, the darkness dissolving into motes of light that settled on dead trees, coaxing forth new buds. The weaver reappeared, solid now, an androgynous figure with hair like wheat fields and eyes full of storms. "You've reminded them," they said, touching Leela's cheek. "Dreams are stronger when woven together." Chapter 9. The Return. Winter came, then spring. The village never learned of the battle. They only noticed apples grew sweeter, and arguments melted like late snow. Leela kept the quilt, though its magic now felt familiar, a warm hand on her shoulder rather than a whirlwind. On Midsummer's Eve, as fireflies blinked lazily outside, Leela sat with Bramble, now a regular hedgehog, though his snooze still sounded suspiciously like laughter, and stitched a new patch into the quilt, a tiny hedgehog silhouette. Somewhere in the woven world, she knew a spiky green queen was grumbling about cheaters, and a copper fox was bowing to some other wide-eyed dreamer. Her grandmother's voice seemed to drift from the hearth's embers. "You see, the world breathes, and so do you." Leila smiled, breathing in the scent of pine needles and possibility, and dreamed of nothing at all. Story 8. The Whispering Lantern. Beneath a quilt of twilight stars, where the village of Willowmere nestled between rolling hills and ancient oaks, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Leela with hair the color of chestnut bark and eyes that held the green mystery of fern-shaded glades. Her hands were always stained with earth from tending the medicinal garden behind her thatched cottage, where she lived with her ailing grandmother. Though barely 12 winters old, Leela possessed a quiet determination that made the village elders nod in respect when she passed, her wicker basket brimming with yarrow and lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the last amber light bled from the sky, Leela discovered something peculiar in the roots of the great hollow oak at the forest's edge. A lantern, its glass frosted with age, lay half buried in a nest of acorns. but this was no ordinary lantern. When she brushed her fingertips against its dented copper frame, the interior sparked to life with a flame that burned neither red nor gold, but a curious silvery blue, like moonlight made liquid. As the light swelled, the world around her shifted. The bark of trees shimmered with hidden symbols, the air buzzed with the whispers of unseen creatures, and a path of glowing stones materialized before her, winding deep into the shadowed woods. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "is a wayfarer's lantern." Leela nearly dropped the artifact. Perched on a lichen-covered branch above her was a tawny owl, its golden eyes sharp and knowing. "It reveals what the heart truly seeks," the owl continued, tilting its head. "But mind the shadows it casts, child. Where there is light, there are always those who fear it." Before Leela could ask the owl's name, it spread its wings and melted into the dusk. Heart pounding, she traced the glowing path with her gaze. It led toward Blackthorn Ridge, a place villagers only spoke of in hushed tones, a realm of tangled vines and forgotten magic, where the air itself was said to play tricks on the mind. Yet the lantern's light pulsed warmly in her hands, and in its shimmer Leela saw a fleeting vision, her grandmother, weak but smiling, sipping tea from a chipped blue cup. The image stirred something fierce in her chest. She packed a satchel that night, a woolen cloak, a wedge of honeycomb wrapped in waxed cloth, and a vial of dandelion salve for blisters. At dawn, with the lantern carefully tucked in her basket, Lyra slipped past sleeping cottages and followed the stone path into the woods. The forest transformed under the lantern's glow. Ferns unfurled silver fronds where the light touched them, and ghostly moths with wings like stained glass fluttered around Leela's head, their antennae brushing her cheeks with frost-kissed velvet. By midday she reached a brook whose waters ran backward over smooth black stones. A figure waited there, a boy no older than Leela, kneeling at the water's edge. His clothes were stitched from patchwork leaves, his hair a nest of twigs and dried moss. When he turned, Leela gasped. His eyes were entirely black, like pools of ink. "You're holding it wrong," he said, nodding at the lantern. His voice crackled like autumn leaves underfoot. "Holding what wrong?" "The light, you're gripping it like a shield. It's meant to be carried loosely, like this." He demonstrated with empty hands, palms cupped upward. "Trust it. It knows the way better than you do." Leela hesitated, then adjusted her grip. The lantern floated an inch above her hands, spinning gently. The boy grinned, revealing teeth sharp as hawthorn thorns. "Better I'm Bramble, the stream's guardian. You'll drown if you try to cross alone. The current listens to sorrow, and yours is loud enough to wake the willow spirits." "I'm not sad," Leela protested, though her throat tightened. She'd refused to let herself cry since grandmother took ill. Bramble's inkwell eyes softened. "Courage isn't the absence of fear, little wayfarer. It's walking forward despite the tremble in your bones. Here." He plucked a reed from the bank and blew across its hollow center. The note that emerged was low and resonant, like a cello played deep underground. The backward current stilled. "The bridge will hold now," he said, "but only until sunset." As Leela stepped onto the stones, Bramble called after her, "Tell the weaver I sent you. She likes stories about hedgehogs." Deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of pine resin and something sweeter, roasting apples, perhaps, or cinnamon steeped in cider. The lantern's light intensified, casting long shadows that squirmed and twisted like living things. Leela hummed to steady her nerves, a lullaby grandmother had taught her. The shadows stilled. She found the weaver in a clearing where looms of living ivy stretched between the trees, their threads glimmering with dewdrops. The woman was ancient, her brown skin etched with wrinkles that mirrored the bark of the oaks around her. She wore a cloak woven from spider silk in starlight, and her fingers flew across the ivy threads, weaving patterns that made Leela's head spin, a flock of geese migrating over a harvest moon, a fox teaching her kits to hunt, 1,000 maple keys spiraling to the forest floor. Bramble mentioned hedgehogs, Leela blurted, then flushed. The weaver's laughter was the sound of wind chimes. Did he now, clever sprite? He knows I'd never turn away someone who appreciates a good hedgehog tale. She gestured to a stump beside her, its surface polished smooth. Sit, child, your lanterns told me much, but I'd rather hear your voice. Over cups of chamomile tea that steamed despite having no visible fire, Leela spoke of grandmother's worsening cough, the lantern's strange magic, her hope that Blackthorn Ridge held a cure. The weaver listened intently, her needle-thin shuttle never pausing in its dance across the loom. The lantern reveals truths, the weaver said at last. But some truths are knives. Are you prepared to see what others cannot? Leila thought of grandmother's hands, trembling as she stirred soup over the hearth. Yes. Then you'll need this. The weaver plucked a thread from her loom, a shimmering strand the color of Leila's chestnut hair, and tied it around the girl's wrist. The path ahead is lined with mirrors. Some will show your fears, others your desires. This thread will tether you to what's real, and take these. She pressed 3 acorns into Leila's palm. Plant them where the light dies. The mirror gorge was exactly as the weaver had warned, a narrow pass where jagged stones rose like broken teeth, their surfaces polished to glassy perfection. Leila's reflection fragmented as she walked, each shard showing a different version of herself. In one she stood triumphant, holding a glowing flower above her head. In another she lay pale and still on a bed of wilted roses. A third showed grandmother's cottage dark and empty, windows boarded shut. Just shadows, Leila whispered, clutching the woven thread. But her chest ached as the false images multiplied, a version of herself adored by the village, another wandering lost in the woods forever. Then came the cruelest mirror, grandmother, healthy and laughing, embracing a different girl who looked nothing like Leila. She nearly dropped the lantern then. The flame guttered and the shadows at her feet began to creep upward, cold as winter fog. But the acorns in her pocket grew warm. Remembering the weaver's words, Leila knelt and planted them in the thin soil between the stones. They sprouted instantly, roots cracking rock as 3 oaks shot upward, their canopies intertwining to block the mirror's sight. Sunlight, real sunlight, filtered through the leaves. Thank you, Lyra breathed, pressing her forehead to the nearest trunk. A single acorn dropped into her hand, its shell veined with gold. At twilight on the 3rd day, Leila reached the heart of Blackthorn Ridge. The lantern's light dimmed to a faint glow, illuminating a circle of standing stones draped in flowering vines. At the center stood a pedestal carved with runes, and upon it rested a book bound in moth-wing parchment. When Leila opened it, the pages were blank, until the lantern's light touched the paper. Words bloomed like ink dropped in water, revealing a recipe titled Elixir of Unfading Dawn. Her heart soared as she read the ingredients: nectar from a frost blossom, which only grew in high mountain passes, the breath of a firefly swarm, and a single petal from the night-blooming Selenia, a flower said to grow where starlight pooled in the roots of ancient trees. But at the bottom of the page a warning: the elixir grants life, but demands balance. To heal one, another must offer what they cherish most. I'll find a way, Leila murmured. But as she turned to leave, the ground trembled. The standing stones shifted, forming a cage around her. From the shadows emerged a creature both beautiful and terrible, a stag with antlers of twisted blackthorn, its coat shimmering like oil on water. Its eyes were twin voids, and where it stepped, flowers withered to ash. Thief, it intoned, voice echoing as if from the bottom of a well. The lantern is not yours to wield. Leila's mouth went dry. I didn't steal it, I found it. The stag lowered its antlers, each thorn glinting wickedly. All light is borrowed, yours flickers with doubt. Surrender the flame, and I will grant you safe passage. The lantern trembled in her hands. Part of her longed to obey, to flee back to grandmother and forget magic and mirrors and stags made of shadows. But then she remembered Bramble's reed song steadying the stream, the weaver's thread keeping her anchored, the acorn now warm against her heart. These were not the tools of a thief. They were gifts freely given. No, Leela said, straightening. The light isn't mine to surrender, it's a promise, to see things through even when I'm scared. For a terrible moment the stag loomed over her, antlers poised to strike. Then it laughed, a sound like icicles shattering on stone. Well answered, wayfarer. The creature dissolved into smoke, revealing a slender woman with bark-like skin and hair of living ivy. Her eyes, now a gentle russet, crinkled with amusement. I am the warden. For centuries, mortals have come seeking magic to take. You're the first who understood it must be shared. She pressed a hand to the ground. Where her fingers touched, the Selenia flower erupted from the soil, its petals silver white and humming with starlight. Take what you need, child, but remember the price. The journey home blurred like a half-remembered dream. Frost blossoms clung to alpine cliffs, their nectar sweeter than honey. Fireflies in a sunlit glade pooled their golden breath into her vial. And the Selenia petal, wrapped in cobweb silk, glowed softly in her satchel. Yet the warden's warning haunted her. What do I cherish most? Leela wondered. Her herb garden, the lantern, grandmother's stories by the fire. She found her answer at the cottage doorstep. Grandmother lay unconscious, her breathing shallow. Leela prepared the elixir with trembling hands, combining the ingredients in a copper pot as the recipe instructed. The mixture swirled like liquid opal, its steam-forming shapes, a phoenix, a bursting star, a tree with roots deeper than time. As she lifted the bowl to grandmother's lips, the warden's voice echoed in her memory. Another must offer what they cherish most. Leela's throat tightened. She knew, suddenly, what the magic required. Take my memories, she whispered to the steam. The ones of us together, the stories she told me, the way she taught me to read the language of plants. Let her keep those instead of taking her life. The steam curled around her temples, warm as a caress. For one heart-stopping moment, Leela feared nothing had happened. Then grandmother's eyes fluttered open, clear and bright. Lila, she croaked. Why are you crying, little fern? But when Leela tried to recall grandmother's voice singing the lullaby, her mind grasped only fragments. The recipe's price was exact. Yet as her grandmother pulled her into a weak embrace, Leila found she didn't mind. Some loves were too vast to be confined to memory. Years later, when villagers asked how the old woman had miraculously recovered, Leela simply smiled and offered them rosemary tea. The lantern still hung above their hearth, its silver-blue flame now dormant. On quiet evenings, she traced the symbols on its glass, a map of constellations, she realized, and wondered if Bramble still guarded his stream, if the weaver's loom still danced with stories. One midsummer night, a familiar tawny owl tapped at her window. Clutched in its talons was a single frost blossom, pristine despite the season. Leela tucked it into grandmother's braid as they sat by the fire, the older woman now gray-haired but vigorous, her laughter still the warmest sound in the world. Tell me the story again, grandmother said, eyes twinkling. About the girl and the magical lantern. And though Leela couldn't recall every detail, the words flowed as naturally as spring water, a tale of friendship forged in shadows, of courage kindled in the quiet spaces between fear and hope, of love that could outshine even the darkest night. Outside, the wind carried the scent of blooming Selenia, and deep in the woods, 3 golden acorns glimmered in the moonlight, waiting. Story 9. the moonlight lantern. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the ancient pines whispered secrets to the night wind, there lay a village cradled by mountains. In this village lived a girl named Sylvie, whose curiosity was as boundless as the constellations. Her hands were always stained with berry juice from exploring the woods, and her pockets bulged with peculiar stones and feathers. But her most treasured possession was a story, a tale her grandmother had spun about a lantern that held moonlight captive in its glass, its glow capable of revealing hidden worlds. One crisp autumn evening, as Sylvie wandered beyond the village's firelit borders, she noticed a flicker of silver through the trees. It danced like a will-o'-the-wisp, drawing her deeper into the forest, until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. There, suspended from a gnarled oak branch, hung a lantern. Its surface was etched with constellations, and within it swirled a liquid radiance that pulsed like a heartbeat. Sylvie's breath caught. The moonlight lantern. As her fingers brushed the handle, the forest seemed to inhale sharply. The trees leaned closer, their leaves rustling in anticipation. Suddenly, a small voice piped up from the shadows. "Best not ignite it yet, unless you're ready for what follows." Sylvie turned to find a hedgehog peering at her from beneath a toadstool. But this was no ordinary creature. His quills shimmered like opals, and tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "I'm Thistle," he said, straightening his wire-rimmed glasses. "Keeper of forgotten glimmers, and you've just found the key to the Twilight Vale." Thus began their adventure. Thistle explained that the lantern's light had dimmed over centuries, causing the hidden world it protected to fade. Without its glow, the delicate balance between realms would crumble. But reigniting it, the hedgehog warned, smoothing his waistcoat nervously, requires starlight gathered from 3 sacred places, and courage enough to face what dwells in the dark. Their first journey took them to the cavern of echoing tides, where underground rivers sang lullabies in voices of drowned sailors. The walls glittered with bioluminescent moss, casting aquamarine shadows that lapped at their feet. Sylvie's boots sloshed through shallows teeming with fish whose scales mirrored the night sky. There, Thistle pointed to a crevice where stalactites dripped liquid starlight into a stone basin. Sylvie cupped her hands beneath the celestial syrup, its warmth seeping into her bones. But as the first light was captured, the cavern groaned. The water darkened, and from the depths emerged a sorrowful creature, a naiad with hair of kelp and eyes like abyssal voids. "Why steal our stars?" she wailed, her voice making the water tremble. Sylvie knelt, showing the naiad the faltering lantern. "We mean to restore what was lost," she said gently. The naiad studied her, then pressed a pearlescent shell into Sylvie's palm. "When darkness comes, listen," she murmured before dissolving into foam. The second light led them across the Bridge of Roots, a living arch woven from ancient trees that spanned a bottomless ravine. Mist clung to Sylvie's cheeks as she balanced on knotted wood, Thistle clinging to her scarf. Halfway across, the bridge shuddered. Vines snapped like tendons, and through the fog loomed a colossal owl with feathers of smoldering ash. "Turn back," it boomed, eyes like molten gold. "The stars you seek are guarded by older magic than your fragile hopes." Thistle's quills bristled, but Sylvie stood firm. "We're not stealing magic, we're returning it." She opened the lantern, revealing the faint glow within. The owl tilted its head, then spread wings that scattered embers into the void. "Prove your heart's truth," it challenged. Sylvie placed the naiad's shell against her ear. The mournful song within swelled, echoing through the ravine. As the last note faded, the owl bowed. "Your compassion lights the way," it rumbled, plucking a feather that burst into a constellation. They caught it in the lantern. By the third moonrise, exhaustion weighed Sylvie's steps as they climbed the staircase of winds, invisible steps carved from air currents that spiraled above the clouds. Thistle nestled in her hood, sneezing ice crystals. Here the final starlight shimmered in the aurora's tail, but the higher they climbed, the more the lantern dimmed. "It's not working," Sylvie gasped, her breath frosting. The hedgehog peered at the nearly full lantern. "It needs more than starlight," he realized. "It needs belief." Sylvie closed her eyes, recalling her grandmother's stories, the warmth of hearths, the strength of kindred spirits, the quiet magic of perseverance. As she poured these memories into the lantern, its light blazed brighter than dawn. The aurora swept down, weaving its colors into the glow. When they returned to the clearing, the forest held its breath. Sylvie raised the reignited lantern, and its beam pierced the veil between worlds. The twilight veil unfolded, a realm where trees bore crystalline fruit, rivers flowed backward to heal old wounds, and creatures of myth danced in meadows of luminescent clover. But thorns of shadow crept at its edges, threatening to consume it. The lantern's light must touch the heartroot, Thistle urged, pointing to a colossal tree at the veil's center. They raced as darkness snarled at their heels. Sylvie's legs burned, but the lantern's warmth urged her onward. Reaching the heartroot, she pressed the light to its bark. Golden veins spread through the tree, cascading across the land. The shadows dissolved into fireflies, the veil sighing in relief. As dawn tinged the horizon, Thistle walked Sylvie to the forest's edge. "You'll forget this," he said sadly. "Mortals always do." But Sylvie shook her head. "Some truths stay in your bones, even if your mind lets go." She gifted him a maple seed from her pocket. "Plant it where the veil needs joy." Years later, Sylvie, now a woman with laughter lines and a daughter who collects stones, often gazes at the lantern hanging in her cottage. Though it appears ordinary, on nights when the wind carries the scent of crystalline fruit, its glass flares softly. And deep in the forest, a mighty maple grows, its leaves chiming with a hedgehog's laughter, its roots cradling starlight enough for both worlds. That night, as Sylvie tucks her child beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, she whispers, "The greatest magic isn't in lanterns or hidden realms. It's the light we kindle when we face the dark together." Outside, the pines murmur in agreement, their branches brushing the sky where two worlds dance, forever intertwined. Story 10. Beneath the boughs of the Eldertree forest, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and ferns whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a community of creatures who tended the world's quiet magic. The air here always carried the crisp scent of pine resin and the faintest hint of cinnamon from unseen blossoms, while the soil beneath paw and hoof thrummed with the heartbeat of roots older than human cities. It was here, in a hollow nestled between three moss-crowned stones, that a young red fox named Leela discovered the first crack in autumn's tapestry. The trouble began on a twilight when the sunset refused to fade. Amber light clung stubbornly to the horizon, painting the forest in perpetual golden hour glow. Leela noticed it as she gathered fallen acorns near Whisper Brook. The water's usual song had dulled to a murmur, and the maple leaves above her hung motionless, despite the breeze ruffling her fur. "Grandmother," she asked that evening, nosing open the woven reed door of the ancient tortoise's home, "why does the wind smell of burnt sugar?" Thalassa, her shell etched with patterns mapping centuries of constellations, lifted her head from a bed of dried lavender. "Ah," she rasped, her voice like parchment unfolding, "the season threads are fraying. When was the last time you saw frost spiders spin their dawn webs?" Layla's ears drooped. Now that she considered it, the delicate ice lattices that once appeared on mushroom caps each morning had vanished weeks ago. The forest's clocks, the drip of sap, the bloom of night bell flowers, the migration of starlings woven from actual starlight, were falling out of rhythm. That night, as fireflies scribbled urgent messages in the air, Thalassa showed her a hidden chamber beneath her shell, where glowing threads in autumn hues pulsed faintly. "These bind our forest to the wheel of seasons," she explained. "Someone has taken the prism of equilibrium from the moonlit grove." Thus began Leela's quest, joined by a trio of unlikely companions. Orlin, a burly badger with a knack for reading stone-carved runes, Wisp, a hummingbird-sized sprite whose wings shimmered with trapped auroras, and Pod, a shy hedgehog whose quills secreted healing dew. Their journey wove them through bioluminescent mushroom groves where spores danced quadrilles, across meadows where grass sang in harmonies only the crickets could translate, and into the cavern of echoing rain, a place where every droplet held a memory of storms past. The imbalance grew more pronounced as they traveled. They encountered a family of squirrels desperately trying to bury nuts in soil that repelled seeds like water, and a council of owls hooting mournfully over eggs that wouldn't hatch. The threads aren't just broken, Wisp realized, hovering over a stream where fish swam upside down, they're unraveling backwards. Clues layered like lichen on an oak. Orlin found ancient markings near the petrified falls, suggesting the prism had been moved during the last blue moon. Pod discovered a patch of snowdrop flowers growing downward from an overhang, their roots clutching a sliver of rainbow-touched quartz. "The thief didn't mean harm," the hedgehog murmured, tasting the air. "They left apology pollen here, see the gold dust." Their breakthrough came at the marsh of mirrored mist, where Leela's reflection revealed not a fox, but a human child from a nearby village. The prism shows truths, Thalassa had warned them. Stealing it requires great need or great naivety. Following visions in dewdrops, they tracked the trail to a cottage on the forest's edge where smoke curled into skywriting only animals could read. Help, it spelled. Sorrow. Forgive. Inside, they found a girl named Marin tending her ailing grandfather, the prism glowing desperately above his bed as it tried to sustain his fading breath. "I thought it was just a pretty crystal," she wept, fingers stained with soil from digging up what she believed to be buried treasure. "The forest went quiet after I took it, but I was too frightened to bring it back." Here the story pivoted not on confrontation, but on shared breath. Pod anointed the old man's brow with dew as Wisp untangled the prism's light. Orlin dug up medicinal roots while Leela guided Marin's hands to weave apology garlands of ivy and milkweed. Together they carried the prism back to the moonlit grove beneath a symphony of owl song, Marin's grandfather walking unaided for the first time in months as the forest's magic seeped into his bones. The restoration ritual unfolded in hushed magnificence. Thalassa met them at the grove's heart, where stone pillars hummed with ancestral voices. As the prism slotted into its cradle of fossilized vines, the aurora borealis descended to earth, weaving new season threads from strands of Marin's hair, Leela's shed fur, and stardust shaken from Wisp's wings. Frost spiders emerged to stitch the tapestry with diamond silk, their webs capturing the first snowflakes of winter, even as autumn's final leaves performed their swirling farewell waltz. In the aftermath, balance returned, but deepened. Marin became the forest's first human steward, learning to interpret woodpecker messages and brew tea from Thalassa's herbal wisdom. The grandfather's restored health manifested in his carvings of woodland creatures that inexplicably moved their limbs when no one was looking. And Leela, curled now in Thalassa's hollow during the first true snowfall, marveled at how the silence between falling flakes carried its own kind of music. Seasons turned with renewed vigor. When spring arrived, cherry blossoms unfurled precisely as the hibernating bats needed nectar. Summer rains fell heaviest where fire-risk ferns grew thickest. And when the next blue moon rose, creatures from vole to valley spirit gathered at the moonlit grove not out of duty, but joy, to hear Marin play melodies on a flute made from the Eldertree's fallen branch, while Thalassa recited tales older than rivers, and Leela demonstrated the delicate art of dancing with shadows. The forest never spoke of the incident directly, but travelers who strayed into its depths sometimes reported peculiar comforts, a warm breeze guiding them to safety, unfamiliar constellations arranging into arrow shapes, or the unmistakable sensation that the very air around them had decided to be kind. And deep in the earth, where roots cradled the prism's eternal glow, the seasoned threads hummed a lullaby of continuity, reminding all who listened that broken things, when mended with care, often become stronger at the fractured places. Story 11. The amber light of late afternoon draped itself over the valley of Thistlemere like a quilt woven from sunset threads. In the thatched cottage at the edge of the village, young Corin traced his fingertips over the whorls of a wooden box that had sat untouched on his grandmother's mantelpiece for decades. Its surface felt alive beneath his touch, carved with symbols that shimmered faintly. A crescent moon embracing a cluster of oak leaves, a river curling around a mountain's base, and at the center, a lantern with 7 panes of glass. "It's time you learned why the willows weep silver at dawn," said Gran, her voice as soft as the woolen shawl around her shoulders. She pressed a weathered key into his palm, its bow shaped like an unfurling fern. "Our family carried the light before the village had a name. Follow the moon's path through the whispering wood tonight, and you'll find more than shadows among the trees." As twilight painted the sky in periwinkle and plum, Corin slipped through the cottage gate, the key warm against his chest. The willows lining the path bowed their branches as he passed, their leaves tinkling like distant wind chimes. He'd walked these woods 100 times, gathering mushrooms and kindling, but tonight the forest breathed differently, the air rich with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine, the moss beneath his boots glowing faintly where his shadow fell. Deep in the wood, where the trees grew close as cathedral columns, a stone archway materialized from the gloom, draped in ivy that rustled secrets in a forgotten tongue. Corin's pulse quickened as the key slid into a hidden keyhole with a click that echoed through the stillness. The archway shimmered, its stones melting away to reveal a descending stairway lit by foxfire lanterns, their pale blue light pooling on steps worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. 3 chambers awaited him below. The first held a circular room where constellations moved across the domed ceiling like liquid starlight. In its center stood a pedestal cradling a clay bowl filled with water so still it might have been glass. When Corin peered into it, the surface rippled to show not his reflection, but a village elder from long ago kneeling by a stream, weaving reeds into a crown while humming a tune Corin's grandmother often sang while baking oat cakes. "To remember," whispered the water as the vision faded, "is to carry the rain that nourishes new seeds." The second chamber smelled of parchment and pine resin. Shelves carved into the stone walls held scrolls bound with silk ribbons, their edges glowing with faint runes. As Corin brushed a finger over one, the ribbon unraveled of its own accord, revealing a map inked in mulberry hues. It depicted Thistlemere not as it was now with its tidy cottages and herb gardens, but as a gathering place where travelers from distant lands exchanged stories around bonfires that burned without smoke. A pressed forget-me-not fell from the scroll's folds, its petals still holding traces of cobalt blue. "Every journey begins where another ends," the map murmured, its rivers shifting like veins of silver thread. But it was the third chamber that stole Corin's breath. Vines heavy with star-shaped flowers climbed walls adorned with tapestries showing scenes of harvest feasts and quiet ceremonies. Hands clasped over a newborn's cradle, a shared cup passed between former rivals, a circle of children planting acorns in rain-softened earth. At the room's heart sat an ancient loom, its warp threads strung with filaments of moonlight. Hanging above it was a half-woven cloth depicting the very valley Corin called home, its threads shimmering between green and gold as if alive. "The weave of belonging," said a voice like rustling birch bark. Corin turned to find a figure emerging from the shadows, not quite human, her hair a cascade of autumn leaves, eyes the deep brown of freshly turned soil. She touched the unfinished tapestry where the village square should be. "Your great-great-grandmother left this threadbare, for she knew the pattern must grow with each generation. Will you add your strand, little guardian?" From her outstretched hand hung a spindle whorl carved with the same symbols as the wooden box. Corin hesitated, then tied a thread plucked from his own well-mended sweater. Homespun wool dyed with marigolds, the scent of Gran's garden clinging to its fibers. As the spindle dropped, the loom came alive, threads dancing to weave a new scene. Corin teaching village children to read the old runes, mending a neighbor's fence after a storm, placing the first maple seed of spring in his grandmother's palm. Dawn was painting the treetops with rose gold when Corin emerged from the archway, the wooden box now cradled gently in his arms. The willows wept their silver tears as he passed, but now he understood. Each glistening drop held the memory of starlight collected on summer nights, saved to guide wanderers home. Gran waited at the garden gate, her smile crinkling the corners of her twilight eyes. Together they opened the box to reveal not treasures of gold or gemstones, but simpler magic. A recipe for honey cakes written on a birch bark scrap, a child's first tooth wrapped in linen, a bundle of letters between lovers separated by war, their ink blurred by tears and time. That evening the village gathered in the square, where fireflies wove constellations above their heads. Corin placed the clay bowl from the first chamber on a stone table, filling it with water from the cedar bucket Gran brought. One by one the villagers stepped forward, the blacksmith whose hands shook from age, the twins who'd recently lost their mother, the new family from beyond the northern ridges. Each peered into the water and saw not just their own faces, but the faces of those who'd walked before them. Stonecutters and midwives, minstrels and millers, 1,000 lives threaded together like roots beneath an ancient tree. When the full moon rose, its light caught the 7-paned lantern from the carved box, casting prism patterns across the crowd. Corin hung it from the oldest oak, where it would burn with a flame that needed neither oil nor wick, a beacon for stories yet to be lived, and a reminder that heritage was not a relic to worship, but a garden to tend. As the villagers drifted homeward, their laughter soft as the evening breeze, Gran squeezed Corin's shoulder. "You've given them more than history tonight," she said, nodding to where a young girl paused to trace the symbols on the stone archway, now visible to all. Corin watched the child's finger follow the crescent moon carving. "I think," he said softly, "they've given it back to me." In the years that followed, the loom's tapestry grew richer, threads of saffron from the dyer's vats, strands of silvery goat hair from the high pastures, even a lock of bright red yarn from the toddling chief's daughter. And on quiet nights when the world seemed too large and lonely, the villagers would gather in the chambers below, reading aloud from the scented scrolls, or adding their own stories to the wooden box. They learned that legacy lives not in grand monuments, but in shared bread and mended quarrels, in lullabies hummed to fussy babes, in the patient teaching of hands that know how to nurture growth from stubborn soil. When Corin's own hair turned the color of frost, he took his grandson to the archway at midsummer twilight. Together they wound a new thread around the spindle, this one spun from the first cuttings of the boy's flaxen hair and the silk of a caterpillar's cocoon found on the solstice morning. As the loom clicked and hummed, weaving their joints strand into the ever-growing tapestry, the old man smiled. "Watch carefully," he whispered, pointing to where the newest threads shimmered into place. "This is where your story begins." Above them the lantern's 7 panes glowed warmly, casting light enough for all who sought to remember, to belong, and to begin again. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where willow branches trailed secrets in the mud and fireflies carried messages between roots, there existed a glade known only to those who listened with more than their ears. Here the air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and honeyed clover, and the earth breathed in time with the slow blink of owl eyes watching from cedar boughs. It was in this place that Fern, a young fox with fur the color of cinnamon at dawn, first noticed the trembling in the ferns. Each morning Fern patrolled the glade's edge where sunlight pooled like liquid amber, checking the veined leaves of the moonwort plants that kept the forest's dreams sweet. But today their edges curled inward, brittle as old parchment. A shiver traveled up her spine, not from cold, but from the absence of the Glade's usual chorus. The chatter of Pebble River frogs had quieted, and the wind carried no trace of the lilting songs sparrows usually traded at dawn. "Grandmother Ivy will know," Fern murmured, her paws sinking into cool, damp soil as she wove through towering fiddlehead ferns. The elder badger's burrow lay beneath the roots of the sentinel tree, an oak so ancient its bark had turned silver as starlight. Ivy's knowledge ran deeper than the tree's roots. She remembered when glaciers carved the first streams and taught the forest to sing. Inside the burrow, candle flower blooms cast buttery light over walls lined with pressed leaves and jars of preserved stardust. Ivy sat hunched over a loom woven from spider silk, her gnarled paws guiding threads the color of storm clouds and young grass. Without turning, she spoke. "The vein of autumn is thinning." Fern's breath caught. The vein, a ribbon of iridescent energy that flowed beneath the forest, shifting hues with the seasons, was the lifeblood of the whispering woods. In spring it pulsed emerald to coax seeds from soil. In winter it cooled to sapphire, tucking roots into slumber. But now, as the first maple leaves should have blushed crimson, the vein's gold was fading to ashen gray. "A blockage," Ivy rasped, squinting at a droplet of sap trembling on a cedar needle. "Where the vein passes through the stone pools. The water there mirrors the sky's heart. If it grows still, the seasons forget their rhythm." She pressed a weathered map into Fern's paws, inked on birch bark. "You must journey with the rain when it comes at moonrise, and take him." A soft snuffle came from the shadows. Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops even at noon. Known as the keeper of small paths, he could find the seam between shadow and stone. "We'll need the moths," he said, patting the woven reed satchel at his side. Inside, silvery Luna moth cocoons slept, their silk shimmering with dormant magic. The rain arrived as whispers, then sighs, then a steady hum that turned ferns into trembling harps. Fern and Bramble followed the swollen creek westward, where water slipped over rocks like black glass. The forest grew dense, canopies knitting together until moonlight fell in scattered coins. Strange signs emerged, a circle of mushrooms glowing faintly violet, a stand of birches leaning away from an unseen wind. "Here," Bramble whispered as they reached the stone pools, a chain of basins carved by ancient waters, now eerily placid. Fern crouched, her reflection rippling. The water was warm, though the night air bit with early frost. Deep below, a faint glow pulsed weakly, the vein choked by tendrils of oily darkness coiling like smoke. "Shadowroot," Bramble hissed. The parasitic plant grew only where stillness festered, feeding on forgotten magic. "It's anchored in the pool's heart. We must wake the moths." One by one, Bramble placed the cocoons on mossy stones. Fern hummed the tune Ivy had taught her, a lullaby older than the hills, each note plucking a dewdrop from ferns to sprinkle the cocoons. Silk split with sounds like unfurling petals. The moths emerged, wings pearlescent and wide as Fern's paw, antennae trailing sparks. They lifted in a spiral, casting prismatic light over the water. "Look," Bramble pointed. Where moth light touched the pool, the shadowroot recoiled. Fern plunged her muzzle into the water, biting through the viscous stems. They tasted of rot and regret, but with each mouthful, the vein's glow strengthened. The moths settled on her back, their wings fanning courage into her limbs. Suddenly, the water heaved. A figure emerged, not beast nor plant, but something woven from the pool's memory. The naiad of the pools, her hair a waterfall of algae, eyes twin abysses. "You stir what sleeps," she intoned, voice echoing with the weight of drowned stones. Fern's heart hammered, but she stood firm. The forest suffers, the vein must flow. The naiad's hand, cold as midwinter streams, brushed Fern's cheek. "Child of sunlight and running breezes, what do you know of depth, of silence?" "Nothing," Fern admitted. But I know that balance isn't stillness. Even shadows need light to exist. She gestured to the moths now darting around the naiad, weaving light into her form. The creature shuddered, algae hair brightening to jade. You remind me of the sky, the naiad murmured, her voice softening to a brook's chuckle. With a swirl of her hand, the remaining shadow root dissolved. The vein surged upward, a torrent of molten topaz, and the pools erupted in geysers that caught the moonlight, scattering rainbows through the mist. Dawn found Fern and Bramble at the glade's edge, weary but triumphant. The moonwort leaves had unfurled, dewdrops catching light like scattered diamonds. Birds tested tentative songs, and the air smelled of wet soil and imminent frost, proper autumn at last. At the sentinel tree, Ivy waited with acorn tea and a cloak of woven thistledown. You've mended more than the vein, she said, nodding to the forest floor. Where Fern's paws had trod, tiny bioluminescent fungi bloomed in fox-like pawprints, a trail of soft blue leading home. Years later, when Fern had pupils of her own, a curious rabbit who mapped the wind and a solemn owlet who collected lost whispers, they would gather at the stone pools during the equinox. The naiad would rise, her hair threaded with moth-wing patterns, and together they'd sing the lullaby that woke the cocoons. And deep below, the vein pulsed steadily, its song woven into every rustling leaf and trickling stream, a reminder that harmony lived not in perfection, but in the quiet, persistent work of listening. As the first snow of winter dusted the whispering woods, Fern would tell her students, magic isn't in the grand gestures, but in knowing when to bend like the willow, when to stand firm like the oak, and when to simply let the rain fall. And in the warm glow of the burrow, with moth wings flickering like captive stars, the forest dreamed on, a tapestry of small, sacred moments forever unfolding. Story 13. In the velvety folds of the Starspangle Valley, where fireflies danced with shadows and rivers hummed lullabies against smooth stones, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled into alphabet letters and lampposts grew fresh-baked cookies on their wrought-iron branches. Here lived a pocket watchmaker named Milo, whose cuckoo clock birds would flutter out to deliver secret messages in song, and a gardener called Thistle who grew marigolds that chimed like wind chimes when the moon rose. But our tale truly begins with a most peculiar fog that rolled in one apricot-colored twilight, a fog that turned laughter into soap bubbles and made everyone's shadows switch places with their reflections. Young Juniper, the baker's daughter with hair braided like challah bread, first noticed the mischief when her gingerbread men began marching off the cooling racks to dive headfirst into milk glasses. "They're supposed to wait for dipping," she exclaimed, chasing a cookie cavalry riding peppermint stick horses. Across the cobblestone square, old Bramble the librarian yelped as his spectacles turned his books into pop-up gardens, rosemary-scented paragraphs blooming right off the pages. The real trouble struck when the village's beloved Starberry Fountain, whose waters sparkled with constellations, and always knew exactly when someone needed a wish, started hiccuping great geysers of rainbow-tinted mist. With each sputter, something delightful inverted. Cats barked polite compliments while dogs meowed Shakespearean sonnets. The clock tower's hands began knitting a scarf around its brick belly, and every third step on the spiral staircases turned into temporary marshmallow. "This," declared Mayor Whifflepuff, her hat's tassels vibrating like agitated caterpillars, "calls for the council of curious minds." Soon the village's most inventive souls gathered in the honeycomb hall, where walls oozed golden light and floor tiles played hopscotch with visitors' feet. Milo arrived with a hat full of reverse-geared clockwork mice, Thistle carried a pot of snoring snapdragons, and Juniper brought emergency cinnamon rolls that sprouted edible glitter when bitten. "It's the fog of contrary magic," wheezed Bramble, emerging from a book that had literally swallowed him whole moments earlier. His beard now hosted a family of friendly fire salamanders who cheerfully toasted crumpets on their tails. Last occurred 327 years ago when the Moonlight archivists misplaced the compendium of cosmic balance. The solution, according to Bramble's newly animated beard creatures, required three ingredients: the sigh of a contented cloud, the rhythm of a shadow's heartbeat, and a chord from the symphony of smiles kept in the crystal caverns beneath Periwinkle Peak. Juniper immediately volunteered, clutching her basket of mischievous baked goods. "I'll fetch the cloud's sigh," she declared, accidentally unleashing a squadron of croissant-shaped kites that bobbed eagerly at the door. Thus our heroes set out, Juniper ascending in a hot air balloon woven from dandelion fluff and spider silk, Milo trekking to the caverns with a compass that pointed towards Giggles, and Thistle coaxing a grumpy cumulus cloud into a glass jar using jokes so terrible they became brilliant. Why don't skeletons ride roller coasters? They don't have the stomach for it. Adventures unfolded like origami birds taking flight. Juniper discovered the contented cloud napping atop Raindrop Ridge, its fluffy body snoring miniature thunderstorms. To capture its sigh, she traded stories of oven-warm kitchens and the way flour dust dances in sunbeams, until the cloud exhaled a whisper smelling of fresh linen and summer peaches. Meanwhile, Milo found the symphony of smiles guarded by Quartz Quartet 4 singing crystals, who demanded he fix their wobbly high C hash before surrendering a musical note. His solution: replace their faulty vibration with the purr of a contented clockwork cat, creating a harmony that made stalactites tap dance. Back in the valley, Thistle had her own challenges. The shadow heartbeat required synchronized moonbeam hopping with her own silhouette, which kept cheating by turning into giraffe shapes whenever she wasn't looking. "Play fair," she chuckled, finally catching it during a game of reverse hide-and-seek where the shadow hid behind a beam of sunlight. As the trio reconvened at the hiccuping fountain, Bramble revealed the final step. We must brew these elements under the stars while singing the forgotten verse of the Teapot Sonata. What ensued was perhaps the most gloriously absurd ritual ever witnessed in Starspangle Valley. Juniper conducted with a baguette baton, Milo operated a carrot flute, and Thistle's snapdragons provided backup vocals sounding suspiciously like a kazoo choir. The cloud sigh swirled with shadow rhythms and musical notes into a concoction that bubbled in 7 colors simultaneously. When poured into the fountain, the brew erupted not in rainbow mist, but in a shower of crystallized laughter that dissolved the contrary fog. The village's magic restored itself with extra whimsy lampposts now grew cookie bottoms that could be unscrewed to reveal tiny poems. Cats and dogs developed a delightful hybrid language of meow woofs, and everyone's shadows gained the charming habit of waving hello a moment before their owners did. As the reunited villagers celebrated with a feast where gravy flowed upward into floating meatballs and pudding quivered into temporary glass sculptures, Juniper noticed something new. The Starberry Fountain now had 2 basins, one for wishes, and one that periodically dispensed perfect pairs of mismatched socks. Because as Bramble's beard salamanders wisely toasted with their crumpets, a little organized nonsense keeps the universe properly balanced. That night, as the valley drifted to sleep to the lullaby of marigold chimes and cookie lamps dimming to buttery glows, the magic hummed contentedly. For it knew that in this corner of the world, where problems were solved with cinnamon and camaraderie, every tomorrow would dawn a little sweeter than the last, and that, dear listener, is how shadows learn to dance when no one's watching. Story 14. In the velvet-hued valley of Mossglow Hollow, where chimney smoke curled in cinnamon spirals and the cobblestones gleamed with perpetual dew, there lived a girl named Leela, whose pockets always carried thistledown and whose braids sparkled with caught starlight. The trouble began on an amber September twilight when the village's weather vane stopped spinning all at once. Not a single copper rooster or tin swallow twitched, though the wind still played hopscotch with maple leaves in the lanes. Old Mr. Bramble, who kept the tea shop where porcelain cups arranged themselves each morning, noticed it first. "The sky's been borrowing too much blue," he murmured, peering through spectacles fogged with chamomile steam. Haven't seen a proper cloud in 3 days, not one. Leela discovered the second oddity while gathering moon moss by Willowshade Brook. The water had started flowing upward. Tiny silver fish swam loops around her ankles as she stood knee-deep in the current, her reflection rippling upside down against the pebbles. A family of river otters clapped their paws in dismay from the bank, their carefully built rock dams floating skyward like disobedient kites. But the true mystery arrived that night. As Leela sat in her attic bedroom polishing a collection of wish keys, tiny iron things that unlocked nothing but dreams, she noticed the stars were listening. Not twinkling, but lining. Whole constellations bent toward Mossglow Hollow like curious daisies. When she opened her window, the North Star lodged itself in her hair with a soft ping, warm as fresh bread from the oven. "Troubleth in the weave," clucked a voice from the geranium box. A feathered shape resolved itself part sparrow, part dustmop, with spectacles made of acorn caps. Professor Wigglesnoot, the night librarian, adjusted his tiny eyewear. The stitcher's tapestry frays at the edges. "Walk with me, child." The tapestry in question hung in the clockwork tower, woven from dawn's first rays and the sighs of contented hedgehogs. Normally it shimmered with scenes of the valley's happenings misses. Nettle's pumpkin patch growing heart-shaped gourds, the weekly snail races down Larch Lane. But now its edges curled inward, threads snapping like harp strings. In the center glowed a dark smudge, spreading like ink in milk. "Observe the fractals," Wigglesnoot muttered, fluttering near a frayed corner. "Time loops here, gravity's gone peevish. Last week, young Timothy Butterpost aged backwards 3 years eating blackberry jam." Leela leaned closer. In the tapestry's troubled center, she glimpsed something glinting a shard of mirror. A frozen teardrop. Before she could tell, the tower's moon clock chimed, making the tapestry ripple. Stars swam across its surface like minnows. Their investigation began at dawn. Leela packed a basket with a compass that pointed to whatever you'd lost. 2 6-raisin scones, still murmuring recipes in their sleep. 3 a jar of preserved laughter, bubbly and gold as lemonade. 4 her best friend, a hedgehog named Pippin who wore waistcoats patchworked from dictionary pages. The compass spun thrice and settled, quivering, toward the whispering wood. They followed fern-crowded paths where trees hummed lullabies in slow, deep voices. Sunlight fell in honeyed shafts, heavy with pollen that made Pippin sneeze hacus. "Achoo, dew on spider silk," he apologized, blowing his nose on a handkerchief made from a lost grocery list. Deep in the wood, they found the gravity pool. It wasn't water, but a circle of less. Air warped like looking through old glass. Fallen leaves orbited lazily above it, and a family of rabbits hopped sideways around its edges, ears trailing like party streamers. In the center floated a creature. "Gloam," breathed Leela. The last gloam in Mossglow Hollow resembled a cross between an owl and a soap bubble, iridescent and trembling. Its wings, if they were wings, refracted light into colors no one had names for. But something was wrong. With each shuddering breath, the gloam pulsed darkly, and the woods sighed in sympathy. "Broken rhythm," said a voice like roots drinking. An ancient badger emerged, her fur woven with living ivy. Mother Larch, keeper of the wood's balance. Gloams dance between seconds, stitching reality's seams. This one's caught in a sorrow spiral. Pippin sniffed. "Why's it sad?" The badger's nose twitched. "Listen." They sat very still. Through the gloam's translucent body, they heard echoes. The clang of a blacksmith forgetting lullabies. A fledgling star losing its way home. The 7th sigh of a lonely turtle. each sorrow rippled outward, warping the world. Layla understood now the gloam wasn't causing the oddities, but absorbing them. Like a sponge soaking up spilled magic. But why? Gloams protect, Mother Larch rumbled. But this one's young, took too much weight too fast, now it's... She gestured with a claw, stuck between holding on and letting go. Leela recalled the village troubles, the frozen weather vanes, upside-down river, hungry stars. All symptoms of a world's gentle aches, magnified. She opened her jar of preserved laughter. The sound tinkled out, making bluebells sway. The gloam flickered dimly. Not enough, said Mother Larch. It needs. Shared burdens, Leela realized. In the tea shop, villagers always passed troubles like sugar cubes. What if we help carry what it's holding? So they built a listening circle: badger, girl, hedgehog, and sparrow librarian. Pippin distributed scones that tasted like answers to unasked questions. One by one, they touched the gloam's shimmering edges. Leela heard. The loneliness of the first frost. A forgotten promise to a tadpole. The ache of a bridge missing its river. She let the sorrows flow through her like rain through roots, then whispered, but the frost paints diamonds on every web. The tadpole became a frog who sings rain songs. The bridge holds memories of bare feet and fishing poles. Pippin, nibbling a scone, added, and raisins improve everything. Slowly, the gloam brightened. Villagers arrived, drawn by the compass's pull. Mr. Bramble brought tea that steamed in rainbow plumes. Children came with pockets full of cherry pits and secrets. Each shared a fragment of the gloam's burden, transforming sorrows into stories. As twilight deepened, the gloam rose whole and radiant. With a flutter that sounded like 1,000 pages turning, it unfolded reality's creases. Weather vanes spun joyously. Rivers remembered their course. Stars leapt back to their posts, the one stayed nestled in Layla's hair, whispering gossip about Jupiter's new hat. In the square that evening, as fireflies spelled out the day's events in glowing cursive, Mother Larch gifted Leela a thimble-sized bottle. Starlight and resilience, she said. For next time. There'll be a next time, Leela asked. The badger's eyes crinkled. Always, but now we know. She nodded to where the gloam danced above the rooftops, its light mending invisible seams. Even fragile things can hold infinite care, especially together. That night, as Mossglow Hollow dreamed in perfect hush, the tapestry in the clockwork tower glowed anew. There, woven in threads of mulberry and dusk, was a girl, a hedgehog, and a constellation of helping hands holding up the sky. Story 15. The amber light of late autumn afternoons had always felt like a whispered secret to Mira, as though the slanting sunbeams through the maple trees carried messages only she could hear. It was on such an afternoon, while rummaging through her grandmother's cedar chest in the attic, that she found the cloth-wrapped bundle tucked beneath a quilt stitched with constellations. The linen was brittle with age, and when she unfolded it, a pendant spilled into her palm, a disk of milky moonstone etched with spirals that seemed to shift like liquid when she tilted it toward the window. Her grandmother's voice, soft as dandelion fluff, floated up the stairs. That, she said, settling onto the attic's creaky floor beside Mira, belonged to your great-great-grandmother, a keeper of stories no one remembers anymore. She traced the pendant's grooves with a knotted finger. These marks aren't just decoration, child. They're a map to a place our family once called home. Mira's breath caught. She'd always felt unmoored in their little mountain town, where her dark curls and olive skin stood out like a raven among sparrows. The other children teased her for the lullabies she hummed in a language even she didn't know, melodies passed down from a mother who'd died when Mira was too young to memorize her face. Where? She whispered. Follow the river east, her grandmother said, pressing the pendant into her hand. Where the willows weep into the water, you'll find the path, but mind the silence. The old places don't reveal themselves to rushing feet. The next morning, Mira packed a satchel with oat cakes, a canteen of mint tea, and her sketchbook, its pages filled with drawings of the strange symbols that sometimes appeared in her dreams. The river glinted like a ribbon of crushed sapphires as she walked, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. When she reached the willow grove, their trailing branches stirred though there was no wind, and the pendant at her throat grew warm. A boy emerged from the green curtain of leaves, a shepherd, judging by the woolen cloak and the trio of speckled goats trailing him. "You're looking for the moon hollow," he said, not as a question but a statement. His eyes, the rich brown of freshly turned earth, held a spark of recognition. "I'm Kale. My granny told me someone might come." He led her to a mossy stone half buried in the river bank, its surface carved with spirals mirroring her pendant. When Mira pressed the moonstone against it, the ground trembled softly, and the river parted like a stage curtain to reveal a staircase of shimmering quartz. "They say only the keepers can wake the old roads," Kale said, grinning as the goats bleated encouragement. The stairs spiraled downward into a cavern, where bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls like clusters of tiny lanterns. The air smelled of damp clay and something sweeter, vanilla perhaps, or sun-warmed apricots. At the cavern's heart stood a circular door of weathered bronze, its surface inlaid with constellations Mira had seen on her grandmother's quilt. Kale produced a flute carved from elderwood. Granny said music remembers what words forget. He played a lilting tune that made the fungi glow brighter, and Mira found herself humming counterpoint, the melody tugging at her memory like a half-remembered dream. The door swung open without a sound. Inside lay a vaulted chamber where frescoes bloomed across the walls, women with baskets of starflowers, men charting celestial paths on parchment, children dancing around bonfires that cast shadows in the shape of winged creatures. At the room's center stood a pedestal holding a clay bowl filled with ink-black water. Mira's pendant pulsed like a heartbeat. When she peered into the bowl, the water rippled, showing not her reflection but scenes from long ago, a village carved into a mountainside, terraced gardens spilling down slopes, a library hollowed from an ancient tree. People who shared her strong nose and wide smile pressed hands against standing stones, their mouths moving in silent song. They were storytellers, Kale murmured, pointing to a fresco of figures painting murals inside a cave. Not just any tales, the kind that heal. See the herbs in their hands. They wove medicine into songs so people could carry cures in their hearts. A new image surfaced in the bowl, a storm swallowing the mountain, villagers fleeing with armfuls of scrolls as landslides swallowed their homes. A woman, Mira's ancestor, she knew instinctively, buried a chest beneath an oak tree before joining the exodus. The village fell, Kale said, but the stories didn't. My family's job was to wait. He nodded at her pendant. For yours. Dusk was painting the sky lavender when they emerged, the river closing its watery gate behind them. In Mira's satchel lay a scroll from the chest beneath the oak, its surface marked not with words but with knots of colored thread, a tactile language her fingers could somehow decipher. They didn't abandon their home, she said, voice thick. They planted it like a seed to grow somewhere new. Kale walked her back to the willow grove, where her grandmother waited with a lantern. That night, as the three of them sat by the hearth sipping rosehip soup, Mira understood why the old lullabies had always tasted of honey and thyme on her tongue. They were recipes, maps, histories. Now, when autumn light slants through the maples, Mira sits beneath them with Kale and the village children, teaching them to weave stories into friendship bracelets. The goats chew clover nearby as small fingers twist yarn into storm-cloud gray and sunflower yellow, each knot a syllable of the mountain's song. The pendant rests against Mira's chest, warm and alive, and in the quiet moments she swears it hums. Story 16. The Song of the Starlight Seeds. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-dusted mountains, where willows trailed their fingers in crystal streams and fireflies painted the dusk with gold, there lived a girl named Mira with eyes like twilight and a heart tuned to the whispers of the earth. Her home, the village of Wickerhaven, was a patchwork of thatched cottages and sunflower fields, where chimney smoke curled into stories, and every cobblestone remembered the tread of generations. But beyond the pastures, where the forest thickened into a tapestry of emerald and shadow, lay a secret only Mira had glimpsed, a hidden glen where the trees hummed lullabies and the air shimmered with the breath of forgotten magic. One evening, as Mira gathered chamomile beneath a sky streaked with apricot and plum, she noticed a peculiar sight, a trail of silver moss glowing faintly along the forest's edge, like a path of fallen stars. Compelled by a curiosity as old as the hills, she followed it, her boots sinking into the moss's velvet warmth. The trees leaned closer, their leaves rustling in a language she almost understood, until she emerged into a clearing where the world seemed to hold its breath. At the center stood a tree unlike any other, a towering elderwood with bark like braided moonlight and branches heavy with luminescent pods that pulsed like heartbeats. Beneath it, a small fox with fur the color of crushed violets sat waiting, its tail curled around a fallen pod. "You've come just in time," it said, its voice a melody of crackling parchment and wind chimes. "The starlight seeds are nearly ready to sing." Mira knelt, her breath catching as the pod in the fox's paws split open, releasing a swirl of light that danced like liquid silver. "What are they?" she whispered. "Memories of the sky," the fox replied. "Each seed carries a story older than the mountains, but their song is fading. The roots of the elderwood grow weak, choked by a shadow that creeps from the north. If the tree falls, the seeds will turn to dust, and the world will forget how to dream." The fox nosed the seed toward her. "You must carry this to the Well of Echoes, where the first starlight fell. Only there can the tree be healed." Mira's fingers closed around the seed, its light seeping into her palms like warm honey. "But how will I find the well? I don't even know the way." The fox blinked slowly, its eyes twin pools of amber. "Follow the sorrows of the earth. Listen for what the world has left unsaid." With that, it vanished into the underbrush, leaving Mira alone with the throbbing glow of the seed and a task heavier than the moon. The journey began at dawn, with Mira's cloak damp from dew and her satchel holding the seed, now nestled in a bed of thyme to muffle its light. The forest unfolded before her, a labyrinth of fern and shadow, where rivers sang in minor keys and stones murmured of long-ago rains. By midday she reached the edge of the Whispering Marsh, a vast expanse of peat and reeds where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like drowned lanterns. Here she met her first companion, a heron named Juniper, whose wings were gray as storm clouds and whose legs sank deep into the muck as he fished for tadpoles. "Lost, little one," he croaked, tilting his head. "Not lost," said Mira. "Seeking the Well of Echoes." Juniper's beak clacked softly. "Ah, then you'll need a guide who knows the language of bogs." He plucked a feather from his wing and offered it to her. "Hold this to your ear when the path divides. Marsh water tells no lies, but it loves to mislead." Mira tucked the feather into her braid, and together they picked through the sucking mud, where peat bubbles sighed secrets and pale flowers bloomed in the shapes of weeping faces. At a fork where two streams twisted like serpents, Mira pressed the feather to her ear and gasped. The left stream giggled, its voice cloying and sweet, while the right one sang a low, mournful hymn. "The sadder path," Juniper advised. "Joy here is often a mask." They chose the right fork, and the water deepened to ink black, carrying them on a raft of tangled reeds. Hours slipped by, the air thick with the smell of wet stone and decay, until the marsh spilled into a glassy lake. At its center stood an island crowned with a circle of standing stones, their surfaces etched with constellations. "The well lies beyond," Juniper said, "but the lake guards its secrets fiercely. Take care, child, what you seek here may seek you in return." As the heron faded into the mist, Mira waded ashore, the seed's light flaring brighter as if in recognition. But as she approached the stones, the ground trembled, and the water behind her surged into a towering wave, alive with jagged teeth of ice. Mira froze, the seed's warmth her only anchor, as the wave loomed. But before it could crash down, a voice rang out, a resonant, earthy sound that seemed to rise from the very rocks. Enough. The wave collapsed into a shower of droplets, and from the stones stepped a figure woven from moss and sandstone, a woman with hair of lichen and eyes like polished flint. "You carry a starlight seed," she said, her voice the rumble of a landslide softened by time. "Why?" "To save the Elderwood," Mira stammered. "To keep the stories alive." The woman studied her, then knelt, her stony hands cradling Mira's. "The Well of Echoes is no mere place. It is a moment, a breath between what was and what could be. To find it, you must surrender what you cling to most." Mira's mind raced. What did she cling to? Her mother's locket, tucked beneath her tunic. Her fear of never returning home. Before she could answer, the woman touched Mira's chest, and the locket's chain snapped, falling into the lake with a silvery plink. "Wait." Mira cried, but the woman was gone, and the island with her. She stood instead on a hillside under a sky bruised with twilight, the air sharp with the scent of snow. Before her stretched a village she did not recognize, its huts crumbling, its fields scorched. At the edge of a barren well, a girl no older than Mira knelt, weeping into her hands. Mira approached, her shadow stretching long in the eerie half-light. "What happened here?" The girl looked up, her face gaunt. "The well dried up, the rain stopped. We took too much, gave too little." She pressed a withered seed into Mira's palm. "Tell them to listen, tell them to balance." The vision shattered, and Mira stumbled back onto the lakeshore, her cheeks wet. The seed in her satchel blazed, and the path ahead glimmered, a thread of stardust leading into the mountains. Weeks melted into moons as Mira climbed, the air thinning to crystal. She befriended a colony of marmots who taught her to read the weather in the clouds, and a solitary snow leopard with a cracked tooth who guided her through passes slick with ice. All the while the seed's light waxed and waned, its song growing fainter as the Elderwood's time dwindled. At last, in a high valley where the northern lights rippled like silk, Mira found the Well of Echoes, a pool of liquid night, its surface reflecting not the sky but 1,000 overlapping scenes. A child's first laugh, a wolf's midnight hunt, a raindrop clinging to a spider's web. Kneeling, she placed the seed on the water, and the world shifted. The seed dissolved, its light spiraling into the depths, until the well overflowed with liquid starlight. Mira plunged her hands into it, and the visions surged, memories of deserts blooming, forests breathing, cities and wilds entwined like lovers. She saw the Elderwood's roots choked by tendrils of black mist and heard the fox's voice. "The shadow is born of imbalance. To heal the tree, you must heal the rift." When Mira opened her eyes, she was back in the glen, the Elderwood's branches sagging, its pods dim as guttered candles. But in her hands she held a vessel of starlight, its surface swirling with the wisdom of the well. Pouring it onto the roots, she whispered, "Grow, remember." The earth shuddered. The black mist recoiled, dissolving into smoke as the roots drank the light. The tree straightened, its bark gleaming anew, and the pods burst open in a symphony of color and sound, a cascade of stories weaving through the air, settling into the soil, the stones, the hearts of all who breathed them in. The violet fox reappeared, its fur brushed with silver. "You've done more than save a tree, Mira. You've mended a thread in the world's tapestry." In Wickerhaven, the villagers marveled at the dreams that now visited them. vivid tales of star whales and coral castles, of deserts that sang and mountains that danced. Mira returned not as a heroine, but as a quiet girl who smiled more often, her hands forever stained with starlight. She tended the Elderwood glen, now visible to all, and taught the children to read the stories in the wind. And on the coldest nights when the northern lights shimmered, Mira would sit by her hearth, the violet fox curled at her feet, and trace the faint scar on her palm, a reminder that even the smallest light could banish the vastest dark if one had the courage to listen. The end. Story 17. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honeyed rays of sun cling to the treetops like melted caramel, there exists a hidden path known only to those who still believe in the language of dandelion fluff and the secret songs of brooks. It was here, between the sighing birch trees wearing cloaks of ivy, that a girl named Marin first noticed the peculiar footprints glowing faintly in the moss-knot animal tracks, but perfect imprints of tiny stars, each one pulsing like a captured firefly. Her woolen scarf trailing like a scarlet comet behind her, Marin followed the celestial trail into the heart of the Whisperwood, where the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and something sweeter, like crushed blackberries and old parchment. The ordinary forest she knew transformed as twilight deepened. Ferns unfurled iridescent fronds that chimed like glass wind chimes, and pools of liquid moonlight gathered in hollows, their surfaces rippling with the passage of unseen swimmers. It was in this luminous gloaming that she met her first companion, a hedgehog whose quills were threaded with living vines, carrying on his back a tiny lantern fashioned from a hollowed acorn, its glow shifting between butterscotch and seafoam green. "Mind the stepping stones," the hedgehog rasped in a voice like rustling autumn leaves, nodding toward a stream where flat stones floated midair, suspended by nothing but the shimmering haze above the water. They remember rude footsteps. As Marin stepped lightly across the buoyant stones, each whispering a different musical note under her boots, she discovered their secret: the stones only held firm for those who paused to admire the bioluminescent fish darting beneath them, their scales casting prismatic patterns on the water's skin. Deeper into the woods, where trees wore bark like swirling marble and amber sap oozed in hypnotic patterns, Marin encountered the valley of slumbering giants. Towering mushroom caps formed a canopy overhead, their undersides dusted with phosphorescent spores that snowed gently upward instead of down. Here, enormous snail shells rested in cathedral-like formations, their spirals big enough to walk through. Inside one iridescent chamber, she found a colony of winged mice stitching quilts from cobweb silk and moth-wing patches, their needles flashing like minnows. "The frost winds come early this year," explained a mouse with thistledown eyebrows, pressing a quilt square into Marin's hands. "Will you tell the sky to wait?" It was this request that led Marin to the cloud spire, a spiraling column of mist and static that crackled gently at the forest's center. To climb it required balancing on ever-shifting vapor steps while holding the fragile quilt square aloft like a sail. As she ascended, the quilt caught stray breezes and untangled knotted winds, its patches absorbing the metallic taste of impending frost. At the spire's peak, she found not a stern weather spirit, but a shivering cloudling, a creature of swirling mist and owl-down feathers, trying desperately to knit itself a coat from storm scraps. Wordlessly, Marin offered the quilt square. The cloudling's resulting smile flashed like distant heat lightning as it wove the fabric into a billowing cloak that smelled of rain-washed earth. Her descent revealed the transformed valley. The mushroom canopy now glowed with captured sunset hues, the quilt patterns reflecting in the dewdrops that hung suspended like liquid chandeliers. The winged mice cheered with tiny cymbal clashes of their thimble hats, and even the snail shells seemed to hum with contentment. Yet the greatest marvel waited at the forest's edge. The starry footprints now glowed along every path Marin had traveled, forming constellations that told her journey in flickering silver lines. As dawn's first blush painted the horizon, Marin emerged from the Whisperwood clutching a seed pod gifted by the cloudling, its surface etched with miniature clouds that drifted across the shell. Planting it by her window back home, she watched it grow into a sapling with leaves that chimed in harmony with distant thunderstorms, its branches offering perfect perches for tired sparrows and the occasional hedgehog traveler. The ordinary world now thrummed with quiet magic. Puddles reflected unexpected colors, shadows sometimes moved in helpful ways, and the wind carried fragments of laughter from no discernible source. Yet whenever Marin glimpsed the Whisperwood at twilight, its trees swaying in patterns too graceful for mere wind, she understood the true lesson written in those starry footprints that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to walk gently through wonders, and that every act of curious kindness ripples outward like stones dropped in a moonlit pool, rearranging the world into softer, brighter shapes. Story 18. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in autumn sunlight and winter frost painted lace upon every branch, there existed a realm unseen by human eyes. Here, beneath canopies of emerald and gold, lived a community of creatures who tended the ancient rhythms of the world. Their paws knew the secret paths where moonbeams pooled like liquid silver, their wings brushed the pollen from dreaming flowers, and their voices hummed in harmony with the wind's oldest songs. One crisp morning, as the first blush of dawn tinged the sky peach and lavender, a young hedgehog named Thistle awoke to a troubling silence. The usual chorus of brook sprites giggling over pebbles had vanished. Frost clung to the ferns in odd, spiraling patterns, too early for the season, and the air carried a metallic tang, like a storm that couldn't decide whether to rage or retreat. Thistle's quills prickled as she shuffled from her moss-lined burrow, her nose twitching toward the scent of wilted bluebells. Something was stealing the forest's breath. She found her friend Juniper, a fox with fur the color of smoldering cinnamon, pacing near the cedar gate, an archway of twisted roots where the oldest tree in the woods kept watch. "The earth's gone cold beneath my paws," Juniper murmured, her tail flicking uneasily. "Even the stone folk have retreated deep into their caves." Thistle glanced at the granite statues nestled among the ferns, their usual mossy smiles replaced by grimaces. The stone folk had always been the forest's memory, their bodies etched with runes only the moonlight could read. If they hid, their imbalance was grave indeed. Together the pair sought counsel from Bramble, a badger whose stripes gleamed like polished coal and whose eyes held the patience of 100 winters. He dwelled in a warren lined with tapestries of woven roots, each not a story preserved from times when the stars sang louder. "Ah," he rumbled, tracing a claw over a tapestry depicting a tree with roots plunged into swirling galaxies. The veil between seasons frays, the stardust pool at the forest's heart grows still, too still. Without its ripples to guide the turning year, autumn cannot deepen and winter will arrive hollow. Thistle's breath formed a small cloud in the unnaturally chill air. How do we mend it? Bramble's gaze softened. The pool answers only to the celestial chorale, the gathering of creatures who remember the old harmonies. But the chorale hasn't assembled since the great frostblight lifetimes ago. You must summon them, the firefly maestro who conducts light, the brook's lullaby singer, the maple key dancers, and... He hesitated, ears flattening. The stag of 1,000 seasons, he who walks between the threads of time. Juniper's ears perked. The stories say he vanished when the first axe bit into the elder trees. And yet, Bramble said, unearthing a vial of amber liquid that glowed with captured sunlight, his hoofprints linger where the world is softest, where dawn meets twilight, where laughter ripples through still water. Seek the places where magic gathers like dewdrops. Their journey wove them through landscapes that seemed to breathe. In the Glimmerfin, where willows trailed their hair in water thick with bioluminescent algae, they found the firefly maestro, a venerable cicada whose wings hummed with 1,000,000 tiny lanterns. He agreed to join them, but only if they retrieved his lost baton from the Mudlung Bog, where greedy vapors had swallowed it whole. Thistle, using her quills to weave a net of spider silk gifted by a friendly orchard spider, dredged the baton from the muck, while Juniper distracted the bog's flickering willow wisps with riddles. At the Singing Stones, a meadow where monoliths hummed when the wind struck them just so, they discovered the brook's lullaby singer, a silver-scaled trout who leaped from waterfall to waterfall, her voice a liquid melody. She'd fallen silent, her gills clogged with a strange, oily moss. Thistle and Juniper scaled the slippery rocks to the spring's source, where they found a crack in the earth spewing gray sludge. Working together, they packed the fissure with clay and healing herbs from bramble stores, and as the water ran clear, the singer's voice rose again, sweet and strong. But the stag of 1,000 seasons remained elusive. Days passed, the forest growing paler, colors leaching away like ink in rain. Thistle noticed the changes first, maple leaves shedding their gold too soon, owls napping at noon, mushrooms blooming in perfect geometric circles, a sign the earth was rationing its magic. It was beside the weeping hollow, where the trees dripped sap like silent tears, that Thistle spotted a flicker of movement, a shadow too graceful for any common creature. She followed, Juniper padding close behind, until the underbrush opened into a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight. There stood the stag, his antlers a labyrinth of glowing filaments, each tip holding a tiny season, a blossom here, a snowflake there, a ripe berry elsewhere. His eyes were galaxies. "Little caretaker," he intoned, voice echoing like a distant thunderstorm, "you tread where even shadows fear to linger." Thistle bowed, her heart a drum. The veil phrase, the chorale must sing again. The stag lowered his head until his breath, warm as a summer breeze, cool as a mountain spring, brushed her face. The chorale's song is perilous. It requires sacrifice, a thread of your own story woven into the melody. Once given, it cannot be reclaimed. Juniper stepped forward, her tail brushing Thistle's quills. "We'll give it. The forest is our story." The night of the chorale arrived, crisp and heavy with anticipation. Creatures gathered around the stardust pool, now eerily motionless, its surface a mirror reflecting neither stars nor faces. The firefly maestro raised his baton, and the first note, a shimmering C-sharp, floated from the cicada's wings. The brook's lullaby singer joined in, her scales rippling with arpeggios. Maple key dancers spun, their winged seeds clicking like castanets, and Thistle felt the stag's presence behind her, ancient and immense. "Now," he whispered. Thistle closed her eyes and offered her memory, the smell of her mother's time-scented burrow, the joy of her first successful berry harvest, the comfort of Juniper's laughter during long rains. Juniper gave her sharpest wit, the cleverness that had outfoxed 1,000 traps. The stag's antlers blazed as he wove their gifts into the song. The pool stirred. Ripples spread, each crest bursting into a shower of cherry blossoms, fireflies, or autumn leaves. The veil shimmered, threads of seasons were knitting. Fall's spice deepened, winter's approach gentled, spring's promise glimmered beneath the frost. Around them the stone folk emerged, their faces smoothed into contented smiles, and the air hummed with the rightness of mended things. When the last note faded, Thistle felt lighter, as though she'd left a dream in the pool's depths. Yet her heart swelled seeing the forest restored, icicles tinkling like wind chimes, otters sliding down thawing streams, the stone folk murmuring tales of the chorale to any creature who'd listen. The stag inclined his head. "You've learned what all stewards must. Balance requires both holding and releasing. Tenderness is a kind of strength." As years turned, Thistle grew into her role as a keeper of the veil, her quills dusted with starlight from annual chorales. Juniper's pelt silvered, but her laugh remained, echoing through valleys whenever the wind grew weary. And on the coldest nights, when the northern lights danced, children of the forest whispered that the stag's antlers glimmered with new seasons, tiny threads of stories yet to unfold, each a promise that as long as kindness endured, the world's song would never fade. Beside the ever-rippling pool, where dragonflies traced constellations on the water, a new tapestry grew in Bramble's warren. There, woven in moonlit ivy and memories, was a hedgehog and fox, forever mid-journey, forever home. Story 19. The air in the Glimmerwood Observatory hummed with the soft vibration of 1,000 distant stars. On the highest observation deck, where the transparent dome revealed the swirling lavender nebula outside, a small figure hunched over a flickering console. Zara, with her velvety indigo fur fluffed against the station's perpetual chill, adjusted the silver goggles over her amber eyes. Her three-fingered hands trembled as they hovered above the controls, not from fear, but from the electrifying discovery she'd made in the comet tail data. Across the galaxy, in a cavernous docking bay filled with the scent of ionized mercury and singing quartz crystals, a hulking reptilian engineer paused mid-weld. Threx's diamond-shaped pupils contracted as the translated message from Glimmerwood Station pinged against his tympanic neck scales. The characters on his wrist display shimmered, urgent, comet collision course with LYRAN nesting grounds. His forked tongue flicked out, tasting the metallic air thoughtfully. The Lyran were his people's oldest adversaries, but the hatchling nurseries lay directly in the path. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstandings. When Threx's angular warship materialized in the observatory's docking ring, Zara mistook the hissing steam vents for weapons charging. She barricaded herself behind a wall of floating holographic charts, her whiskers twitching as she activated the station's defense protocols. Threx, seeing the shimmering barrier as a Lyran energy shield, nearly retracted his ship's boarding ramp until the scent reached him, not combat pheromones, but the sharp tang of fear mixed with the floral musk of Glimmerwood's oxygen gardens. "Wait," rumbled Threx in his native tongue, the words translated by his collar unit into soft chimes. He pressed a clawed hand against the observation deck's viewing glass, where the first icy fragments of Comet Carrion 7 glittered in the distance. "You tried to warn them, even knowing what they did to your people during the Nebula Wars." Zara's ear tufts flattened. She deactivated the barrier one shimmering segment at a time. "The nurseries are full of kits who didn't choose any wars," she said, her voice like wind through copper leaves. "Just like your engineers didn't choose to bombard my homeworld when your leaders mistook solar flares for attack formations. For 3 cycles, they worked in uneasy silence beneath the dome's star-streaked canopy." Threx's massive frame seemed to absorb the light, his obsidian scales drinking in the glow from Zara's holographic projections. She learned to read the subtle ripples along his spinal crest: frustration when the comet's trajectory resisted correction, satisfaction when her acoustic resonance calculations aligned with his thermal redistribution models. He discovered she collected stardust in glass orbs that chimed when shaken, and began leaving carefully polished asteroid fragments near her workstation. The crisis came during the final alignment. As Threx manipulated the station's gravitational tethers and Zara harmonized the frequency emitters, the comet's icy core began singing. The sound shattered Threx's translation collar and froze Zara's instruments mid-calculation. "Tajeng Zai Gu Tong," Zara breathed, her native tongue slipping through as the comet's vibrations resonated in her hollow cheekbones. She pressed her palms against the freezing observation glass. Not just ice, memories, 1,000 generations of cosmic journeys encoded in crystalline matrices. Threx didn't need translation. The low-frequency pulses made his thoracic cavity vibrate in a rhythm older than language. "It's afraid," he realized. The comet wasn't attacking, it was fleeing. Somewhere in the dark between galaxies, something had scarred this ancient traveler. They worked feverishly as the station's alerts blared. Zara's claws clicked against thruster controls redesigned for her smaller hands, while Threx's seismic charges spun in intricate patterns only his kin could calculate. When the comet's fragmented core finally veered safely into the welcoming pull of a gas giant's atmosphere, it left behind a shimmering trail of gratitude ice crystals that bloomed into momentary flowers as they melted in the planet's warmth. In the exhausted quiet that followed, Zara found Threx studying her wall of stardust orbs. His claw hovered over a particularly luminous specimen containing ashes from the supernova that had birthed both their species' homeworlds. "Your people believe these carry memories," he observed. "And yours." Threx opened a compartment in his chest armor, revealing a slowly crystallizing magma shard. "We carry our history in stone, yours float, ours sink." His throat ridges pulsed in what she'd learned was the Draxan equivalent of a smile. Perhaps both can tell truth. When the Lyran commanders arrived not with weapons, but with saplings from their crystalline nurseries, they found the two unlikely allies asleep beneath the dome. Zara curled in the warm hollow between Threx's shoulder spines, her fur dusted with glittering residue from the comet's parting gift. Threx's massive tail formed a protective crescent around the workstation, where Lyran and Draxan symbols now scrolled side by side, detailing a new method of reading celestial bodies through combined sonic and thermal signatures. The saplings were planted where the comet would have struck. Over time, they grew into a forest where light fractured into rainbows through Lyran crystal leaves and Draxan ironwood bark, their roots intertwined deep below the soil. Visitors from 100 worlds come to hear the wind chimes hanging from the branches, some glass, some stone, all singing the same story of how the universe's oldest language isn't mathematics or warfare, but the quiet courage of reaching across the dark. As for our two companions, you'll find them still orbiting the edges of known space, their modified station now brimming with hybrid technology that defies categorization. Sometimes, if you pass by during the quiet hour between gamma-ray bursts and pulsar songs, you'll catch their signals crossing the void. Zara's stardust chimes, harmonizing with Threx's lithic resonance pulses, a duet that reminds all who hear it. In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, even the most different threads can weave warmth against the cold. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turn to stained glass in autumn sunlight and frost painted secret messages on winter stones, there lived a guardian older than the first snowfall. His name was Sorrel, a fox whose russet coat held glimmers of copper when he trotted through shafts of dawn light, and whose eyes carried the quiet knowing of root systems threading deep beneath the earth. Each morning he pressed his paw to the mosskeeper's stone, a lichen-crusted monolith where the forest's breath pooled in dewdrops, to listen for the land's murmurs. One crisp September dusk, as goldenrod swayed in honeyed light, Sorrel noticed the fireflies' dance had grown erratic. Their usual constellations, which mapped out the hour's rhythm above the Cadale marshes, flickered like scattered stardust. Beneath his paws, the soil hummed a dissonant tune. "The balance shifts," warned a voice like wind through reed pipes. It belonged to Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills held tiny lanterns woven from milkweed silk and trapped moonlight. She emerged from a thicket, her nose twitching. "The willow's tears have stopped flowing." All creatures knew the willow's tears. A silver brook born from the great sentinel tree's roots sang the forest's lullabies. Its waters, cool as polished quartz, carried dreams between seasons. Now its bed lay parched, leaving cracked earth where minnows once shimmered like liquid mercury. Sorrel's whiskers trembled. "We must consult the stargazer," he said. Their journey led them through corridors of birch trees, whose peeling bark revealed faint constellations scratched by ancient claws. Bramble's lanterns cast trembling shadows as they climbed the thistleback hills, where the air smelled of pine resin and impending rain. At the summit stood Thalia, an owl whose feathers held the pearlescent sheen of twilight. Her nest was woven from storm cloud tufts and stories passed beak to beak over centuries. The sentinel's heart weakens, Thalia hooted, her gaze piercing the veil between worlds. Its roots cradle the first seed from which all green things grew, but the storm's the angry winds from beyond the mountains. She spread her wings, revealing patterns that mirrored the forest's vein-like rivers. The seed's song falters, without it the seasons will unravel. As if summoned by her words, thunder growled in the distance. The forest darkened under bruised purple clouds. Sorrel remembered tales of the first seed, a living emerald that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, hidden where earth and sky entwined. "How do we mend it?" he asked. "Follow the moonfern's glow," Thalia whispered. "But take care, what withers the seed is no ordinary blight." By nightfall the companions reached a glade where moonferns spiraled upward, their fronds emitting a soft cerulean light. In the clearing center stood the sentinel tree, an oak wider than 20 badger burrows, its branches cradling star clusters. But its leaves hung limp, and sap oozed black from cracks in its bark. At its base yawned a hollow filled with whispering shadows. Bramble's lanterns dimmed. The shadows there eating the light, she realized. Indeed, tendrils of darkness crept upward, leaching color from the moss. Sorrel approached, each step heavier as if the air itself resisted him. Deep within the hollow he spied a green glow, the first seed, but its light flickered weakly, ensnared by Inkai vines. "We need the cleansing rains," said a voice like trickling water. A creature emerged, pondshine, a turtle whose shell was inlaid with aquamarine river stones. They're born when earth and sky weep together, but the storm above is wild, untethered. It'll flood the valleys if unleashed. Sorrel gazed upward. Lightning fractured the sky, but no rain fell. The clouds hoarded their fury. An idea sparked. "The fireflies," he said. "Their light once guided lost rains home, if we can make a beacon bright enough." Bramble nodded, already plucking lanterns from her quills. "We'll need every glimmer in the woods." Through the tempest-dark night, the forest awoke. Otters strung bioluminescent mushrooms along reed banks. Moths carried pollen that burst into tiny sparks when scattered. Deer lent their antlers as racks for Bramble's growing collection of lanterns. At the sentinel's base, creatures formed a chain, passing droplets of nectar, morning dew, and sap to mix a potion in an acorn cup. As the first lightning bolt split a cedar, Sorrel climbed the sentinel's roots, the acorn cup clenched in his teeth. Shadows lashed at him, cold as forgotten graves. His muscles burned, but the faces below, hopeful, fierce, pushed him onward. At the hollow's edge, he poured the potion onto the first seed. A hum resonated, deep, primordial. The seed flared, its light cascading through the sentinel's veins. In the sky, fireflies amassed into a swirling helix of gold. The storm clouds paused, then began to weep, not with destructive fury, but with the gentle release of held breath. Rain, clear and sweet, kissed the parched earth. Shadows dissolved. The sentinel's leaves turned jade green again as its roots drank deeply. Below, the willow's tears bubbled back to life, carrying fresh dreams downstream. When dawn came, dappling the forest in peach and lavender, the creatures gathered at the moss-keeper's stone. Thalia alighted beside Sorrel. "The balance is restored," she said, "but remember, it's not the grand gestures that nurture magic. It's the keeping of small promises, listening to soil, tending the fragile lights, and remembering we're threads in the same tapestry." Years later, when new guardians took their posts, they'd hear tales of the night the forest became its own beacon. And in stormy seasons, when clouds growled like restless beasts, fireflies would still dance in spirals, a reminder that even the wildest tempest could be gentled by collective glow. As for Sorrel, he often sat at the sentinel's base, watching saplings rise where shadows once crept. The first seed's pulse thrummed steadily beneath his paws, a lullaby older than time, soft, persistent, and infinitely patient, like the turning of the world itself. Story 21. In a village hugged by ancient pines and crowned with perpetual autumn leaves, there lived a young bookbinder named Leela, whose hands could mend torn pages but whose heart feared turning chapters. Her cottage crouched at the wood's edge, its stone walls hung with drying lavender, its windows forever smudged where she pressed her nose to watch the unchanging forest. Each morning she traced the same path to town, past the brook that sang in C-sharp beneath the oak with roots like gnarled fingers, finding comfort in how the crimson maple leaves never fell, the tea in misses. Thornberry's cup perpetually steaming, the hands of the clock tower forever fixed at 9:17. The trouble began when frost bloomed on Leela's windows, one October dawn. Not ordinary frost, but patterns resembling eyes, wide and curious, that melted into dew when she gasped. That same afternoon, the village elders announced the Moonfire Festival, a tradition dormant for decades. "Time wakes again," said Elder Bramble, his beard threaded with bioluminescent moss. The stilled clock must chime, the route roads must be walked, and he hesitated, looking at Leela. Someone must brew the first light tea. Leela's stomach clenched. Change had curled its tendrils around her quiet world. The brook now babbled unfamiliar melodies, the oak's leaves showed gold edges, Mrs. Thornberry's tea went cold by noon. Worst of all, townsfolk kept gifting Leela peculiar items, a thimble of starlight, a cinnamon stick that hummed, until Hazel, the apothecary, explained. "They believe you're this year's light-bearer, dear, the one who guides the transformation. But I don't want to transform anything." Leela protested, clutching her frayed satchel of book-mending tools. Hazel smiled, steam from her kettle sculpting owls in the air. "Perhaps the magic wants to transform you." That night the Frost Eyes returned, now accompanied by whispers. Leela followed them into the woods, her lantern painting shadows that scampered like shy creatures. Deep in the pines she found a fox, not red but silver-blue, its tail tipped with something glowing. It led her to a glade where trees grew upside down, roots cradling crystal cocoons. One pulsed faintly. "They're waiting," said the fox. Leela nearly dropped her lantern. "You talk. Only when listeners truly hear." The fox tilted its head. "Your cocoon's been quiet too long. I don't have a—" But there it was between two birches, a translucent husk shaped like her shadow, dormant. When she touched it, images flickered. A girl reading under blankets, a sapling protected from storms, stories kept safe but never shared. The fox, Ember it said its name was, showed her route roads, subterranean paths where memories grew as glowing fungi. "You've walked these before," Ember noted as Leela recognized her own footprints preserved in amber resin. "Always circling, never digging." Over weeks between book-mending chores, Leela returned to the Glade. Hazel supplied tea that made Leela's fingertips spark when handling magic ingredients. Mrs. Thornberry taught her to stir intentions into mixtures, clockwise for keeping, widdershins for changing. Elder Bramble revealed the stilled clock's secret. Its frozen hands were mirrors. "What you've avoided seeing holds the key," he rasped. The crisis came when route roads began collapsing. Ember arrived at Leela's cottage panting, blue fur matted with phosphorescent mud. The cocoons are dimming, without someone's metamorphosis, the forest. In the upside-down glade, Leela found her crystal shell cracked, leaking silvery smoke. The other cocoons, once vibrant, had gone matte. She pressed hands to her dormant form, remembering Hazel's words. "Magic mirrors the heart's weather." "I'm afraid," she admitted to the listening trees. "What if changing means losing myself?" A cocoon above her split open. Instead of a creature, out floated a memory. Leela at 7, refusing to climb the peach tree, then weeks later savoring sun-warmed fruit from a friend's hands. the forest sighed through pines. Ember nuzzled her palm. Roots grow in darkness so blossoms can meet the light. On the festival's eve, Leela brewed the first light tea, not in Hazel's cauldron but her own chipped pot. She added cinnamon that hummed courage, starlight for wonder, and a maple seed from her deepest pocket. As villagers drank, the stilled clock chimed 13 times. Leela's cocoon erupted, not into a butterfly but 1,000 pages that swirled into a book, landing gently in her hands. Its title: The Girl Who Mended Herself. Now the forest shifts seasons, but so gently you might miss it unless you're watching. Leela still mends books, but sometimes pauses to pen new stories. Her cottage windows stay smudged from pressing against them, but now she looks outward with tea that changes flavor hourly, laughing when the brook sings a jazz tune. And if you wander the root roads, you'll find a new path, smooth stones leading to a glade where crystal cocoons pulse like heartbeat, tended by a girl and her fox, always ready with a story about how growing roots doesn't mean forgetting your leaves. The end. Story 22. The Whispering Teapot. In a village where chimney smoke curled into stories and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a girl named Mira with rain-cloud-colored eyes and a pocket full of questions. Her home, a cottage with a roof like a slouched hat, stood at the edge of a forest that murmured in its sleep. It was here one amber afternoon that Mira discovered a teapot in the attic, a humble thing with a chipped spout and patterns like winding ferns. But when she brushed dust from its surface, the teapot hummed and the room filled with the scent of forgotten summers. Oh, Mira breathed as the teapot's lid trembled. From its spout poured not tea but time, a liquid shimmering like mercury and honey. It pooled in the air, showing glimpses of yesterday, her mother laughing as a girl, a long-ago bonfire's embers, a clockwork songbird that once lived in the walls. But as Mira reached to touch the visions, the teapot sputtered, and the memories dissolved like sugar in rain. That night, a knock came at the door. On the step stood a badger in a patched waistcoat, squinting through spectacles balanced on his snout. "Name's Bramble," he said, paw clasping a screwdriver made of maple twig. "You've awakened the chrono kettle. Trouble is, it's missing its gears, see here." He tapped the teapot's belly, where 3 hollow spaces gleamed. Without them the past unravels, the present grows restless, in the future, well, best not to dwell. We'll need stardust, a dewdrop from the first dawn, and a thread from the loom of hours. Also biscuits. I'll handle the biscuits. So began their journey, Mira cradling the teapot, Bramble muttering about quantum marmalade, into the whispering wood. Trees leaned close, leaves rustling secrets in languages only roots understood. By a creek that sang lullabies they met Pip, a starling with feathers like ink blots, who'd lost her song to a careless wind. "I'll guide you," she chirped, "if you promise to find my melody. It's stuck in a thimble, I think, or a thundercloud. Memory's slippery that way." Their first challenge came at the Bridge of Questions, a fragile arch of crystal spanning a ravine. "Cross only by answering rightly," intoned the bridge, its voice like creaking parchment. "What grows lighter the more you sorrow?" Mira hesitated. Tears. The bridge groaned. Incorrect. Bramble adjusted his spectacles. A heart, heavy with grief, yet lighter when shared. The crystal brightened and they passed. Deeper they wandered, where shadows pooled like spilled ink. The stardust was guarded by moths who wove constellations into their wings. Pip charmed them with half-remembered tunes until they gifted a pinch of starry powder. The dewdrop hung in a spider's web above a tulip that never fully bloomed. Bramble repaired the flower's frozen clockwork heart, and the spider let the dewdrop fall like a diamond tear. But the loom of hours dwelled in the cave of echoes, where every step echoed a lifetime. There in the trembling dark, Mira faced a loom threaded with moments, her 5th birthday's candle smoke, her father's voice before he sailed away, the loneliness of first snow. The loom's keeper, a woman with hair like smoke and eyes like hourglasses, warned, "Take a thread and you'll leave a memory in its place. Choose wisely." Mira's fingers hovered over radiant threads, triumphs, laughter, first friendships, but she chose instead a humble gray strand, the day she'd broken her mother's favorite vase and they'd glued it back together, giggling through apologies. "This is where I learned kindness can mend things," she said. The keeper smiled and the loom sighed like a contented child. With all 3 gears restored, the teapot's song returned, a warm ticking purr. But as they celebrated with Bramble's lavender shortbread, Pip's lost melody swooped down from the clouds, tangled in a scrap of thunder. It fit into her throat like a missing puzzle piece, and she sang a tune that made willows dance and stones blush. Back home, Mira placed the teapot on the hearth. Now, when poured, it showed not just the past, but the present. Her mother stitching a quilt, Bramble tinkering with a moonlit engine, Pip conducting a symphony of crickets. The future remained a gentle mist, but sometimes, just before dawn, Mira swore she saw hints of her grown self tending a garden where clockwork roses bloomed beside ordinary daisies. Years later, villagers would speak of the house where time curled contentedly by the fire, and a woman who served wisdom with a side of gingerbread. But to Mira, the true magic was learning that time wasn't a river to chase or a cage to fear. It was a teacup, best sipped slowly, with friends who helped you gather the spilled drops. And if you listen closely on quiet evenings, you might hear the teapot's whisper, weaving the smell of burnt toast and forgiveness, the sound of starling serenades, and the warmth of hands that mend what's broken into something even stronger. Story 23. The Whispering Music Box. In a cottage nestled between frosted pines and a brook that sang lullabies year-round, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Leela with hair the color of storm clouds and eyes that held the quiet wonder of unread books. Her dearest possession was a music box left by her grandmother, an oak-carved treasure with a dancing owl on its lid, its surface etched with constellations that shifted when no one was looking. The box only opened for Leela's touch, releasing a melody that smelled of crushed mint and autumn rain, a song that made the firelight sway in time. One twilight, as Leela wound the brass key, the music faltered. The owl's wings stiffened mid-twirl, and instead of notes, a whisper slipped out. "Find the valley of breathless clocks before the moon forgets its name." The cottage walls seemed to lean closer, the shadows knitting themselves into a map across the floorboards, a path leading deep into the Wolfsbane woods, where trees were said to hold conversations in root language. The first note. Leela packed a satchel with gingerbread stars and a vial of starlight collected from the first frost. At the forest's edge, she encountered a fox whose fur shimmered like oil on water, one paw raised hesitantly. "You hear the clocks, too?" it asked, voice like wind through a keyhole. Its name was Fen, and it wore a tiny copper collar engraved with Second Keeper. Fen explained that the valley was a place where time pooled in liquid silver, tended by creatures who'd misplaced their purposes. "But the clocks are falling silent," Fen fretted, tail brushing patterns in the dirt. "Without their ticking, the valley will unravel." Together, they navigated tunnels woven from spider silk and bridges made of solidified song. The woods peeled back to reveal the valley, a hollow where willows dripped amber hourglasses instead of leaves, and butterflies carried minute hands on their wings. But the scene was fraying. Clocks lay dormant in the grass, their gears clogged with moss, and the air hung heavy with the scent of forgotten birthdays. The broken rhythm. In the valley's heart stood the Grand Chronos, a clock tower with a face made of moonstone, its pendulum cracked down the middle. A figure emerged, an elderly badger in a waistcoat patched with sundial fragments. "I'm Tamsin, last winder of the West," she rasped, adjusting spectacles that showed different times in each lens. The clock stopped when the memory thief stole the heartspring. She described a crystalline pool where the valley's memories were stored, now hidden by the thief in a maze of frozen moments. Leela noticed Fen trembling. "You know the thief," she murmured. The fox's ears flattened. "It used to be my friend. We kept time together, until it grew bitter, blaming memories for its loneliness." Guilt threaded Fen's confession. He'd once laughed at the thief's fears instead of comforting them. The maze of stillness. The journey to the Heartsprings prison took them through paused scenes, a raindrop suspended mid-fall, containing a child's laughter, a campfire frozen mid-crackle, its smoke forming half-written poems. The thief awaited them, a shadowy hair with eyes like tarnished pocket watches, standing guard over a pulsing prism. "Memories are anchors," it hissed. "Cut them loose, and nothing can hurt you." But Leela stepped forward, the music box humming in her hands. "Anchors can also hold us together." She played the melody, this time pouring her own memories into the notes, her grandmother's hands teaching her to knit clouds into scarves, Fen's laughter as they'd raced through meadows, even the thief's earlier kindness, revealed in a glimpsed memory of it mending a wounded owlbird. The music wove around the thief, softening its edges. "You're not alone," Leela whispered. "Neither was I," the thief admitted, tears melting the ice around the heartspring. The restored song. Returning the prism to the grand chronos, Leela watched the valley bloom back into rhythm, clocks sprouting new hands, willows shedding amber to reveal fresh green beneath. Fen nuzzled the thief, now a hare with opal eyes, as Tamsin presented Leela with a gift, a tiny gear from the mended pendulum, warm as a heartbeat. "Time needs both remembering and forgiving," the badger said. As Leela returned home, the music box's owl danced freely again, its song now layered with the valley's harmonies. She understood now that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to tend fragile things, broken clocks, wounded hearts, friendships that needed mending. Curled by her fireplace, she smiled as the constellations on the box rearranged into new stories, each one beginning with, "Once there was a girl who learned." And in the Wolfsbane woods, if you're very quiet, you might hear two laughs, one liquid silver, one like wind through gears, dancing beneath the breathless clocks. Story 24. The amber light of dusk settled over Willowbrook like a quilt stitched with fireflies, painting the cobblestone paths in hues of burnt sugar and honey. In a cottage where rosemary climbed the stone chimney and the scent of cinnamon lingered in the curtains, a young baker named Leela wiped flour from her hands, her gaze drawn to the old oak tree at the edge of the village square. Its gnarled branches whispered secrets to the wind, and tonight they seemed to hum a peculiar melody, a tune that tugged at the edges of her memory, though she couldn't say why. Layla's fingers trembled as she opened her grandmother's recipe box, searching for the card labeled Moonbeam Marzipan. But instead of faded ink, her hand brushed against something cold and metallic, a tarnished silver locket shaped like a teardrop, its surface etched with constellations she didn't recognize. When she pressed the clasp, the locket sprang open, releasing a shimmering mist that swirled into the shape of a fox with eyes like molten gold. "You've found the Lumen lock," the fox said, its voice a ripple of autumn leaves underfoot. "The veil of thistledown needs a keeper with hands that mend instead of break. Will you follow the starlight road?" Before Leela could answer, the cottage filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth and distant thunderstorms. The walls dissolved into a tapestry of willow branches and fireflies, and she found herself standing on a path paved with crushed moonstones, their pale glow warming her bare feet. The fox trotted ahead, its tail flicking toward a horizon where trees grew upside down, roots cradling clouds like cotton blossoms. "Wait, what's your name?" Leela called, clutching the locket. The creature paused, moonlight pooling in its fur. "In your tongue I am Kale, but names are slippery things here. Best hold yours close." The journey unfolded like a pop-up book of wonders. They crossed bridges spun from spider silk, where each thread hummed a different note when touched. They drank from springs that bubbled up in glassy pillars, the water tasting of whichever memory your heart held dearest. For Leela, it was her grandmother's voice singing lullabies while kneading dough. Yet beneath the beauty lurked a quiet sorrow. Flowers along the path wilted as they passed, petals curling inward as if shielding themselves, and the farther they traveled, the more the air thickened with the tang of rusted metal. "The veil is bleeding," Kale explained when Leela knelt to revive a cluster of sagging bluebells. Its guardian fell into a century's sleep, and without her song, the balance unravels. Can't someone wake her? The fox's ears flattened. The spell was cast by her own hand, to protect the veil from a storm of sorrow she could not bear. To wake her, one must weave a new song from threads of courage and compassion, a task that requires. Kale hesitated, nose twitching. We're being followed. A shadow detached itself from a birch tree, a boy with hair the color of tarnished pennies and a cloak stitched with feathers. He moved like smoke, his boots silent on the moonstone path. In his hands gleamed a dagger made of black ice, its edge weeping droplets that hissed against the ground. "Thief," Kale growled, fur bristling. "That blade is not yours to carry, Corbin." The boy's smile didn't reach his mercury-colored eyes. "The Guardian's heart holds a shard of the first star. With it, I'll mend what was taken from my people." He tilted his head at Lila. "You don't even know what the Lumen Lock truly is, do you? It's not a key, it's a cage, and you're leading us straight to its prisoner." The vale of thistledown lay in a valley shaped like a teardrop, its meadows choked by creeping vines that pulsed like veins. At its center stood a tree of living crystal, its branches cradling a woman whose hair flowed into the roots below. The Guardian's face was serene, but her hands clutched a glowing orb to her chest, a star fragment swirling with storms. Corbin lunged forward, but Leela threw herself between him and the tree. The ice dagger grazed her arm, and pain flashed hot as spilled candle wax. Yet instead of blood, luminescent threads seeped from the wound, weaving a shield of light that sent Corbin stumbling back. "The lock chooses its keeper," Kale murmured, wonder softening his voice. "You're not just holding it, you're bonded to it." Leela stared at the threads dancing around her fingers. They hummed the same melody the oak tree had sung. "This locket, it's part of her, isn't it?" She nodded at the Guardian. "You said she cast the spell herself, but why?" Corbin scoffed. "Ask her how many villages burned while she slept." "Ask him what his ancestors stole to make their cursed blades," Kale countered, tail lashing. "The star shard was never meant to be split. Your people's greed poisoned the land, and the Guardian sacrificed her freedom to contain the damage." The orb in the Guardian's hands flickered, and for a heartbeat, Leela felt the woman's sorrow, a weight like collapsed stars. She touched the locket. "What if we don't have to choose sides? What if we heal both?" The solution came to her as she needed courage and to dough back home, a recipe requiring equal parts risk and trust. Under Kale's wary gaze, she persuaded Corbin to lay his dagger atop the roots of the crystal tree. The black ice melted into the Guardian's orb, and Leela pressed the lumen lock against the glowing surface. "You'll shatter it," Corbin warned. "Or make it whole," she whispered. The lock's song swelled, harmonizing with the orb's tempest until the veil itself held its breath. Light erupted not in a blaze, but in a slow bloom, like dawn unfurling across frost. The vines retreated, replaced by meadows of clover that chimed when touched. The Guardian's eyes fluttered open, her first breath a sigh that carried the scent of fresh-baked bread. "You've mended the song," she told Leela, cupping her face. "The lock was my fear-given form, the part of me that believed some fractures could never heal. You've shown it another way." Corbin stood apart, his dagger now a slender branch bursting with cherry blossoms. "My people." "We'll learn," said the guardian, "as will yours," she added to Kale. "The road is long, but it begins with a single step." Leela returned to Willowbrook as the first snow dusted the village, the lumen lock now a warm weight against her collarbone. The oak tree still sang on windy nights, but its melody was sweeter, a duet instead of a lament. Some mornings she'd find strange ingredients on her doorstep, a jar of stardust sprinkled honey, a pouch of flour ground from ivory-colored wheat. And when she baked, the scents carried farther than before, drawing villagers to her door with stories of dreams that guided them to mend old quarrels. Kale visited often, his fur dusted with snowflakes or autumn leaves, depending on the season. "You've made them curious," he said once, watching children leave ribbons in the oak's branches as offerings. Curiosity is a gentler magic than fear. On the longest night of the year, a figure lingered at the edge of the square. Corbin's feather cloak had been replaced by a patchwork coat, his dagger now a flute that played notes tasting of apricot and forgiveness. He didn't speak, but left a spool of silver thread on her windowsill, the same threads that had risen from her wound. Leela wove them into her bread dough that night. The loaves emerged glimmering, each slice revealing a constellation. Those who ate them swore they could hear the vale's wind songs, faint but clear, urging them to look beyond the cracks in their world and in themselves. And in the quiet hours, when the fireplace crackled like a contented beast, Layla would open the lumen lock. The mist no longer formed a fox, but a miniature vale where crystal trees bloomed alongside mortal oaks, and shadow and light danced in a balance that was fragile, alive, and endlessly brave. Story 25. In a village hugged by hills that turned russet in autumn and emerald in spring, there lived a quiet girl named Layla who collected lost things. Her pockets jingled with buttons polished smooth by time, spectacles missing one lens, and keys that had forgotten their locks. But her greatest treasure was an old quilt stitched by her grandmother, its patches blooming with faded roses and constellations that seemed to shift when candlelight touched them. One evening, as frost painted feathers on her window, Leela spread the quilt over her bed and noticed something peculiar. A new patch had appeared, a square of velvet the color of midnight, embroidered with a silver thread that wriggled like a minnow in a stream. When she pressed her palm to it, the room filled with the scent of pine resin and distant rain, and the quilt hummed softly, as if inviting her to step into its folds. "Well," whispered Leela to her clockwork tortoise, whose springs she'd rescued from a dusty attic, "it wouldn't be polite to refuse an invitation, would it?" She curled beneath the quilt, and the world dissolved into a swirl of starlight. She awoke in a glade where trees wore bark like mother of pearl, their leaves chiming like glass wind chimes. Before her stood a hedgehog in a waistcoat patched with lichen, balancing a teacup on his head. "Late," he muttered, consulting a pocket watch filled with swirling smoke. 3 minutes and 42 seconds late. The moonberries will be overripe by Tuesday. "I'm sorry," Leela said, brushing moss from her skirt. "Where is this?" The hedgehog blinked owlishly. "Why, the between, of course. The place lost things go when they're forgotten too long. That quilt of yours is a clever old bridge, stitched with wanderlust and dandelion fluff. I'm Thistle, keeper of unfinished symphonies." He bowed, teacup wobbling precariously. "You've come to mend something, I suppose." Leela frowned. "Mend. Oh yes, the between is fracturing. Can't you hear it?" She listened. Beneath the leaves' crystalline song there was a discordant note, a crackling whisper, like a page torn slowly down its spine. "The stories here are unraveling," Thistle explained, leading her down a path paved with chessboard squares. "Memories leak out, and without them the between crumbles. We need a stitcher, someone who listens more than they speak, someone who knows how lost things want to be found." Their journey led them through valleys where rivers flowed upward into kaleidoscope skies, and forests where shadows curled like cats around their ankles. They met a paper lantern named Ember, who glowed brighter when told jokes, and a willow tree with bark like wrinkled parchment, who wept ink tears that pooled into stories at her roots. "The fracture's source is the Tower of Whispers," said Elder Willow, her voice a rustle of pages turning. "But few return from there. Its stones feed on fear." Leela touched the quilt slung over her shoulder, its patches now shimmering with subtle magic. "What if I don't know how to fix it?" Ember bobbed cheerfully. "You mended my hinge with a hairpin, and you helped Thistle find his missing 8th note." "Yes, but that was just paying attention." The lantern's flame dimmed thoughtfully. "Isn't that the same thing?" The tower rose before them, a spire of jagged obsidian, its windows gaping like hungry mouths. The air tasted of burnt sugar and static. Inside, staircases spiraled in impossible directions, and mirrors reflected not faces but forgotten moments. A child's first step, a promise whispered into dawn light, a lullaby half-remembered. At the tower's heart hung a massive clock, its gears rusted silent. In its pendulum swung a glowing orb, the core of the Between's magic, cracked and sputtering like a dying star. Beside it loomed a figure cloaked in moth-eaten velvet, its face a shifting void. "The tear," Thistle squeaked. "It grows stronger the more stories fade." The tear hissed, tendrils of darkness lashing out. "Little Stitcher, you cannot repair what is meant to die. Let the stories crumble, let the world forget." Leela's hands trembled, but she stepped forward, quilt trailing like a cloak. "Stories don't die, they just wait." She thought of her button collection, how a single seashell button had once helped a fisherman remember his father's boat. Even broken things hold pieces of what they were. The tear recoiled as Leela reached into her pocket and pulled out a thimble she'd found in a raven's nest, a tiny thing, its rim dented but gleaming. She pressed it to the fractured orb. "Remember," she whispered. The thimble blazed. Images flooded the chamber, a blacksmith's laughter echoing in a bell, a grandmother's hands kneading bread, a fledgling's first flight. The orb pulsed, cracks sealing as memories surged into it like rivers returning home. The tear howled, unraveling into smoke. "This changes nothing. Stories will always end." "But endings," said Leela softly, "are where new stories begin." The tower dissolved into a shower of maple seeds, spinning lazily to the ground. The Between sighed, its colors deepening, its fractured hums smoothing into a contented purr. At the Glade's edge, Elder Willow smiled. "You've given the Between a thimbleful of forever, child." Thistle adjusted his waistcoat. "Punctually, too, moonberry season is saved." Ember floated over, offering Leela a light-baked cookie that tasted of cinnamon and campfire tales. "For the road." The quilt carried her home as dawn pinked the horizon. Her room smelled of beeswax and safety, the clockwork tortoise whirring a sleepy greeting. The quilt's new midnight patch now held a tiny embroidered hedgehog, a lantern, and a willow branch. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who could find anything: lost sheep, vanished wedding rings, fragments of courage misplaced in dark times. They'd bring her broken things, and she'd listen to their whispers, mending them with patience and a collection of oddments that glinted with secrets. And on winter nights, when the quilt shimmered with a light no candle could cast, Leela would smile, remembering a place where stories took root in the cracks of the world, growing stronger where they were almost lost. She kept the thimble on her windowsill where it caught the first and last light of day, a small, steadfast reminder that even the quietest things could hold galaxies. Outside, the wind carried the chime of glass leaves, and somewhere in the spaces between tick and talk, a hedgehog in a lichen waistcoat toasted her with moonberry tea, forever 3 minutes and 42 seconds late. Story 26. The old clock tower had stood at the heart of Maplewood Village for 3 centuries, its copper face weathered to sea green, and its hands moving with the steady patience of growing roots. Few noticed the small silver keyhole hidden between carved oak leaves on its northern side. Fewer still possessed the curiosity to try opening it. That is, until the rainy autumn afternoon when a girl named Tansy, seeking shelter from the drizzle, pressed her palm against the damp wood and felt the faintest hum of warmth beneath her fingers. Tansy's boots made soft, sucking sounds in the muddy ground as she leaned closer, her breath fogging the ancient carvings. The keyhole was no larger than her pinky finger, shaped like a teardrop rather than a traditional lock. Without quite knowing why, she fumbled for the necklace she always wore, a tin pendant shaped like a raindrop, left by her mother years ago. The metal warmed in her hand as she touched it to the keyhole. A deep, resonant click echoed through the empty square. The clock face shimmered like disturbed mercury, then became still as a mirror. Tansy's reflection stared back, freckled nose, chestnut braids damp from rain, eyes wide as harvest moons, until the surface rippled and showed instead a winding path through a forest of trees with bark like cracked parchment. "Curiosity makes fine kindling," murmured a voice like rustling pages. Tansy whirled to find a badger sitting primly on a tree stump she could have sworn hadn't been there moments before. He wore round spectacles and a waistcoat patterned with constellations, his claws ink-stained. "Though one should mind where the flame spreads, you've opened the Storian's gate, child." The story unfolded like the petals of the night-blooming cereus that grew in Tansy's window box. The clock tower, the badger explained, was one of 7 hidden libraries, where stories grew as living things' tales taking root in the world's quiet corners, tended by keepers who recorded truths too delicate for ordinary pages. But the Inkwell forest was fading, its guardian, a great owl named Corbin, having fallen into a century-long slumber after a quarrel with the moon. "Stories need both light and shadow to thrive," the badger said, polishing his spectacles on his waistcoat. "Without the owl's wisdom to balance the moon's glow, our tales grow thin as old parchment. The path you glimpsed leads to Corbin's roost, if you dare walk it." Tansy's journey began with 3 companions met along the Whispering Trail. First came Bramble, a hedgehog cook whose quills rattled with dried herbs and who carried a skillet that sang when near ingredients, currently warbling a garlicky area. Then Nimbus, a will-o'-the-wisp whose light dimmed whenever someone told an untruth, his glow shifting through emotions like a mood ring. Lastly Fern, a stone troll whose mossy beard grew faster when he was nervous, and who could shape rocks with his bare hands but feared his own strength. The Inkwell forest proved a place of liquid shadows and breathing paper. Trees bore leaves etched with half-remembered dreams, their trunks pulsing with slow heartbeats. Pools of ink reflected not faces, but memories. Tansy saw herself at 6, planting sunflowers with her father, at 9, finding the first gray hair in her mother's braid. The air smelled of damp tea leaves and the ozone tang of impending revelations. Challenges came not as battles, but as riddles woven into the landscape. A bridge made of interlocking book covers demanded they each share a secret before allowing passage. Tansy whispered of hiding her mother's chipped teacup after breaking it, only to find the woman had glued it back together weeks before. Fern admitted fearing his stone shaping might one day hurt someone. Bramble confessed to burning his first pie and blaming it on raccoons. Nimbus simply glowed violet wisps, it seemed, couldn't lie at all. Deep in the forest's heart, they found Corbin's roost, a great spiral of birchwood pages rising into the mist. The owl himself perched atop it, feathers dull as unpolished silver, eyes closed beneath lids crusted with stardust. The moon's face peered coldly through parting clouds, her light bleaching color from the world. "Pride makes poor mortar," sighed the badger, materializing suddenly beside a teapot steam curl of mist. Corbin refused to record the moon's loneliness in his tales. She in turn withheld her light. To wake him, you must weave a story that holds both truth and compassion. Tansy's fingers trembled as she plucked a leaf from the story tree, its surface blank waiting. Bramble offered rosemary from his skillet to steady nerves. Nimbus glowed warm as candlelight over the page. Fern shaped a stoning quell from the cliffside. As Tansy wrote, the words flowed not from her mind, but from some deeper well tales of the moon painting silver paths for lost travelers, of Corbin collecting forgotten lullabies in his talons. She wrote of her mother's hands shaping bread dough into loaves and love, of her father's laughter lines deeper than any wrinkle of worry. The leaf darkened, veins glowing gold. As Tansy placed it gently on Corbin's breast, the owl stirred. Stardust fell from his eyes like melting snow. The moon's face softened, her light now gentler a blanket rather than a blade. Returning home, Tansy found the clock tower's keyhole sealed, her raindrop pendant warm against her skin. But that night, as she helped her father knead bread dough, he paused. "Your mother," he said quietly, "would have loved seeing you grow into such a brave storyteller." And in the dough's rising swell, in the steam curling from their teacups, Tansy understood some stories need no parchment. They bloom in shared laughter, in remembered voices, in the quiet spaces between heartbeats. The village never noticed when new carvings appeared on the clock tower, a tiny owl, a teardrop key, leaves whispering secrets to the wind. But on quiet nights when stories hung ripe in the air, Tansy would press her pendant to the wood and smile at the faint answering hum, like pages turning in a beloved book. Story 27. The amber light of autumn afternoons always made the old wooden floors of Granny Wen's cottage glow like honey, and on one such afternoon, a curious girl named Leela discovered a secret tucked beneath the floorboards. She'd been tracing her finger along the grooves of the hearthstones, as she often did while listening to her grandmother's tales, when a loose plank shifted beneath her knee. Inside the dusty hollow lay a small cedar box, its carvings worn soft by time. The scent of dried lavender and aged parchment drifted up as she lifted the lid, revealing a locket shaped like an owl, its wings outstretched, eyes twin moonstones that shimmered with inner light. "Ah," Granny Wen murmured, settling beside her with a creak of her rocking chair. "That belonged to your great-great-grandmother, a keeper of the Whispering Woods." Her knotted fingers brushed the owl's wings. "Long ago our family guarded the old ways, the language of trees, the songs of streams, but the world forgot and we grew quiet." There was a wistfulness in her voice, like wind through hollow reeds. That night Leela dreamt of a forest path dappled with silver moss, where shadows murmured in a tongue she almost understood. The owl locket hummed against her chest, its moonstones pulsing in time with her heartbeat. When she woke, the first frost had painted the village in crystalline lace, and a single white feather lay on her windowsill, a sign, Granny Wen said, that the woods were calling. The journey began at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks arched their branches like cathedral ribs. Layla's boots crunched through frost-kissed ferns as the locket's glow intensified, casting blue-white ripples over the trees. Soon she noticed symbols etched into bark, spirals like unfurling fiddleheads, circles interlocked like clasped hands. "Their trail marks," whispered a voice above her. Perched on a birch limb was a fox with fur the color of ember ashes, its eyes bright as citrine. The old ones left them to guide their kin. My grandmother's grandmother watched them fade. The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, became her companion, nosing open hidden springs that bubbled up maps in floating mist, and deciphering the whispers of willows that leaned close as if sharing secrets. Yet the deeper they wandered, the more the forest seemed to hold its breath. Streams ran silent, trees stood stiff as sentinels. At the heart of the woods they found the source of the stillness, a stone altar, cracked and choked by thorny vines, upon which rested a weathered book bound in bark. "The tome of roots," Ember said, tail twitching. "Its pages hold the memories of the land, but the last keeper never finished the final chapter." Leela's fingers trembled as she opened it. The ink had faded, but the owl locket flared, and suddenly the words glimmered gold, a story half told, ending with a plea. To heal the rift, the keeper must mend the thread between earth and sky. Clues lay woven in Granny Wen's stories, now that Lila listened with new ears. She recalled tales of the celestial loom, a constellation said to weave the seasons, and the earth spinners who once danced its patterns into the soil. The rift, Ember mused, must be the silence between the woods and the stars. Together they sought the element song wellspring, a place Granny Wen had described as where rainbows pool and roots drink starlight. They found it in a glade where mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns, their light reflecting in a spring so clear it mirrored the Milky Way. Leela dipped the owl locket into the water, and the moonstones dissolved, swirling into liquid silver. It's a key, she realized, pouring the glowing liquid into the altar's cracks. The vines withered, and the thorns bloomed into jasmine flowers as the tome of roots levitated, pages fanning open. Words spiraled upward, merging with shafts of moonlight to form a tapestry in the sky, a tapestry of her ancestors. She saw them planting forests in harmony with comet cycles, singing crops awake, and teaching foxes to read the wind. The final page materialized not in ink, but in the collective voice of the woods. The thread is compassion. Tend the earth as kin, and the loom will never unravel. Dawn found Leela back at Granny Wen's cottage, the tome of roots cradled in her arms. The village gathered as she read aloud stories of forgotten rituals, how to thank the soil before harvesting, how to whistle up the north wind for spring planting. Farmers knelt to press their palms to the earth, children planted acorns in spirals, giggling as squirrels joined to pat the soil with tiny paws. That evening Granny Wen fastened the owl locket, now restored, its moonstones gleaming, around Leela's neck. "You've brought the old ways home," she said, eyes misty. Beyond the window, the whispering woods rustled contentedly, their voices no longer faint, but a chorus of crickets, leaves, and distant owls. Years later, travelers would speak of a village where the pumpkins grew as big as wagons, where foxes and children napped together in sunlit meadows, and where the stars seemed to dance closer on autumn nights. And in the cedar box beneath the floorboards, new pages waited, stories yet to be written, in a world learning to listen again. Story 28. The amber light of dusk settled over Willowbrook Valley, like a quilt being gently tucked around sleeping hills. Somewhere beyond the crooked apple orchard at the village edge, where foxgloves nodded their speckled heads in agreement with the breeze, there existed a secret known only to the brave of heart and quiet of foot. 12-year-old Mira had always sensed the valley hummed with hidden music. While other children chased fireflies, she'd press her ear to mossy stones, convinced she heard faint chimes beneath the earth. Her grandmother's stories spoke of the lumens keepers of ancient light who'd retreated when humans forgot how to listen. But tonight, as the first stars blinked awake, Mira's fingers closed around something cold and metallic in the creek bed. A lantern, its tarnished surface etched with moths frozen mid-flight, glowed faintly in her palms as if recognizing its finder. The journey began with shadows dancing differently. As Mira crossed the stone bridge home, the lantern's light painted silver filigree on the cobbles that hadn't been there before. She followed the shimmering trail into the woods, where oak trees parted their branches like courtiers bowing to royalty. That's when she heard the first whisper not in her ears, but beneath her ribs, like a plucked harp string resonating in bone. "Mind the third step," murmured the wind through pine needles. Mira froze mid-stride, her boot hovering over a root-knotted path. 3 stones lay partially buried ahead, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of unseen footsteps. As she stepped over the 3rd stone, the world rippled. Suddenly she stood in a glade where the air smelled of melted candle wax and apricots, where willows wept liquid moonlight from their trailing boughs. "Took you long enough," chirped a voice like walnuts being cracked. From beneath a toadstool emerged a creature no taller than a teapot, a hedgehog with wings like stained glass, each translucent pane shifting from damson to dandelion yellow as he moved. Name's Bramble, you're holding the sundial lantern, which means either you're the new time spinner or we're all in tremendous trouble. Thus unfolded the first of many wonders. Bramble explained that the lantern revealed Tempora Hollow, a haven for creatures between heartbeats, where minutes could be braided like ribbons and memories grew on bushes as luminous fruit. But the hollow was fading. The Chronos moths adorning Mira's lantern hadn't fluttered in generations, and without their time-weaving magic, this hidden world would unravel. But I don't know any time spinning, Mira protested, the lantern trembling in her hands. A moth detached from the metal surface, alighting on her thumb with wings that reflected entire constellations. Course you don't, Bramble snorted, nibbling a mushroom cap hat. That's why we're trekking to the Heartwood. Only the great maple remembers the old songs. Though we'll need to mind the thistle guards, avoid the hourglass swamp, and whatever you do, don't answer the weeping willow's riddles after dark. Their journey through the hollow unfolded like a pop-up book of marvels. They drank dawn dew from acorn cups, followed roads paved with fossilized laughter, and once took shelter in a cave lined with geode crystals that hummed lullabies. Yet beneath the wonder thrummed a deeper magic, the growing bond between girl and hedgehog. When Mira's courage faltered facing the mirror marsh, where every step showed alternate versions of herself, Bramble perched on her shoulder whispering, "That one's too serious, and that one's allergic to pine nuts. You're definitely the upgrade." The Heartwood's arrival stole Mira's breath. The great maple stood as wide as a castle tower, its bark etched with spirals that pulsed gently. As the last Chronos moth fluttered from the lantern to the tree, roots erupted from the ground like gnarled hands, shaping themselves into a spiral staircase. "Time to face the music," Bramble said, uncharacteristically solemn. "The tree will show you what's needed, but remember some wounds take seasons to heal." Inside the hollow trunk, Mira found not wood, but a library stretching into infinity. Books floated like leaves, their pages rustling with voices from every era. Here the tree's voice resonated deep and creaking, yet kind. "Little spinner, you seek to mend time's fabric, but first you must mend the tear in your own heart." Tears warmed Mira's cheeks as unbidden memories surfaced: her father's absence since the storm, her mother's tired eyes, the unspoken fears that had filled their home like cold drafts. The lantern's light dimmed, moths clinging to her hair like living jewels. "Grief is time's sticky web," the tree murmured. "To spin anew, you must first untangle what binds you." What followed was no grand battle, but something quieter and more profound. Mira learned to weave moments not to erase pain, but to hold space between joy and sorrow. She spun threads of her mother's laughter, braided them with the comfort of steamed milk on winter mornings, and slowly the lantern's moths stirred to life. Their return journey revealed the hollow transformed. Chronos moths fluttered everywhere, stitching the frayed edges of reality with trails of stardust. The weeping willow presented not a riddle, but a gift, a vial of sap that glowed with captured sunlight. For remembering, it sighed, that even broken things cast interesting shadows. The true test came unexpectedly. As they approached the human world's border, they found a shadowy figure unraveling the newly repaired time threads. Not a monster, but a boy, lonely, angry, stealing moments because no one had ever shared theirs. Here the story could have turned to battle, but instead turned to tea. "Stealing time's like drinking salt water," Bramble lectured, as Mira offered the boy her thermos of elderflower tea. "Makes you thirstier." By lantern light, they showed him how to spin his own threads of quiet afternoons reading, of firefly watching, of the comforting click of his grandmother's knitting needles. When Mira finally returned home, the lantern now warm and humming in her hands, she found her mother waiting with cocoa and a knowing smile. Outside, the valley seemed to sigh contentedly, its hidden music now a gentle undercurrent in the rustling leaves. Years later, villagers would speak of the kind woman who kept strange hours, who could always find lost mittens and calm colicky babies. They'd bring her broken clocks and broken hearts, and from her cottage by the woods, Mira would teach them to listen for the whisper beneath their ribs, to step carefully over the third stone, and to always carry light for those still learning to spin their own. Story 29. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the first fireflies began blinking their golden greetings across Meadowmere Valley, the troubles began in little Fernwick Village. It started with the bread, though no one noticed at first. Mrs. Bramble's famous cinnamon rolls emerged from her brick oven tasting faintly of lavender. Old Mr. Thistle's pocket watch chimed 7 times at noon. And every morning the villagers found their washing lines strung with garments inside out, though the night air had been perfectly still. 12-year-old Juniper discovered the strangest occurrence of all while tending her moonflower patch. The silvery blossoms that usually unfurled only at dusk now trembled open at all hours, their luminous petals forming tiny faces that sighed mournfully when the wind blew through. Her younger brother Rowan nearly dropped his watering can when one bloom whispered, "Beware the tangled root," in a voice like rustling parchment. "We need to tell someone," Rowan urged, his freckled nose scrunched in concern. But Juniper hesitated, watching a ladybug traverse a moonflower stem that seemed to twist slightly toward the insect's path. Her father's words floated back to her, "Magic troubles are like knotted yarn, Junibug. Pull the wrong thread and the whole sweater unravels." The mystery deepened 3 nights later when the siblings crept downstairs for a forbidden midnight snack. Through the kitchen window they glimpsed shadows dancing in the village square, not the ordinary sway of tree branches, but proper figures holding what seemed to be a meeting. Juniper's breath fogged the glass as she squinted. There was the baker's wife, the miller's son, and old widow Hawthorne from the apothecary, all moving in a slow procession toward the ancient willow at the square's heart. Their nightclothes glimmered with dewdrops, and their eyes shone milky white in the moonlight. Rowan's hand found Juniper's sleeve. "They're sleepwalking," he breathed. Indeed, the villagers moved with that peculiar fluid grace of dreamers, their bare feet leaving faint trails of bioluminescent moss in the cobblestone cracks. As they reached the willow's curtain of branches, the tree shuddered, not with wind, but as if shaking itself awake, and swallowed them whole. The next morning, no one remembered a thing. Mrs. Bramble cheerfully served juniper-berry tarts that inexplicably cured headaches. Mr. Thistle's chickens laid eggs with speckled shells that chimed like wind chimes when boiled. And Widow Hawthorne's herbal teas now came with detailed instructions written in rhyming couplets that hadn't been there yesterday. "It's the willow," Juniper declared as they picnicked by Mossglimmer Brook, watching water striders skate across water that today smelled distinctly of peppermint. "Whatever's happening starts there, but how do we?" Plop. A hazelnut bounced off Rowan's knee. Then another. And another, until the siblings looked up to see a plump red squirrel sitting primly on an oak branch, its tail twitching like a metronome. With deliberate movements, it withdrew a tiny scroll from some hidden pocket in its fur and tossed it down. "Seek the root where shadows twine, where clock hands spin and stars align. Beneath the boughs where dreamers tread, a gardener tends what time has fled." The squirrel gave a military-style salute before scampering off toward the valley's eastern ridge. Juniper turned the parchment over, revealing an intricate map drawn in what looked like fermented berry juice. There, marked with an X where the old orchards grew wild, stood a crumbling stone tower none of the villagers ever mentioned. The journey took them past fields where sunflowers tracked their progress like curious spectators, through a copse of birch trees that hummed vesper hymns, and finally to a clearing where morning glories climbed over weathered stones. The tower's oak door groaned open before they could knock, revealing a circular room filled with floating teacups and books that flapped their pages like wings. "Ah, the moonflower noticers," boomed a voice as rich as thunder, yet gentle as rainfall. From behind a floating topiary shaped like a dancing bear stepped an elderly man with a beard woven from living ivy. His eyes glimmered chartreuse in the dappled light. "I'm Thaddeus, keeper of forgotten gardens, and you've brought me a puzzle, I see." Over steaming mugs of cocoa that refilled themselves, the children described the strange happenings. Thaddeus listened while pruning a bonsai that occasionally squeaked like a mouse. When they finished, he plucked a translucent fruit from a vine growing through the ceiling. It looked like a crystallized hourglass, and sighed. "The willow of shared dreams has been disturbed. Long has it guarded the border between waking and sleeping realms, but something tugs at its roots." He gestured to a mosaic on the wall depicting a tree with roots plunging into starry darkness. "We must consult the night gardeners." As dusk painted the sky in watercolor hues, Thaddeus led them to a hidden grove where mushrooms glowed like fallen constellations. There, beneath a toadstool canopy, sat creatures of bark and starlight, the night gardeners. Their leader, a being with antlers blooming night-blooming jasmine, inclined its head. "The balance shifts," it intoned, voice echoing with the creak of growing trees. "In the deep places the clockwork roots strain. The waking world forgets to dream, the dreaming world hungers to wake. The willow bridges, weakens." Thaddeus paled. "If the roots fail, the realms will tangle, dreams become porridge, waking becomes endless snowfall." The night gardener's eyes, swirling galaxies in a walnut-shell face, fixed on the children. "But small hands may reach where ancient ones cannot." And so they found themselves at moonrise, standing before the great willow with pockets full of stardust seeds and ears ringing with Thaddeus' instructions. "The roots form a labyrinth beneath. Find the heartwood spindle. It must be wound with both laughter and a lullaby." The tree swallowed them as it had the villagers, its interior smelling of grandmother's attic and fresh-turned earth. Bioluminescent beetles lit their path through tunnels where roots pulsed like sluggish veins. Juniper nearly tripped over a cluster of clock gears sprouting from the soil like metallic mushrooms. Rowan paused to watch a family of moles knitting a sweater from dandelion fluff. Deeper they wandered, past underground streams where fish sang lullabies in minor keys, through chambers where their shadows danced independent of their movements. Finally, in a vaulted space thick with the scent of bergamot and nostalgia, they found it, the heartwood spindle, a crystalline structure humming with strained energy. Its one steady pulse now stuttered, cracks spiderwebbing through its facets. "Quickly," Juniper urged. But as Rowan began sprinkling stardust seeds, the ground trembled. From the shadows emerged a creature of magnificent sorrow, a badger-sized hedgehog, its quills made of frozen tears, eyes pooling with liquid moonlight. It whimpered, the sound resonating with such loneliness that the children's eyes brimmed in sympathy. "You're the guardian," Juniper realized, recalling Thaddeus' tales. "The root warden, but why?" Rowan knelt, heedless of danger. "You've been lonely," he breathed. "All these years tending the roots alone." The creature nuzzled his hand, its quills softening to velvet. In that touch flowed memories, centuries of watching villagers forget the old ways, stop leaving offerings of song at the willow's base, cease whispering secrets to the wind. Juniper's tears fell on the spindle. Where they struck, cracks began healing. "It's not just the roots," she gasped. "The tree needs connection, stories. The villagers stopped visiting, stopped believing." Working together, they wound the spindle, Rowan humming their mother's lullaby while Juniper recounted every funny village tale she knew. The root warden curled around the crystal, its quills now blooming with tiny white orchids. As laughter and melody intertwined, the spindle's light stabilized, casting prismatic patterns that danced with the shadow mole's knitting. Dawn found them blinking sleepily at the willow's base, villagers stirring around them with no memory of their moonlit procession. But changes blossomed in Fernwick, Mrs. Bramble began adding dream-inspired recipes to her menu. Widow Hawthorne hosted stargazing parties. And every full moon, the children led a procession to leave honeyed tales and ribboned secrets at the willow's roots. The moonflowers still whisper sometimes, but now their voices carry jokes and nursery rhymes. Mr. Thistle's pocket watch tells perfect time, except when it deliberately lies to play hide-and-seek. And the root warden. If you leave a particularly good story by the willow, you might just feel a velvety nudge against your hand and catch a glimpse of orchid-tipped quills vanishing into the roots, carrying your words down to where the worlds spin gently on. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where willows trailed their fingers through silver streams and foxfire mushrooms glowed like fallen stars, there existed a hollow older than the first snowfall. Here lived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even at midday, and whose paws left tiny maps in the moss wherever she wandered. The forest breathed around her, a living tapestry of creaking branches and rustling ferns, where every stone remembered the footfalls of centuries. One brittle morning when autumn's gold had faded to frost, Thistle noticed the silver thread river moving sluggishly, its song reduced to a murmur. Ice flowers bloomed where water ought to ripple, their crystalline petals grasping at the banks. Worse still, the frost spinners, tiny, eight-legged weavers who normally spun bridges of ice between twigs to guide winter's first snowfall, were nowhere to be seen. Without their delicate webs to catch the snowflakes, the forest risked a dry, shivering winter that would leave roots thirsty and nests exposed. Thistle's grandmother, a hedgehog so old her quills had turned the color of twilight, once told her of the frost spinner's pact with the wood's heart, an ancient stone hidden where the four winds gathered. When balance wavers, she'd said, her voice like dry leaves scattering, seek the keeper of thresholds. So Thistle wrapped herself in a cloak woven from milkweed silk and set off, her breath puffing small clouds that lingered in the still air. The journey led her through corridors of birch trees, their white bark glowing faintly as if moonlight lived within the wood. She passed the meadow of echoes, where buttercups sang forgotten tunes to anyone who knelt close, and climbed the staircase roots, a tangle of oak limbs that spiraled upward into the canopy. There, perched on a branch wide enough to hold 3 badgers, sat Elder Hollow, an owl whose feathers held the iridescence of oil on water. His eyes were twin moons, wise and weary. "Ah," he hooted softly, "the river's breath grows thin." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy as a sodden quilt. The frost spinners sleep too deeply, their dreams tangled in last autumn's regrets. You must wake them with a memory of rain. Thistle tilted her head. But rain belongs to spring, and spring is a season away. All waters remember their kin, Elder Hollow replied. A single feather drifted from his wing, landing at her paws. Find the spring seeker. The feather became her compass. It tugged her downhill, through thickets where cobwebs sparkled with trapped frost, until she reached a cavern veiled by waterfalls. Here the air hummed with the green scent of waking earth, and stalactites dripped a melody older than stone. A creature unlike any Thistle had seen emerged, a hare with fur like moss-covered granite and eyes that shifted from amber to emerald as she moved. This was Bramble the Spring Seeker, whose kind could hear seeds stirring miles underground. Rain's memory lives in the tears of first buds, Bramble explained, her voice a low, thrumming warmth. They bloom where sorrow and hope share soil. She led Thistle to a clearing where a single snowdrop pushed through the iron-hard ground, its petals cradling a dewdrop that glimmered with faint rainbows. This is the last unbroken tear. Carry it carefully, its weight is greater than it seems. the return trek tested Thistle's resolve. The dewdrop's light drew shadow moths whose wings carried the chill of forgotten winters, and the forest groaned under the strain of unseasonable cold. Yet whenever her paws faltered, Thistle recalled Elder Hollow's words, "All waters remember their kin." She whispered stories to the dewdrop, of summer storms that danced across ponds, of the gentle plink of droplets slipping off maple leaves, and the shadows retreated, soothed by the truth in her voice. At the silver thread source, a spire of ice encased the frost spinner's nest. Thistle placed the dewdrop at the base, and as it melted, the water began to hum. Not the roar of a river, nor the crash of a wave, but the soft, insistent song of persistence. The ice splintered, revealing the frost spinners, ethereal as cobwebs, their legs clicking in gratitude. Together they spun their bridges anew, each thread glistening with captured starlight. That night the first snowflakes fell, guided gently onto branches and burrows. The forest exhaled. Thistle watched from her hollow as the snow blanketed the earth, each flake a promise of renewal. In the roots below, the wood's heart pulsed once, a deep, resonant note that thrummed through every living thing. Years later, when Thistle's own quills turned twilight gray, she would tell her grandchildren how balance is not stillness, but the quiet struggle to listen, to the unspoken grief of rivers, the hidden hopes of seeds, and the stories that water whispers to those who carry it home. And in the whispering woods, the frost spinners still dance at winter's edge, their webs glimmering with the memory of a hedgehog's courage and the tear that bridged two seasons. Story 31. The air smelled of pine needles and distant rain when the little girl in the patchwork cloak first noticed the shimmering moth. Its wings glowed like captured moonlight, fluttering just beyond the arched stone bridge that marked the edge of her village. Most children knew better than to cross Willowspan Bridge after twilight, but the moth danced in figure eights of invitation, and the girl's curiosity bloomed brighter than her caution. As her boots touched the far side of the bridge, the world softened. Trees stretched taller, their bark etched with silvery veins that pulsed faintly. The path became a carpet of moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her weight, and fireflies blinked in colors she'd never seen, indigo, pearlescent white, a green that reminded her of sunlight through honey. She'd entered the Glimmerwood, though she didn't yet know its name. The moth led her to a clearing where mushrooms formed a perfect spiral. There, sitting atop a toadstool striped like peppermint, was a creature no taller than her knee. His body resembled a fox, but his fur shifted colors like autumn leaves, and where his tail should have been grew a spray of living ferns that rustled when he spoke. "Lost your way, have you?" he asked, not unkindly. His voice sounded like wind through barley fields. "I'm not lost," the girl said, marveling at how the fern fox's whiskers sparkled with dew. "I'm following." "Ah, a following, not a wandering." The creature hopped down, his paw pads leaving faint bioluminescent prints on the moss. "Then you'll be needing the Bridge of Whispers. Come, come, it's been ages since anyone asked proper questions there." As they walked, the forest revealed its quirks, trees that bent to examine them with naughty eyes, streams where fish swam upside down, and a thicket of roses that hummed lullabies in harmony. The fern fox, who introduced himself as Thistlewick, explained that the Glimmerwood thrived on curiosity. "It grows when you notice it," he said, nodding to a bush that sprouted tiny bells instead of berries. "Like a story that adds chapters when you turn the pages slowly." The Bridge of Whispers appeared when Thistlewick blew dandelion seeds into a moonbeam. It arched over a ravine filled not with water, but swirling mist that occasionally formed shapes, a leaping stag here, a flock of origami cranes there. The bridge itself was made of interlocking branches, alive with new buds, and every step made it hum. "Rules are simple," Thistlewick said. "Ask it a question worth answering, and it'll carry you across. But mind you, the bridge prefers wonder over worry." The girl knelt, running her fingers over a bridge post carved with constellations. How do I find what I don't know I'm looking for? The bridge shivered. Leaves sprouted along its railings, forming a sheltered path. Thistlewick's ferntail swished approvingly. Fine question, the kind that keeps roots strong and skies generous. Halfway across, the mist below began to rise. Not in threat but playfully, tendrils curled into cats chasing their tails, into teacups steaming with cloud-whorl vapor. The bridge swayed gently, its song deepening. When a particularly bold mist tendril brushed the girl's cheek, she laughed. The sound sent ripples through the fog, transforming it into a shimmering panorama. Forests within forests, starry meadows, cities made of seashells. It's showing you possibilities, Thistlewick whispered. Seeds waiting for the right moment to sprout. The far side of the bridge brought them to a valley where the air tasted of cinnamon and the grass grew in patches of velvet and satin. Here they found the night garden, a place where flowers bloomed only after dark. Moon lilies unfurled their silver petals, trumpet vines played soft melodies, and snapdragons yawned sleepy sparks. But something was amiss. Many flowers remained tightly closed, their stems drooping. A hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from dandelion fluff hurried over, his spectacles askew. Thank goodness the fireflies are late again, and without their light song, the midnight orchids can't wake. He pointed to a cluster of flowers that resembled folded paper lanterns. Thistlewick tapped his paw. The firefly grove is just beyond the crystal fen, but the path is guarded by the shy ones, the hedgehog finished, wringing his paws. They mean no harm, but their mirrors make travelers forget which way is forward. The girl remembered how her grandmother used to say that shyness often hid in plain sight. She plucked a moon lily, its petals cool and smooth as porcelain. Maybe they just need someone to look with them, nod at them. The crystal fen glowed with geometric pools, hexagons of liquid light that shifted from gold to cobalt. And there at the water's edge stood three creatures like living stained glass. Their bodies refracted light into rainbows, but when the girl approached, they turned their faces away, their mirror masks reflecting the trees behind her. "Hello," she said, kneeling to match their height. "Your home is beautiful. Would you show me how the colors dance?" One shy one tilted its head. Its mask flickered, showing not a reflection, but a scene of rabbits dancing in a circle. The girl gasped. "Oh, that's wonderful. Do they dance here often?" Slowly, the creatures gathered around. Where their feet touched the fen, new colors bloomed. They didn't speak, but their masks began showing images. A comet trailing stardust, a tree growing upside down, a soup pot that sang when it simmered. The girl watched each intently, asking questions about the stories in the glass. By the time the last image faded, a snowflake that never melted, the shy ones had quietly parted to reveal the path ahead. The firefly grove buzzed with urgency. Thousands of insects lay motionless on leaves, their light dimmed. "They overslept," cried a badger balancing on a mushroom cap, her apron pockets full of glowing pollen. "The lunar moths usually tickle them awake, but the moths are visiting the Starfall festival." The girl studied a firefly. Its wings were crusted with something gritty, not dirt but solidified shadow. Thistlewick sniffed. "Dream sand. They've been napping too near the snooze hollow." Remembering how her little brother hated waking, the girl hummed the lullaby the roses had taught her, but backwards. As she sang, she brushed the fireflies gently with a moon lily petal. One by one they stirred, their abdomens flickering like tiny lanterns. Soon the grove thrummed with light, and the fireflies formed a glowing arrow pointing toward the night garden. The midnight orchids bloomed spectacularly as the fireflies' light hit them, unfolding into luminous flowers that cast more light than they received. The hedgehog pressed the seed pod into the girl's hand, warm and thrumming like a heartbeat wrapped in velvet. "For remembering," he said. "Even daylight gardens need night song to grow proper roots." Dawn approached as Thistlewick led her home. The Glimmerwood was settling into its daytime slumber, the bioluminescence fading to ordinary greens and browns. At Willowspan Bridge, the fern fox bowed. "You'll find your way back should you need it. The wood prefers visitors who listen as much as they explore." The girl returned to find her village unchanged, but she noticed new details. The baker's chimney whistled a tune almost like the trumpet vines. Old Mrs. Hemsley's garden wall had a spiral of ivy that hadn't been there yesterday. And when she opened her window that night, the moth returned, this time with companions, their wing patterns matching the constellations she'd seen on the bridge. Years later, when storms rattled the village or loneliness crept into corners, the girl, now a woman with laughter lines, would hold the still thrumming seed pod. She'd tell stories of a fox made of seasons, of bridges that answered questions with more questions, and children would lean in, their eyes reflecting firefly light. And though some called them fanciful tales, the baker's bread suddenly tasted of Cinnamon Valley air every time she told them, and the sickly grew strong when she placed moon lily petals on their pillows. The Glimmerwood never appeared on any map. But on certain evenings, when the light slants gold through the willows, villagers swear they see a fern fox watching from the bridge, waiting for the next curious soul who understands that following isn't the same as getting lost. Story 32. The glow of the cerulean bazaar hummed like a lullaby beneath the twin moons of Zyria 7, its cobbled streets woven from stardust and the whispers of 1,000 interstellar merchants. Between stalls selling comet honey candies and cloaks spun from nebulous silk, a figure in a patched pressure suit stumbled backward, tripping over a tail that most certainly wasn't their own. "Watch your appendages, rust brain," hissed a voice like wind through crystal reeds. Kale, human mechanic from the mining colony of Genna Prime, whirled to find the offender and froze. Before him stood a creature no taller than his elbow, fur shimmering iridescent blue under the market lanterns, with 6 delicate antennae quivering in outrage. A Greshari, if his smuggler's guide holos were correct, though this one's usually graceful neck scales were smudged with engine grease. "You're your tail," Kale managed, gesturing at the coiled appendage still wrapped around his boot. "It's occupied," the Greshari snapped, yanking it free. 3 of their 4 hands cradled a fractured power cell, leaking violet sparks. "Unless you've come to replace what your lumbering destroyed." The accusation hung between them like faulty wiring. Kale's face burned beneath his visor. True, he'd been distracted by the bazaar's kaleidoscopic sights, the first real colors he'd seen in years of asteroid dust and gray station walls, but this. His calloused fingers twitched toward the tool belt that never left his waist. "Let me fix that." Antennae flattened. Your kind fix things until they stop breathing. The Greshari retreated, their voice softening as the cell sputtered. This was a gift from my swarm sister. Something in the way their lower hands trembled made Kale crouch, slow as a docking shuttle. Up close, he noticed the creature's left forelimb was bound in a makeshift sling, the fur beneath matted with medicinal sap. "Name's Kale, and I don't just fix machines. I listen to them." He tapped his ear where a copper listening rod, his first tool, salvaged at 6 years old, curved like a question mark. "They sing, you know, even broken ones." The Greshari's central eye narrowed, the 2 smaller ones blinking in staggered rhythm. "Lyra," they said at last, offering the dying cell. "And if you make it scream, I'll venomize your rations." For 3 moon cycles, they orbited each other like cautious satellites. Lyra's nest, a hammock woven from sonic-weave fibers in the shadow of the bazaar's ancient water recycler, became Kale's repair den. He learned which tools made Lyra's antennae twitch, hydraulic presses, and which soothed them, the soft whir of a gyroscope calibrating. Lyra, in turn, began leaving offerings, a cup of fermented starmoss tea steaming by his elbow, a melody hummed in Grishari harmonics to match the power cell's renewed purr. "It's the rhythm that matters," Lyra murmured one night as Kale struggled to sync the cell to a Terran thruster. Their good forelimb danced through holographic diagnostics, retuning frequencies with claw taps that sounded like rain on tin. "Your people linearize, we circulate." Kale blinked. The faulty alignment he'd battled for hours resolved itself as a spiraling equation. "Like a dance," he breathed. "Like a swarm," Lyra corrected, but their neck scales flushed pleased coral. The crisis came during the great meteor shower, when Zyria 7's rings turned to fire. "Structural breach in Sector 9, blared the bazaar's klaxons as stalls sealed shut. Kale, halfway to Lyra's nest with a borrowed thermal charger, froze. The Grishari's sector. He found them pressed against the recycler's shuddering hull, all four hands desperately reweaving sonicweave patches over a crack splintering across the dome. Starlight poured through, beautiful and lethal. The resonance pins. Lyra gasped, antennae whipping toward a control panel sparking with broken crystals. "They're not, our frequencies don't." Kale was already moving, listening rod fused to the panel. The recycler's song screeched in his skull, a terrified staccato whine. "It's trying to stabilize, but the meteor vibrations." He yanked a converter from his belt. "I can dampen the feedback, but I need a counter-rhythm." Lyra's claws flew to their throat pouch, withdrawing a small prism. "Our swarm call, will it?" "Yes." Kale adjusted the converter's nodes. "Here, loop it through the..." The recycler screamed. The crack splintered. Later, Kale wouldn't remember grabbing Lyra's waist or them curling protectively around his head as the world exploded into howling starlight. He'd only recall the smell of Grishari fur, sharp ozone and something green, and the four-armed grip holding him to the floor as debris rained. When silence fell, they found themselves cocooned in a shelter of sonicweave and twisted metal, Lyra's prism still pulsing soft gold against the dark. "Your leg," Lyra rasped. A shard of transparasteel gleamed in Kale's thigh. "Your arm," Kale countered, nodding at their injured limb, now bent at a worrying angle. They stared at each other, human and Grishari, mechanic and wanderer, and did something entirely unexpected. They laughed. It began as a wheeze from Kale, startled out by the absurdity. Lyra answered with a churring crescendo that shook their antennae. Soon they were clutching each other, tears glistening on scales and stubble, the fear melting into something warm and buoyant. "Swarm Sister gave me that prism," Lyra confessed when breath returned, talons gently extracting the shard from Kale's leg. "Said I'd forget our songs, among strangers." Kale pressed his converter to their damaged arm, the device now humming with both Terran tech and Grishari harmonics. "My old foreman said I'd rust my brain with alien nonsense." Lyra's central eye crinkled. "Shall we prove them gloriously wrong?" The repairs took days. Kale learned to braid sonicweave, while Lyra mouthed Terran ballads into resonance crystals. They invented a patois of Grishari rhythm and Terran engineering, the recycler's song blooming into something new, a duet that drew the whole bazaar to marvel. When the final seal solidified, Kale found Lyra at the observation deck, their fur silvered by starlight. "The swarm migrates tomorrow," they said quietly. "My kin, they'll expect me." Kale studied his friend, the way their antennae tilted toward him, the scar now bonding their forearm. "I've got a cargo ship," he offered. "Needs a co-pilot who understands circular equations." Lyra's prism flared, casting their shadow tall against the infinite stars. It would require compromise. My songs for your schematics. Our songs, Kale corrected. And in the warm silence between planets, where friendship hummed sweeter than any engine, a Grishari swarm singer and a human mechanic began to weave a new kind of harmony, one that would carry them ever after through the boundless dark. Story 33. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there lived a girl named Leela, whose pockets always jingled with river-smoothed stones, and whose braids smelled faintly of cinnamon from helping at the village bakery. The cobblestone streets of Willowmere hummed with ordinary magic lampposts that bloomed with bioluminescent flowers at dusk, rain barrels that sang duets with passing breezes, and mailboxes shaped like drowsy owls that hooted when letters arrived. But one mist-draped morning, the village woke to its cobblestones glittering with frost flowers in midsummer, and the sweetest apples from Old Man Thatcher's orchard tasting suddenly of salt and longing. Leela discovered the first clue while sweeping the bakery's flower-dusted porch, a trail of pearlescent scales leading toward the forbidden spruce grove, where the northern lights were said to nest during daylight hours. Each scale shimmered with trapped colors not found in any rainbow, warm to the touch even as they melted into the morning dew. "That's no ordinary mischief," murmured Mrs. Bramble, the bakery's owner, her spectacles fogging as she examined a scale trapped in a jam jar. Her familiar, a tawny owl with feathers like aged parchment, clicked its beak in agreement. Last time the grove stirred was when the moon forgot its path in 67, and we had tides of starlight lapping at cellar doors for a fortnight. As days unfolded, the peculiarities multiplied. Children's lost milk teeth reappeared as tiny pearls in their supper porridge. The village's 7 bridges all developed a curious tilt to the northeast. Worst of all, the dreamwort tea that usually brought pleasant visions began showing everyone the same mysterious tableau: an ice-locked tree with amber sap bleeding from its roots, surrounded by shadowy figures no taller than hedgehogs. Leela's opportunity came when the mayor's prized copper weather vane, shaped like a dancing weasel wearing a top hat, vanished from the clock tower. Following another scale trail that only appeared when viewed through the green glass of a discarded ginger beer bottle, she found herself at the moss-eaten gate of the spruce grove, where the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten promises. Hidden in her apron pocket was a compass that pointed toward kindness, a honey cake wrapped in waxed paper, and the tiny cast iron bell normally used to summon the bakery's cat. The grove breathed differently, colder, older, with creaking boughs that formed archways too symmetrical to be natural. Layla's boots sank into needle-carpeted earth that pulsed faintly, like the slow heartbeat of something enormous sleeping below. It was here she encountered the first frost sprite, no larger than her thumb, its body crystalline and translucent as winter's first icicle. The creature was frantically trying to chip away at a peculiar growth encasing a spruce root, what looked like enchanted amber trapping a writhing black smoke within. Thornfrost, the sprite, hissed in a voice like cracking lake ice, though Leela understood it through some ancient magic lingering on the pearlescent scales she'd collected. Infected the heartwood, your kind's forgotten songs let it in. More sprites materialized, their forms quivering like disturbed mercury. They explained in fractured phrases how the village's gradual loss of simple traditions, the nightly closing lullaby sung to beehives, the proper way to thank rain clouds, the art of listening to snail trails had weakened magical barriers. Now a primordial rot was spreading, causing the disruptions. The stolen objects were desperate attempts to repair breaches, copper for conductivity, teeth for memory, bridge angles for alignment. Guided by sprites whose touch left temporary snowflake tattoos on her wrists, Leela brewed a remedy from stolen items: repurposed weathervane shavings stirred with tear-melted dreamwort ice, bridge shadows captured in a mason jar, milk-tooth pearls ground with scales into iridescent powder. As the village slept under a plum-colored sky, they anointed the heartwood tree's roots, Leela humming half-remembered fragments of her grandmother's kitchen spells. The amber prison liquefied, releasing not smoke, but a burst of fireflies carrying forgotten lullabies in their bioluminescence. Dawn found Willowmere restored with extra magic. Morning dew now cured mild sorrows. The clock tower played a different charming melody each hour, and every resident awoke knowing instinctively how to whistle in 7 emotional keys. Leela's scales had transformed into a charm bracelet whispering secrets about compassion's alchemy, while the sprites left a permanent aurora coiled in the bakery's chimney like a contented cat. And though no one could quite recall the strange events clearly, as profound magic often dissolves in daylight, the village collectively revived the old custom, singing gratitude to apple blossoms, leaving cinnamon-dusted stones at crossroads as blessings, and remembering that even forgotten things have weight in the world's hidden scales. Story 34. In the velvet hush of an ancient woodland where willow skeletons swayed secrets to the wind, there thrived a realm unseen by hurried eyes. Here, where cobweb threads caught starlight and foxfire mushrooms pulsed soft as sleepy hearts, a girl named Leela discovered the first clue to the forest's oldest mystery, a single maple leaf floating upstream, its edges glowing with liquid gold. Her pursuit of the leaf led her knees deep into a brook whispering over polished stones, watercress brushing her ankles like curious fingers. When the current bent unnaturally westward, she followed it into a glade where the air hummed, a low, honeyed vibration that made her teeth tingle. Ferns unfurled in impossible spirals around a moss-crowned stone, and there, perched upon it, sat a hedgehog knitting lichen into a cloak with thistle needles. "You're early," the hedgehog remarked, round spectacles catching the peach glow of dusk. "The sylvan circle doesn't convene till the frost patterns bloom." Leela's breath hitched, not from fear, but from the sudden understanding that the rustlings she'd heard all her life weren't merely whined through bracken. She'd slipped through the veil. The hedgehog called Bramble Thatmans introduced her to the night's assembly, Thalia of the Deep Roots, an owl whose feathers changed with the moon's phases, Rowan of the Quiet Paws, a fox who walked without disturbing a single pine needle, and a dozen other creatures whose names tasted of rainwater and loam. They gathered around the Heartstone, an obelisk of living crystal where seasons pooled in swirling bands of jade, gold, crimson, and pearl. The balance phrase Thalia intoned, her voice the creak of ancient timber. A claw-tip traced cracks spiderwebbing through the stone's winter quadrant. The frost spinners arrived too soon, and the brook singers still slumber, unless the threads are mended. Leela watched frost creep across late summer blackberries, trapping a bee mid-flight. The wrongness prickled her skin like static before a storm. Guided by Bramble's lore, all mending begins with listening, Leela learned to hear the forest's layered voices. She knelt until her knees sank into cool, damp earth, palms flat against the birch's papery bark. The tree's song shuddered through her, a discordant melody of shriveling roots and confused sap. Deeper still, beneath the hum of worker ants and the sigh of mycelium, thrummed the Heartstone's faltering pulse. "It needs the fourfold gift," murmured Rowan, tail brushing Leela's shoulder as constellations wheeled overhead. Dew born of the year's first dawn, an ember from the solstice bonfire, a leaf that fell without touching earth, and... The fox hesitated, amber eyes reflecting the cracked stone. A breath from the eldest winter spirit, one who may not survive the giving. Their quest unfolded like the peeling of an onion moon, layer upon glimmering layer. At the eastern thicket where dawns pooled in spider silk hammocks, Bramble taught Leela to collect light-strung droplets using a ladle woven from unspoken wishes. In the sun-baked clearing where cicadas orchestrated the summer's zenith, Thalia fanned dying coals until a single flame leapt into Leela's waiting jar, its warmth smelling of apricot jam and bare feet on warm soil. Autumn's leaf proved trickiest. They waited 3 nights beneath a veteran oak, nibbling chestnuts roasted over glowworm embers until a single crimson leaf spiraled down. Leela caught it in a net of her own breath, the veins still humming with unfinished chlorophyll hymns. Winter's breath, though, demanded a pilgrimage to the shivering peaks, a place where icicles grew inward, piercing the mountain's heart. The elder frost spirit, crystalline and fraying at the edges like a moth-eaten snowflake, studied Leela's offered gifts. Child of transitory flesh, it whistled through hollow bones of ice, why should I spend my last exhalation on your fleeting world? Layla, recalling Bramble's lesson, pressed her palm to the spirit's shuddering core. Not to take, but to share. She let it feel the sticky promise of maple buds, the chuckle of brooks loosening their icy collars, the smell of wet soil as worms began their springtime waltz. The spirit's sigh frosted her eyelashes, carrying the crisp joy of mittens leaving snow angels, of hearth smoke curling into indigo twilight. Back at the Heartstone, the forest watched as Leela wove the elements, dew to quench, ember to warm, leaf to nourish, breath to renew. The stone drank the offerings greedily, fractures healing in jagged leaps until... silence. Then a ripple. The winter quadrant blossomed into intricate lacework, frost retreating to lace only the shadows where Fiddlehead still slept. The bee thawed mid-buzz, continuing its interrupted journey. Leela exhaled cinnamon-scented steam, marveling as the stone's song harmonized with the creak of her own bones, the rustle of her blood. In the seasons that followed, Leela became both legend and quiet secret, the girl who carried questions like acorns in her pockets. She learned to read the warning itch when lightning mushrooms grew too rampant, to brew dandelion balm for overworked earthworms, to sing the lullaby that persuaded cherry trees to share their blossoms. Yet the truest magic, Thalia noted one evening as fireflies embroidered the dusk, lay in how the forest softened Leela's edges. Moss patterned her knees, her laughter carried the cadence of rain through oak leaves. She grew roots without staying still, her heart beating in time with the Heartstone's restored rhythm. Years later, when a boy with storm-gray eyes stumbled into the glade clutching a crystallized maple seed, Leela, now silver-braided and smelling of pine resin, handed him a thistle needle and a spool of spider silk. The mending never ends, she smiled, voice rich with shared memories of glacial winds and emberlight. But see how the light catches those cracks, that's where the new stories grow. And as the boy leaned closer to the Heartstone, wonder etching his face, the forest breathed its contentment, a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and the soft, perpetual click of brambles knitting needles, stitching the world whole one golden thread at a time. Story 35. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl named Mira with hair, the color of autumn oak leaves, and eyes that held the quiet curiosity of owl feathers at midnight. Her days were spent helping in her grandmother's kitchen, where copper pots hummed on the hearth, and the air always smelled of rosemary and stories waiting to be told. One frost-kissed evening, while polishing a dusty corner cabinet, Mira discovered a teapot hidden behind jars of preserved starlight, or so her grandmother called the pickled peaches. It was unremarkable at first glance, round-bellied ceramic painted with faded forget-me-nots, but when Mira brushed her thumb over its spout, the flowers bloomed vivid blue before her eyes. A warm hum vibrated against her palms, and steam curled upward, carrying the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweet she couldn't name. "Ah," came her grandmother's voice, soft as flowers sifting through a sieve. "That's been waiting for you." Before Mira could ask, the old woman vanished into the pantry, leaving only the echo of a smile. That night the teapot glowed on Mira's windowsill, casting liquid constellations across her quilt. When the village clock tower chimed 12, the spout twitched like a perky nose, and out floated a ribbon of steam that shaped itself into letters. Follow the warmth. The trail led Mira past sleeping sheep meadows and through the velvet woods, where trees knitted their branches overhead into a canopy of emerald shadows. The teapot nestled in her satchel, pulsing gently like a second heartbeat. She'd nearly tripped over the first helper, a hedgehog named Bramble, whose spines were tangled with maple keys and who spoke in sentences that tumbled like acorns down a hill. Steam messages, oh yes, dangerous business, but safer with company, don't you think? Mind the thistles there, excellent for tea, terrible for toes. Bramble taught her to listen for the teapot's hum deepening near magic, a mushroom ring where fairies had danced the moonlight into syrup, a creek stone worn smooth by centuries of fish laughter, and finally, a cottage so overgrown with ivy it seemed the forest had embraced it. There in a rocking chair that creaked like a contented cricket sat Thalia, an owl woman with feather-dappled hair and spectacles that reflected entire galaxies. "The starlight teapot," Thalia murmured, her voice a blend of rustling pages and wind chimes. "It brews not tea but truth. For centuries it soothed feuds, mended hearts, reminded kings they were once children who chased fireflies, but its fire went cold when people stopped listening." Her amber eyes softened. "To reignite it you must gather three things: a tear of unbridled joy, a feather willingly given, and a seed that's forgotten how to grow." The journey unfolded like a sampler quilt, patches of challenge and wonder stitched together by Bramble's chatter and Thalia's riddles. At a meadow where butterflies bloomed from dandelion clocks, they met a badger prince mourning his stolen crown, a acorn cap pilfered by mischievous sprites. Mira brewed thyme tea in the starlight teapot, and as the prince sipped, his laughter bubbled over, a single joyful tear splashing into the cup. The feather came from a sky-touching cliff where wind screamed like banshees. A peregrine falcon circled above, her wing bent from a storm. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," Thalia whispered. "It's love that outlasts it." Mira stood small against the gale, singing the lullaby her grandmother hummed while kneading dough. The falcon landed, pressing a primary feather into her palm. "For the child who understands wings aren't for flaying," she rasped, "but for coming home." The forgotten seed proved trickiest. They searched brambles and attics until Bramble sneezed in a derelict greenhouse, disturbing a drawer of specimens labeled in moth-eaten script. There beside a pressed violet lay a withered seed pod labeled Hope, circa uncertain times. Mira cupped it gently, humming the teapot's melody. The pod quivered, and a single seedling nuzzled her thumb like a kitten. Back in Thalia's cottage, the teapot shuddered on the hearthstone as Mira added each ingredient. Flames leapt not orange but silver blue, like winter's first frost dancing. Steam billowed, forming a swirling portal where faces flickered, a lonely baker remembering his mother's bread, twins bridging a quarrel with shared laughter, an old sailor whispering forgiveness to the waves. "The fire never needed wood," Thalia said, stroking Bramble's snoozing form. "Only stories that kindle empathy." But then, a hitch. The steam thickened into storm cloud gray. Mira gasped as visions flipped to snarling shadows, a mayor hoarding starlight jars, a bridge crumbling from neglected repairs, the falcon's cliff eroding under apathy's tide. The teapot groaned, its ceramic cracking like parched earth. "It's too heavy," Mira whispered, tears pricking. "How can one teapot hold all this?" Thalia's talon rested on her shoulder. "It doesn't hold the weight, it shares it. Watch." The owl woman breathed into the steam. The storm clouds fractured, each wisp darting through the cottage window into the sleeping world. Moments later, faint glimmers sparked on the horizon, a lantern lit in a lonely window, hands clasping across a broken fence, someone planting marigolds in rubble. "You see, the magic isn't in fixing everything," Thalia said, "but in reminding others they're part of the mending." Dawn painted the sky peach gold when Mira returned home. The teapot sat proudly on the kitchen table, forget-me-nots now vibrant, steam coiling into shapes of her adventures. Her grandmother placed a chamomile blossom inside. "Well steeped, little one." Word spread. Villagers brought their troubles and triumphs to sip from the teapot. A blacksmith tasted steam that smelled of his newborn son's hair and ordered his apprentice to rest. Children giggled at clouds shaped like their lost kite. Even the mayor, after a sip that tasted suspiciously of burnt toast, his least favorite breakfast, reopened the starlight jars to light the streets. Mira still polished the teapot weekly, often joined by Bramble, who adored the honey cakes, and Thalia, who admired the new constellations in the steam. Some nights when the village slept, Mira would whisper her own stories to the spout, how she'd once been too shy to speak to shopkeepers, how Thalia's feathers made excellent bookmarks, how joy could be found in hedgehog sneezes. The teapot absorbed them all, its flame burning steadier with every shared truth. Years later, travelers would marvel at the village where bridges were mended before they broke, where bread was left on windowsills for passing shadows, and where every child knew to cup their hands when steam rose, just in case it carried a story they needed to hear. And in the heart of it all, a woman with oak leaf hair would smile, pouring cups of starlight for anyone who'd forgotten their own magic. But tonight, as the fire crackles and the moon tucks itself behind a cloud quilt, know this. Somewhere under the same sky, a teapot hums on a windowsill, waiting to remind the world that even the smallest vessel can hold infinite warmth if one simply remembers to listen. Story 36. The amber light of dusk settled over Willowbrook like a quilt stitched with fireflies, the kind of evening that makes shadows dance and ordinary things hum with possibility. In a cottage where ivy curled around the chimney stack, a girl named Leela traced the carvings on her mother's old music box, a relic of tarnished silver and rosewood, its surface etched with vines that seemed to shiver under her fingertips. The box hadn't played a note in years, but tonight, as the last sunbeam slipped through her bedroom window, the lid sprang open with a soft click. A melody floated out, thin and warbling, and the wall beside her bed rippled like pond water struck by a pebble. Leela leaned closer, her breath fogging the air. Through the shimmering patch of wall, she glimpsed a forest where trees glowed like emerald lanterns, their leaves chiming in a breeze that carried the scent of crushed mint and something sweeter, like caramelized sunlight. Without quite deciding to, she reached through the rippling surface. The air tingled cool and electric, and then she was tumbling forward, grass soft as rabbit fur beneath her knees. The music box lay in the moss behind her, still singing its fragile tune. A voice piped up from a thicket of ferns. "You're late." A fox stepped into the clearing, not red but silver as moonlit cobwebs, with eyes like twin harvest moons. He tilted his head, whiskers twitching. "The last bell rang 3 suns ago. The thimble wicket's been waiting." I don't know what that means," Leela stammered, brushing leaves from her cardigan. The forest hummed around her, roots creaking in a language that buzzed in her molars. The fox sighed, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. "Call me Milo, and you'd better bring the trillium box unless you want the Glimmerdark to swallow your bones." He nodded at the music box, which had gone silent again. "It's missing a piece, you know, the heart spring, stolen by a magpie with a taste for shiny tragedies." So began Leela's journey into the Valewood, a place where rivers flowed upward to water the clouds, where fireflies carried whispers between trees, and where every step left footprints that bloomed into temporary flowers. Milo led her along paths that unspooled like ribbons, his tail flicking to brush away patches of creeping shadow that recoiled from his silver fur. "The Glimmerdark grows where joy withers," he explained as they passed a clearing littered with brittle, blackened leaves. "It's been spreading since the heartspring vanished. Without it, the trillium box can't sing the world awake each dawn." Leela's fingers tightened around the music box. "Why me?" Milo paused beside a pool where fish sketched constellations across the water's surface. "Because you mended your mother's teacup with glue and patience when you were 6. Because you hummed to wounded bees. The Valewood chooses those who listen with their hands as well as their ears." As night deepened, they reached the Thimblewicket, a village woven from living branches, its lanterns glowing inside acorn shells. Tiny folk with moth-wing cloaks swarmed around Leela, their voices jingling like broken piano chords. "No heartspring, no dawn song," wailed a sprite with hair of dandelion fluff. "The glimmerdark will silt our roots." An elder emerged, her antlers strung with dewdrop pearls. "The magpie nests in the clockwork tower," she said, pressing a petrified maple key into Leela's palm. "But beware the tangle heart, it mirrors the soul's hidden knots." The tower stood at the forest's edge, its gears rusted silent, its face overgrown with poison ivy that recoiled when Milo growled. Inside, stairs spiraled into gloom, each step triggering discordant notes from hidden pipes. Leela's pulse thrummed in time with the music box against her chest. At the summit they found the magpie, a halting creature with feathers like oil spills, one eye milky, the other gleaming with trapped starlight. Its nest glittered with stolen treasures, a soldier's lost button, a widow's wedding ring, and there, pulsing like a captured heartbeat, the heart spring, a spiral of crystal that sang faintly when Leela reached for it. The magpie lunged, beak snapping, but Milo darted between them. "It's not greed that drives you," the fox said softly. "You're collecting light because your own was stolen." The bird froze. From its breast it pulled a shard of broken mirror, a fragment showing a younger magpie with wings of pristine white chained to a circus wagon. Milo nudged Leela. "The tangle heart shows true knots, cut one thread and others unravel." Hands trembling, Leela slotted the maple key into the music box. The mechanism whirred and a new melody spilled out, a lullaby her mother used to sing. The magpie's ruffled feathers smoothed. As the song swelled, the heartspring floated free, its light washing the tower in hues of apricot and dawn. "Take it," the magpie croaked, tears melting the frost on its wings. I forgot light grows when given." Dawn was a fragile thing the next morning, a hesitant gold seeping through the Valewood's canopy as Leela placed the heartspring into the trillium box. The music that erupted wasn't sound but sensation, cinnamon warmth on the tongue, the caress of summer rain, the weightlessness of a perfect leap. Around them the glimmerdark dissolved like sugar in tea, replaced by clover bursting through the soil and trees stretching their branches in yawns of emerald and sapphire. The Thimblewicket threw a feast in a meadow where the buttercups rang like bells. Leela danced with sprites until her socks were soaked with dew, while Milo held court with a family of hedgehogs, debating the merits of beetle jam versus slug preserves. "You can visit," Milo said later as they stood by the shimmering portal home. His tail brushed her wrist, cool as a waterfall mist. "Now that the heartspring remembers your song." Leela glanced back at the Valewood, now thrumming with color. "What if I forget? What if it stops making sense?" The fox chuckled. "The best magic never does. It lives here," he tapped her chest, "in the quiet corners where you keep moonbeams and mercies." Back in her bedroom, the music box sat closed, but warmth lingered in its wood. Outside her window, the ordinary maples seemed to rustle with secret laughter. Leela placed a sprig of Valewood clover under her pillow and slept without dreaming, her hands still smelling of starlight and second chances. Years later, when storms of doubt clouded her heart, Leela would open the trillium box to hear not just her mother's lullaby, but new notes woven from fox laughter and magpie redemption. And sometimes, in the corner of her eye, she'd catch a silver flicker in the woods, a friend pacing the edge between worlds, keeping watch over the girl who carried dawn in her pocket. Story 37. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there nestled a village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and teacups never grew cold. Here in the hamlet of Willowbrook, the cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lampposts bloomed with soft amber light each evening without fail. It was in this place of honeyed bread and whispered secrets that young Leela first noticed the peculiar vanishings. The troubles began on a morning brushed with silver mist when Mrs. Pinwheel's prize copper kettle disappeared from her hearth. Not stolen, mind you, for Willowbrook's doors hadn't needed locks since Old Man Thistle's shadow-weaving incident 3 generations past, but vanished as completely as a snuffed candle flame. By week's end the vanishing sickness had spread. Mr. Cobblewick's spectacles disappeared mid-polish, the schoolhouse chalkboard erased itself of both lessons and frame, and worst of all, the great iron bell above the town hall dissolved into silence, leaving only a circle of dust on the oak beam where it had hung. Layla discovered the first clue in her grandmother's attic, where shafts of sunlight illuminated dancing dust motes above a trunk of moth-wing quilts. There, beside a bowl of petrified apricots, sat a perfect circle of dewdrops, impossible in the dry attic air, glistening like liquid crystal. When she reached to touch them, the droplets rearranged into tiny arrows pointing northwest, toward the Whispering Wood. "Frost fondue," murmured Mr. Bramble that evening, his spectacles gleaming as he examined Leela's sketch of the phenomenon. The elderly toymaker's workshop smelled of cedar shavings and peppermint oil, his walls adorned with clockwork songbirds and lanterns that cast constellations upon the ceiling. Gathered only by moonbeam moths from the first frost's kiss upon fern fronds, but why would anyone? His gnarled fingers paused over a half-carved badger figurine. "You say the arrows pointed toward the wood." Thus began their quiet investigation. Each disappearance left curious traces: a faint scent of burnt sugar near Mayor Thistledown's missing pocket watch, a single blue-black feather caught in the cobweb where the bakery's cinnamon grinder had vanished, and always, those glistening frostfern dewdrops forming cryptic symbols only visible in certain lights. Their journey into the Whispering Wood on the cusp of autumn revealed deeper magic. Willows trailed finger-like branches through silver streams, and fireflies pulsed in time to distant owl hoots. It was here they encountered Ember, a house dragon no larger than a teapot, his scales shifting from russet to gold as he fluttered anxiously around a hawthorn thicket. "They're not stealing," Ember insisted in a voice like wind chimes, landing on Layla's shoulder with the warmth of sun-baked stone. "The glass swing's collecting, but it's all gone tangled like. Can't you hear it humming off-key?" Following the dragon's directions, they found the heart of the mystery in a clearing where moonlight pooled like spilled cream. There hovered the glasswing, a creature of living stained glass, its prismatic wings warped into uneven angles, body flickering between visibility and transparency. Around it swirled the missing objects, caught in a jerky, faltering orbit. Mrs. Pinwheel's kettle steaming upside down, Mr. Cobblewick's spectacles magnifying nothing, the town bell tolling silent circles through the air. Mr. Bramble removed his hat respectfully. "Ah, a gatherer spirit," he breathed. "But why such ordinary things?" Ember fluttered down to nudge a fallen acorn cap, overflowing with frost fondue. "It's trying to fix itself, see. Gatherers need shiny brights and useful things to mend their light, but this one's song's gone sour, can't tell a hearth kettle from a star fragment no more." The solution came in 3 parts, as proper solutions should. First, Layla remembered the frost fondue's affinity for moonlight. Next, Mr. Bramble recalled an ancient tune whistled by stargazers to calm confused spirits. Lastly, Ember demonstrated how house dragons could breathe temporary warmth into cold magic, creating bridges between realms. Through the long velvet night they worked, the girl arranging dewdrops into healing sigils learned from her grandmother's gardening journals, the toymaker carving a flute from lightning-struck ash to play the stargazer's melody, the dragon weaving strands of his own fiery breath through the glasswing's fractured light. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the creature's wings straightened into perfect arches, its hum harmonizing with the waking birdsong. One by one, the orbiting objects floated gently to the mossy ground. The glasswing, now glowing with steady rainbow hues, bowed low before Leela, its voice a chorus of chiming bells. For your kindness, a gift unlooked for from its wings drifted a shower of glimmering dust that settled upon the returned items, and when the villagers fetched their belongings they found them improved. Mrs. Pinwheel's kettle never burned porridge again. Mr. Cobblewick's spectacles revealed hidden dewberry patches in the meadows. And the town bell's chimes now carried whispers of tomorrow's weather. Yet the greatest magic lay in what followed. Each full moon, the children of Willowbrook leave polished stones and ribbon scraps at the wood's edge, small offerings that vanish by morning. In return, their dreams fill with gentle light, and sometimes, upon waking, they find frostfern dew arranged in helpful patterns, arrows pointing to lost mittens, circles around the best blackberry bushes, or gentle warnings of approaching storms. As for Leela, she keeps a blue-black feather in her windowsill jar, next to Ember's shed scale that still radiates cozy warmth on chilly nights. The village elders nod sagely when the glasswing's chimes drift through autumn mists, and Mr. Bramble's latest toy creations include clever birds that drop forgotten keys into pockets and scarves that nudge wearers toward shelter at the first raindrop. In Willowbrook, they say all magic is simply kindness made visible, and that any problem, no matter how puzzling, can be solved by those willing to listen closely, look carefully, and offer help before demanding answers. The vanished items returned wiser than they left, the glasswing's song rings true once more, and the fireflies now blink in codes that patient children can decipher, telling stories of a world where nothing is ever truly lost, only waiting to be found by the right hearts. Story 38. The Whispering Lantern. Beneath a crescent moon that hung like a silver cradle in the sky, there existed a village nestled between frosted pines and rivers that sang as they flowed. It was here, in this pocket of the world where chimney smoke curled into constellations, that a soft-spoken girl named Marisol discovered something extraordinary in the hollow of an ancient oak, a lantern made of delicate copper vines, its glass etched with constellations long forgotten. The lantern didn't burn with ordinary fire, but with a light that shifted like liquid starlight, casting patterns on the forest floor that told stories of far-off realms. Marisol, whose voice was often too timid to carry beyond her own hands, felt the warmth of the lantern seep into her bones. When she breathed onto its surface, the glass fogged, and a voice like wind through wheat fields whispered, "Seek the place where shadows dance without fire." / 3 nights later, Marisol followed the lantern's glow into the woods, her boots crunching through frost-kissed leaves. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches knitting together into archways adorned with luminescent moss. It was there, beside a brook that glittered like spilled ink, that she met a creature no taller than her knee, a hedgehog with quills that shimmered like opals, and eyes as deep and knowing as the night itself. "You've brought the Whispering Lantern," the hedgehog said, not as a question but a sigh of relief. "I'm Thistle. We've been waiting." Thistle explained that the lantern was a key to Starlight Hollow, a hidden realm where time moved like honey, and every creature carried a fragment of magic in their hearts. But the hollow was fading. Its guardian, the Starlight Keeper, had fallen into a sorrow so heavy it dimmed the realm's glow. Without light, the magic would unravel, and the doorway between worlds would vanish forever. Marisol's fingers tightened around the lantern's handle. "But I'm not brave," she murmured, her breath swirling in the cold air. Thistle nudged her ankle gently. "Courage isn't a roar, little one. Sometimes it's the quiet choice to step forward when every part of you wants to turn back." The journey to Starlight Hollow unfolded like a dream. They crossed bridges spun from spider silk, climbed hills where flowers chimed like bells, and passed through a gate of intertwined roots that bowed open at the lantern's approach. The hollow was a tapestry of twilight, fields of blue sage, cottages with roofs of woven feathers, and skies alive with auroras that dripped color like wet paint. But the air thrummed with unease. The stars above flickered weakly, and the once vibrant trees stood ashen and still. In a grove at the realm's heart, they found the Starlight Keeper, an ancient tortoise whose shell was inlaid with galaxies, her eyes milky with grief. "My song is gone," she rasped. "The melody that kept the stars alight, I've forgotten it." Marisol knelt, placing the lantern beside the tortoise. The light pulsed gently, casting constellations onto the creature's shell. "Maybe," she ventured, her voice barely audible, "you don't need to remember it alone." // What followed was a symphony of small, brave acts. Marisol, whose shyness had always felt like a cage, began to hum, a wobbly, hesitant sound. Thistle joined in, tapping his claws against a hollow log in a rhythm like rainfall. Creatures emerged from the shadows, a fox with ember-bright fur who howled a harmony, moths that drummed their wings on petals, and a family of rabbits who shook seed pods like maracas. The lantern's light swelled, weaving their cacophony into a melody that soared through the grove. One by one, the stars brightened. The keeper's shell shimmered as new galaxies bloomed across its surface. "You've reminded me," she said, tears like melted silver tracing her cheeks. The song was never mine alone to carry. // As dawn tinged the horizon peach, Marisol stood at the edge of the woods, the lantern now cool in her hands. Thistle pressed a paw to her wrist. "The hollow will thrive again, but it's your light, too, that helped reignite it. Don't forget that." Back in her village, Marisol found her voice didn't tremble as much when she spoke to the baker, or when she sang lullabies to her baby brother. She kept the lantern on her windowsill, where it caught the moonlight and cast stories on her walls, a reminder that even the quietest heart could hold storms of courage. And on nights when the wind carried the scent of blue sage, she'd glimpse a flicker of opal quills in the shadows and smile. // Years later, when a timid boy from the village found a peculiar silver flute in the same oak hollow, Marisol simply nodded, her eyes crinkling. "Listen closely," she told him, "and don't be afraid to hum along." The lantern's light glowed warmly in the corner, as somewhere beyond the veil of twilight, a hedgehog and a tortoise chuckled and began to drum their claws in anticipation. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good. We'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Leela's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you. It was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Leela knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in Enchanted Woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy, thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight, as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Story 89. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, "the changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. "Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures." With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Story 90. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, Keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward Whisperwood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, the badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as Thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Glade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her songs stitch tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whisperwood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow. Story 99. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village, known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quilon's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Quilon, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Etherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, There existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the whispering woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the whispering woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest's song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the Whispering Woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Leela's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Leela," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Leela nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Leela lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the Enchanted Lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the stardust samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of '63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. "Come along, then. The others will want to see." The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. "Her name is Leora," the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. "And you found her heart cup." As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. "It's a storykeeper," Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. "Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory—" Her voice dimmed. "The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together." Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. "Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, "never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is." A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. "Took your time," the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. "I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also." She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. "We're being followed." The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. "I'm Kayla," she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. "The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake." Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. "This isn't a quest for gathering," Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new story keeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted, to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born." Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind, she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the quiet village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Clara, whose hands were always speckled with ink from mending books. Her days passed in the warm amber light of Mr. Bramble's curiosity shop, where cracked globes whispered of distant winds and porcelain dolls with chipped smiles kept centuries of secrets. But it was on the eve of her 12th birthday, while dusting a shelf cluttered with forgotten trinkets, that Clara discovered the teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Its porcelain surface shimmered like moonlight on a frozen pond, etched with constellations that shifted when touched. The spout curved like a swan's neck, and when Clara tilted it toward the window, the painted stars inside swirled as though stirred by an invisible spoon. A faint hum vibrated against her palms, resonating with the peculiar ache she'd carried since her mother's passing, a loneliness that clung like burrs to wool. That night, as Clara lay in her attic room with its sloping ceilings and moth-hollowed quilts, the teapot began to sing. It started as a murmur, low and honeyed, the sound of a kettle sighing on a hearth. Then words emerged, clear and bright as spring water. Seek the roots where memories sleep, where silver leaves turn secrets deep. The voice pooled in the air like melted caramel, and from the teapot's mouth bloomed a wisp of steam that twisted into the shape of an owl, its wings edged with starlight. Without thinking, Clara reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the phantom feathers, her room dissolved. She stood in a forest of towering grandfather clocks, their pendulums swinging in unison like metallic heartbeats. Moonlight dripped through the canopy of gears above, casting sprocket-shaped shadows on a path paved with worn piano keys. A breeze carried the scent of aged paper and bergamot, and somewhere in the distance, a cello's mournful note trembled. "First time, is it?" chirped a voice. At Clara's feet sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from autumn leaves, its quills dusted with cinnamon. It adjusted tiny spectacles and sniffed. "You've got the look, all wide eyes and wobbly knees. Name's Thistle. I'd say pleased to meet you, but let's reserve judgment till you stop gawking." Thistle became her guide through the clockwork woods, where hourglasses grew like mushrooms and rivers of liquid mercury wound through the trees. He explained the teapot was a Nemesis urn, forged by star weavers to heal fractured hearts. "It doesn't erase sorrow," he cautioned as they crossed a bridge of frozen songbirds, all harmonizing in their icy sleep, but helps you carry it if you're brave enough to brew the truth. Their journey led them to the grove of echoing stones, where every pebble held a laugh, a sigh, or a fragment of a forgotten lullaby. Here they met Lurail, a willow-thin woman with hair like cascading candle smoke and eyes that flickered between emerald and twilight. She tended the grove, pressing stones to her ear like seashells before placing them in rattling baskets. "The urn's magic is fading," Lurail murmured, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. "Its keeper abandoned it mid-song. To restore it, you must find the coda, the memory that was left unsteeped." She pressed a stone into Clara's palm. It pulsed warmly, releasing the scent of lavender and a woman's voice humming, "Sleep, my little starling." Clara's breath hitched. "That's my mother." Lurail nodded. "The urn chooses those with unfinished symphonies, but beware the hollow hour, a creature that feeds on abandoned memories. It'll try to tempt you with prettier pasts." The path grew steeper, the air thickening with the tang of unshed tears. Clock trees gave way to jagged mirrors reflecting Clara's loneliest moments, sitting alone at the village feast, staring at her mother's empty chair, watching other children skip stones while she mended books. Thistle nudged her ankle. "Don't linger. Mirrors are liars. They show slices, not the whole pie." When the hollow hour appeared, it wore Clara's face, but smoother, brighter, a version untouched by grief. "Stay with me," it crooned, its voice syrup-sweet. "I'll give you a world where nothing hurts, no goodbyes, no empty chairs." Behind it shimmered a cottage with glowing windows, a woman's silhouette bending to pull cookies from an oven. Clara's chest ached. The teapot trembled in her hands, its stars dimming. Then she noticed the false mother's shadow didn't move with her. It remained stiff, painted wrong. "Real memories have weight," she whispered, recalling her mother's hands, calloused from gardening, ink-stained from writing letters, alive. "Even the sad ones." The hollow hour shrieked as Clara poured steaming tea into its mouth. The liquid wasn't water, but her own memories, mother braiding her hair by firelight, teaching her to stitch bookbindings, whispering stories until coughs stole her voice. The creature dissolved, leaving only the scent of chamomile and a single truth: love outlives breath. In the grove's heart they found the coda, a sapling with bark like aged parchment, its branches heavy with steaming teacups. Each contained a memory, father smiling as he fixed a broken doll, Mr. Bramble leaving gingerbread on her desk, Thistle's grumpy advice. Clara added her stone. The sapling bloomed into a tree of glowing liquid amber, its roots spreading through the forest. The Nemesine earned stars reignited as Clara returned home. Now when she pours tea, the steam carries comfort to others, a widow smelling her husband's pipe tobacco, a homesick sailor tasting his mother's soup, a child hearing lost lullabies. And in the curiosity shop's window, the teapot sits, always warm, waiting for the next heart ready to brew its story. As for Clara, she still mends books, but now adds something extra, a pressed forget-me-not in each cover, its petals holding a single sip of starlight. And when lonely nights creep in, she listens. Somewhere in the village, someone is sipping tea, remembering. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. She was a curious child, always wondering about the stories her grandmother would tell her before bed. Tales of their ancestors, the guardians of a sacred tradition that had been passed down for generations. One summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dearest," she said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "it is time for you to learn the ways of our people." Amara's heart raced with excitement as her grandmother unveiled a carved wooden box, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a crescent moon. "This is the moonstone," her grandmother explained, "a sacred talisman that has watched over our family for centuries. It holds the memories and teachings of those who came before us." With reverence, Amara's grandmother placed the necklace around her neck, and in that moment, a surge of warmth and connection flowed through her. It was as if the whispers of her ancestors had awoken within her. Over the following weeks, Amara's grandmother led her on a journey of discovery, unveiling the ancient rituals and traditions of their people. They would venture into the forest at dawn, greeting the rising sun with songs of gratitude. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, weaving intricate baskets from the supple willow branches, just as their ancestors had done. With each lesson, Amara felt a deeper sense of belonging, as if she were rediscovering a part of herself that had been long forgotten. The stories her grandmother shared were not mere tales, but living threads that connected her to a rich tapestry of heritage. One night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Amara's grandmother held her hands and spoke softly. "The moonstone is a reminder that our ancestors' wisdom lives within us. We must cherish and nurture it, so that it may illuminate the path for generations to come." Amara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. She realized that the true legacy her ancestors had bestowed upon her was not merely the moonstone or the ancient rituals, but the enduring spirit of love, respect, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Amara carried the moonstone close to her heart, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the profound connection she shared with her roots. As she grew older, she vowed to pass on the sacred traditions to her own children, ensuring that the wisdom of her ancestors would never be lost. And on warm summer nights, when the moon was full and the forest was alive with the symphony of nature, Amara would sit beneath the stars, telling stories of her heritage to the wide-eyed children gathered around her. For she knew that these stories were not just tales, but living threads that wove them all into the tapestry of life, connecting them to the past, present, and future in an eternal dance of harmony and belonging. The Amber Locket and the Guardian of Whispers. In a village cradled by mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that hummed in tune with the wind. Her home, a cottage with a thatched roof mossy from decades of rain, sat at the edge of the whispering woods, a forest said to hold the breath of forgotten magic. Layla's days were spent gathering herbs for her ailing mentor, old Finian, whose cough rattled like pebbles in a tin pail. But her nights belonged to the stories Finian told of the woods, of trees that murmured secrets, stones that glowed with inner fire, and creatures who remembered when humans and magic were kin. One twilight, as Leela stirred a pot of time-infused broth by the hearth, Finian pressed a small object into her palm, a locket forged of amber, warm as living skin. "Found it in the woods long ago," he wheezed, his voice a threadbare tapestry. "It chooses listeners." The locket pulsed faintly, and in its golden depths Leela glimpsed a flicker, a tiny, wingless dragon made of light. That night, as wind combed through the pines outside, the locket hummed against her chest, and she heard it, a melody thin and reedy, drifting from the woods. The woods welcomed her with a sigh. Moonlight pooled in the hollows of ancient oaks, and the air smelled of damp soil and secrets. Leela followed the melody, her boots sinking into carpets of moss that sprang back like grateful lungs. Deep in the grove she found the source, a fox with fur like smoldering embers and eyes sharp as citrine. It lay trapped beneath a fallen branch, its paw twisted at a cruel angle. The creature's song, a whimper woven into the wind, ceased as it locked eyes with her. "You hear true," the fox said, its voice a rasp of autumn leaves. Layla startled, but the locket's warmth bloomed against her skin, and she understood. The amber was a key, unlocking tongues long silenced. "Let me help," she whispered, kneeling. The fox tensed, then nodded. As Leela splinted its paw with a stick and strips of her apron, it studied her. Men have forgotten how to listen. Why do you heed the old songs? Because stories are the only maps we have, she replied, parroting Finian's favorite phrase. The fox's ears twitched. Call me Ember, it said, rising unsteadily. And since you've mended my sky-dancing foot, I'll mend your ignorance. The woods are fading, the guardian tree weakens. Without its roots, your mentor's breath will gutter out, and so will the magic that keeps these trees whispering. The guardian tree, Ember explained, was the heart of the Whispering Woods, an oak as wide as a village square, its bark etched with runes only the moonlight could read. But its life force was leaking away, poisoned by a shadow even the forest creatures feared to name. To save it, they needed the Heartstone, a gem born from the first laughter of the stars, hidden in the cavern of echoes. Their journey unfurled like a tapestry of peril and wonder. They crossed rivers where silver fish sang lullabies, their scales reflecting Ember's fiery pelt. They climbed slopes where stones trembled with memories of ancient earthquakes, and Leela pressed her palms to them, listening as the locket translated their rumbling tales. Yet the woods grew stranger and sicker. They passed glades where flowers hung their heads, petals blackened at the edges, and thickets where the air curdled into silence. At the edge of a ravine, they encountered Bramble, a cantankerous river otter whose whiskers twitched with suspicion. Heartstone seekers, eh? He snorted, pacing his dam of twigs and mud. The cavern's guarded by the weeping falls, water so cold it steals your thoughts. You'll drown in your own memories. Ember's tail flicked. We'll need a bridge. A bridge needs hands, Bramble retorted, and someone's too busy keeping their paws dry. But when Leela offered him a sprig of honeywort from her satchel, a remedy for his creaky joints, his demeanor softened. HMPH. Maybe otters can build bridges. If foxes promise not to smirk. Together they wove a raft of reeds and willow branches, Bramble directing with gruff precision. As they poled across the ravine, the waters hissed below, ghostly faces swirling in the currents. Layla's locket flared, and she hummed Finian's favorite hymn, a tune about stubborn hope. The waters stilled just enough. The cavern of echoes was a cathedral of ice and shadow, its walls shimmering with frozen tears. In its heart hung the weeping falls, a curtain of water that wept with the voices of everyone who'd ever stood beneath it. It shows you what you've lost, Ember murmured. Stay anchored, or you'll fade into the echoes. Leela stepped forward, and the falls erupted with sound. Finian's laughter, now wheezing and thin. Her mother's voice, swallowed by a winter fever years ago. The crunch of her own footsteps, retreating as Finian coughed blood into his handkerchief. The locket seared her chest, and she gripped it, gasping. I'm here, she told the ghosts. I'm here. The waters parted, revealing the Heartstone, a pulsing crystal that held the blue-green glow of Earth seen from the heavens. But as Leela reached for it, the shadow struck, a formless, hungry thing that slithered from the cavern's depths. It coiled around her ankles, whispering in a voice like cracking bone. You'll fail. The tree will die. He'll die. You'll be alone again. Ember lunged, teeth snapping at the darkness. Bramble hurled stones, barking insults. But the shadow thickened, choking. Desperate, Leela pressed the locket to the Heartstone. Light exploded, not blinding but kind, like dawn after a sleepless night. The shadow shrieked, unraveling, as the melody from the locket merged with the Heartstone's radiance. The guardian tree stood in a clearing where the air tasted of elderberries and regret. Its roots, once gnarled and strong, now oozed a viscous black fluid. Leela placed the Heartstone in a hollow between its roots, and the earth shuddered. The stone sank inward, and the tree shivered, a ripple passing through its branches like a sigh of relief. The corruption receded. Flowers unfurled where the black ooze had been, their petals the color of forgiveness. Ember nudged Leela's hand. You've mended more than bones tonight, listener. Back in Finian's cottage, the old man's breathing eased as Leela tucked the locket beneath his pillow. When he woke, his eyes were clear. You found the stories, he croaked, smiling. No, she said, stirring a new pot of broth. They found me. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who walked with foxes and bargained with otters. The woods thrived, and those who listened closely could hear its song, a melody woven of rustling leaves, chuckling streams, and the soft chime of an amber locket passed down through generations. But on quiet evenings, when mist veiled the mountains, Leela would sit with Finian by the fire, Ember curled at her feet, and Bramble's latest engineering marvel, a wind chime made of acorns, clinking outside. No one spoke of shadows or heartstones, there was no need. The fire crackled, the locket hummed, and the world felt, for a moment, as gentle as a story told in the dark.